On a desolate cliff, the shockwave from a titanic battle rips through the sky. The dust settles, revealing two figures locked in a final, desperate struggle. Our boy, the phantom swordsman, clashes blades with a mysterious old master, their energies colliding violently. He grits his teeth, barely holding on as the old man smirks, genuinely impressed. The elder acknowledges his opponent's grit, amazed he can even move with such grave injuries. He even gives him props, admitting the sword technique the phantom swordsman created is nothing short of brilliant. But playtime is over. With a swift parry, the elder effortlessly knocks our boy off balance. He explains that in his current state, it's a miracle he's even standing, let alone using internal energy. Channeling a sinister purple aura into his blade, the old master decides there's no need to drag this out. He declares it's time to put him to sleep, gathering energy for one final, decisive strike. The elder swordsman unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy, a technique meant to end it all. But our boy, the phantom swordsman, grits his teeth and somehow manages to face the attack head-on. Annoyed by his persistence, the old master follows up with a savage kick right to the gut. The impact sends our boy flying across the dirt, seemingly defeated for good this time. Standing over him, the elder raises his blade, ready to deliver the final, merciless blow. But just as he's about to strike, he sees something that makes his eyes go wide with disbelief. In a flash, the phantom swordsman punches the sword right out of the old man's hand. With a look of pure, unadulterated rage, he glares up, proving this fight is far from over. He explodes forward in a desperate lunge, seizing the one opening he's been given. The elder is left completely dumbfounded, feeling the cold steel of his opponent's blade against his neck. Not wasting a single moment, our boy lands a brutal right hook, sending the old man flying. The elder swordsman eats dirt, completely shocked that a trash tier nobody could actually knock him down. Seething with rage, he gathers a sinister purple energy in his hand, refusing to accept this humiliation. He unleashes a desperate energy / a last-ditch effort to take his opponent down. But as the attack rips through the air, the elder realizes, with a jolt, that his target has vanished. He looks up just in time to see the phantom swordsman has already blitzed past him in a flash. A look of pure, unadulterated terror dawns on the old man's face as he understands his fate is sealed. In the distance, the sheer power of our boy's final attack splits a mountain clean in two. Sometime later, a new, calm-looking swordsman with a goatee arrives at the now silent battlefield. He sits beside our exhausted hero and asks if he's finally managed to kill the old demon head. With a heavy heart, our boy confirms that yes, the old demon is finally dead. His ally notes that this should finally bring an end to the historic bloodbath known as the Shaanxi massacre. He recounts how it all started with a bunch of shitheads calling themselves the Black Knight Palace, who wiped out dozens of sects in just 3 days. This chaos forced an unprecedented alliance between the two great rival powers, the orthodox and unorthodox factions. Our boy remembers his fallen comrade, a man named Dako Hyun, who was a casualty of that war. In his final moments, Dako Hyun's only regret was that he couldn't fulfill their promise to duel after perfecting their sword styles. Our swordsman was dumbfounded, asking if a duel was seriously what he was thinking about while on death's door. But Dako Hyun just laughed, saying it was only natural for two men who had dedicated their entire lives to the sword. Back in the present, his ally says he's never seen anyone with such keen and difficult sword techniques as our hero. He explains that because of this unparalleled devotion, he has a very important favor to ask of him. The man's favor is insane. He wants our boy to look after his disciple, the entire Manhwa sect. Our swordsman is completely dumbfounded by the request. This triggers a flashback to his friend Dako Hyun, who asked him the exact same thing on his deathbed. Dako Hyun had pressed a beaded bracelet into his hand. He explained they were the plum blossom spirit beads, a Manhwa relic, and asked him to return them. Our boy was seething, unable to comprehend the sheer audacity of this dying wish. But his friend was fading fast, his breathing growing ragged and shallow. He stared down at his rival, his only friend, forced to make an impossible choice. Dako Hyun admitted it was a huge burden but confessed he was always grateful for their friendship. Our swordsman had sarcastically accepted, grumbling that he'd now be stuck babysitting Manhwa for the rest of his life. With his final breath, Dako Hyun's life force dissipates into a swirl of pink energy. His body crumbles into dust, leaving nothing behind on the blood-soaked battlefield. His hand falls limp, the promise now resting solely on our boy's shoulders. Snapping back to the present, the phantom swordsman's eyes are filled with a cold, hard resolve. He turns, and the purple energy he absorbed from the elder begins to glow ominously from his chest. In an instant, he unleashes that very same power back at its original owner. The devastating wave of purple ki rips through the air, aimed directly at the dumbfounded elder. The old man can't even process what's happening as the attack slams into him. He's utterly bewildered, wondering who in the hell this monster is that just turned his own technique against him. And just like that, the phantom swordsman stands alone, the last enemy turned to dust. But before he can even process his victory, a blinding sword slashes tears across the desolate landscape. Out of nowhere, a masked figure appears, casually deflecting the attack with that same sinister purple energy. He effortlessly disperses the technique, showing a level of mastery that's on a whole other level. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering who the hell this new monster is. His mind is reeling. He was certain he'd taken care of all the trash. The masked man just scoffs, gathering a terrifying sphere of ki that makes the old elder look like a rank amateur. He then unleashes the cataclysmic blast of pure destructive energy. The entire battlefield is consumed by a massive pillar of purple light. Its sheer power is so immense it carves a massive chunk out of the nearby cliff face. The phantom swordsman is caught in the shockwave, struggling to even stay on his feet. Our boy is completely floored, his mind refusing to accept what just happened. Barely able to stay on his knees, he wonders how it's even possible for someone to be this strong. His first thought is that this must be the Black Knight Palace Master he's been hunting. But no, that can't be right. He remembers killing the man, whose corpse is still dissolving right there. He stares at the masked figure, concluding this must be a hidden disciple or perhaps the real leader of the Black Knight Palace. Either way, one thing is clear. This new enemy is leagues stronger than the master he just defeated. He admits that while he was weakened from the last fight, this guy took his entire arm with just a casual blast of demonic energy. Looking down at the remains of his comrade, he apologizes, filled with bitter regret. He couldn't even fulfill his promise to bring his friend's body back home. A grim determination sets in his eyes as the weight of his failure and the impossible odds crash down on him. But even in this trash-tier situation, our boy clenches his fist with a new resolve. He can't defeat this monster, but he decides that at the very least, he's going to keep his promise, turning on his heel and making a desperate run for it. He knows jumping off a cliff is a long shot, but if there's even a sliver of hope, he has to take it. So he leaps, admitting to himself that he's running away for now. But he glares back with pure hatred, vowing that he will never forget this humiliation. As a final parting gift, he unleashes a massive blast of energy, screaming that their next meeting will be the cultists' last. Suddenly, his eyes widen in complete and utter disbelief. His all-out attack just stops, frozen in midair right in front of the masked psycho. The cultist effortlessly holds the condensed energy in his palm, proving the gap between them is not a gap, but a chasm. The masked cultist just scoffs, easily crushing the last of our boy's hope in his hand. Plummeting towards the ground, the phantom swordsman can only curse the monster who so utterly defeated him. His final, defiant scream is for the cultist not to laugh at his pathetic end. As his consciousness fades, he apologizes to a friend, believing he's failed to keep his promise. But just as he's about to become a red stain on the rocks, a beaded bracelet on his wrist begins to glow ominously. A massive pulse of red energy erupts, and from afar, someone is shocked to feel his pulse, thinking the heavens intervened. Drifting in the darkness, he wonders if he's still alive, faintly hearing voices calling for a senior disciple to wake up. His eyes flutter open, his mind completely hazy and confused by the unfamiliar title. Turns out he's in a new body, bandaged and covered in needles, as a young disciple shouts that senior disciple Baek Jin is awake. Before he can process anything, an older man grabs his face, calling him Mu Hui, leaving our boy utterly dumbfounded. The elder explains he thought it was too late, crediting the heavens for saving the life of Manhwa's elder, Baek Jin. But then he leans in and calls him Mu Hui, leaving our boy wondering if this old man is completely senile. His mind flashes to the real Mu Hui, a senior disciple of the Manhwa sect, trained by a man named Hyun Jo. He can't figure out why he's being called by that name, and then remembers the glowing red bracelet from his final moments. The young disciple who found him seems to understand, connecting the light he saw to our boy's survival. He gently tells his senior disciple not to speak, as his wounds are still fresh. Frustrated and trapped in this unfamiliar place, Dako Hyun realizes he's stuck in the prestigious Manhwa sect. He can't just lie there, so he gets up and prepares to head outside to get his bearings. When the elder asks where he's going, he almost snaps back before catching himself, remembering he needs to play the part. The elder seems to approve, telling Baek Jin that it's a good idea to move around a bit. The elder gives a final warning not to overdo it, reminding him he was bedridden for a week. Finally outside, our boy is dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the Manhwa sect's grounds. He finds a secluded, glowing pond to try and get his head straight. He splashes water on his face, trying to wash away the feeling that this is all just a bad dream. 7 days, he can't believe it's only been a week. To him, it felt like an entire year had passed. Staring into his reflection, he realizes that while he was unconscious, he wasn't just sleeping. He was dreaming of an entire life. starting from the moment the body's original owner was born. He watched the boy grow, from a toddler with a wooden sword to a dedicated young martial artist. He experienced the 2 decades of grueling training that Manhwa, the body's owner, lived through. And then he saw how it all ended in a blaze of glory during a chaotic, fiery battle. The memory floods in, a night of fire and steel as his sect was overrun by invaders. The body's original owner, Baek Jin, fought like a demon, his blade a whirlwind of death. He paused for a single, heartbreaking moment, watching his entire world burn to the ground. But there was no time for grief. With a roar, he charged back into the chaos to protect his brothers. The battle raged everywhere, a desperate struggle for survival on the blood-soaked rooftops. With every ounce of his strength, Baekjin brought his sword down on another enemy. He managed to cut one down, but the endless fight was clearly taking its toll on him. Standing over the body, he took a fatal breath, a moment of exhaustion that would cost him everything. An enemy exploited the opening, running him through while calling him an absolute fool for his efforts. Back in the present, Dako Hyun scoffs at the memory, thinking the kid's selflessness was just weakness. He reflects on the fatal wound, realizing this is how the original owner of his body died. Our boy pieces it together. A mysterious light from the plum blossom spirit beads must be the cause, but he's dumbfounded as to why him. He wonders why he ended up in this body, questioning why it wasn't someone else, like his old ally Hyun-jo. A faint memory of his smiling friend surfaces, a man cut from the same cloth as him. Sitting alone, he can only wonder if this bizarre second chance is some kind of twisted fate. With a heavy sigh, he seems to come to a decision. He resolves that no matter how he feels, he can't just throw away this new life he's been given. A cold fire ignites in his eyes as he swears to find that masked bastard and cut him into pieces. He remembers the masked cultist's power, admitting the man was on a whole other level, strong enough to kill him even at his peak. The path forward is clear. To get revenge, he must surpass the legend he once was. With his resolve hardened, our boy gets to his feet, a new purpose burning within him. A memory suddenly surfaces, the last words of his friend, who begged him to look after the Manhwa sect. He remembers the sect's warriors fighting desperately, their leader telling them to have no fear and protect their home. Driven by this memory, he begins searching through a dusty bookshelf, looking for something important. He pulls out an old text, making a silent promise to his fallen brother, Hyun-jo. He swears he'll not only fulfill that promise to protect the sect but will also avenge his death, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the current elders of the Manhwa sect are in a grim meeting, discussing the recent disaster. They're reeling from the damage, realizing they need to rebuild 8 pavilions but are completely broke after the last ambush. An elder named Baek San confirms their fears, explaining that their profits and visitor numbers will be trashed here for the foreseeable future. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the leadership is left dumbfounded, facing a crisis with no easy solution. An elder named Baek Yu takes charge, deciding they must avoid big expenses and focus on rebuilding the most important pavilion first. The elders shift topics, asking about the disciples' recovery, and are relieved to hear that even the gravely injured are doing much better. Baek Yu then asks about Mu Shui, knowing the news of Hyunjo's death must have hit him the hardest. He's told that our boy is surprisingly resilient, already healed enough to be walking around, which gets a chuckle from another elder. But Baek Yu isn't so easily convinced, reminding them to keep a close eye on him because they all know what he used to be like. He's worried that Manhwa is just pretending to be okay, hoping the kid has the strength to truly overcome this tragedy. But while the elders worry, our boy is already making moves. Back in his room, Dako Hyun is surrounded by books, already deep into studying the sect's forgotten techniques. Hes not just grieving, Hes analyzing every stance and every move, preparing for the war to come. After a moment of intense focus, he looks up, his thoughts drifting to the others, wondering how they're holding up. The scene shifts to a memory, where a familiar face from the past asks what Dako Hyun thinks of the Manhwa disciples. Our boy, in his original body, doesn't mince words, calling them completely and utterly useless. His companion agrees, lamenting that the current Manhwa sect is not just stagnating, but actively regressing. They watch the disciples train, criticizing how they've deluded themselves into thinking their plum blossom technique is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Dako Hyun grimly points out that any sect incapable of forging new paths is destined for only one thing: total downfall. His friend concedes the point, adding that you can't force change and asks if he has a better plan. As a lone petal falls from a plum blossom tree, his friend reveals his true intention. He says the only way is to show them a better path. He wants to prove that the plum blossom technique isn't the limit, and that a much higher realm of power exists. This hits home for Dako Hyun. As his friend asks if this was the reason he proposed, they each create their own sword styles, and one day face each other in a duel. Dako Hyun reflects on his friend's genius, realizing he had reached a new realm by reconstructing various martial arts. He initially thought the problem was Manhwa itself, a famous sect that hadn't produced a true master in 100 years. But he now sees that was a foolish assumption. After studying their basic techniques, he found them to be absolutely flawless. The bitter irony is that Manhwa stagnated not because it was weak, but because its foundation was too perfect to improve upon. He finally understands his friend's true goal: to loyally break through that wall and show the disciples a new realm. With a determined grin, our boy vows to complete the sword technique his friend started, fulfilling the promise they made. He knows this new art can't just mimic Manhwa's moves. Its very intention and spirit must be cut from the same cloth. To do that, he has to start from the very beginning, enlightening himself on the sect's core teachings first. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to dive into the grueling training ahead. A torrent of blue energy surrounds him as he begins his meditation, ready to master the soul of the Manhwa sect. To truly understand Manhwa, he realizes he must first erase everything he ever learned as the swordsman Mu Hui. He's shocked to find that even a basic technique like the autumn flower circulation is incredibly stable and fast. In his past life, he only chased unorthodox efficiency, but he smirks, thinking this new path might teach him something profound. With a sense of finality, he declares that the life of the phantom swordsman, Dako Hyun, is now over. From this moment on, he resolves to live only as Mu Hui, the disciple of Manhwa. Sometime later, the morning tranquility is broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. A junior disciple is seen walking up the stairs toward our boy's residence. He seems a bit worried, looking around for the person he came to see. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the compound, calling out for the senior disciple. Still deep in meditation, Dako Hyun's focus is shattered by the persistent calls from outside. Annoyed by the disturbance, our boy slides open the door to see who's making all the racket. He's met by a junior disciple, who seems a bit startled to see him. Dako Hyun recognizes the kid as Mu Cheol and asks what he wants. Mu Cheol explains he was worried, since it's been 3 days since he left the infirmary and he's missed all the morning training sessions. Our boy is completely dumbfounded. He had no idea he'd been zoned out in meditation for 3 entire days. An awkward silence hangs between them as the weight of the lost time settles in. But Dako Hyun just scoffs internally. Remembering a time he was trapped for 7 days by the Blood Tempest sect, this is nothing. He brushes it off and tells Mu Cheol they should head to the training hall, and the junior immediately agrees. As they start walking, Mu Cheol can't help but feel a strange vibe from his senior. He thinks something is definitely different about him, while Dako Hyun just wishes he could grab a drink. As they arrive, a memory flashes through Dako Hyun's mind, the original Baekjin practicing the Rising Plum Blossoms technique. He remembers the original owner of this body, executing the form with precision and power. But in the present, the training ground is a chaotic mess of disciples attempting the same move. A stern instructor bellows orders, trying to correct one of the students named Mu Ryan. The disciple quickly acknowledges the command, struggling to fix his sloppy posture. Dako Hyun watches from the sidelines, and a grimace forms on his face. It's just as he expected. These guys are just as trashed here as he remembered from before. His master's eye immediately dissects their form. Their footwork is a disaster, constantly shifting and destroying their balance. Because their foundation is garbage, they can't put any strength into their attacks, making their stances completely useless. He thinks it's a damn mess, but concedes that at least the instructor seems to know what he's doing. He tries to place the instructor's name, recalling him as Mu Jin. At least there's one proper martial artist here, and he's correcting the others well, acting more like a senior disciple than an instructor. But that begs the question, why is he doing the job of the senior disciple? Dako Hyun remembers that the original owner of this body was a shy, talentless pushover who lacked any leadership skills. Mu Jin, on the other hand, is a natural leader with a calm demeanor, so it's no wonder the other disciples follow him. Our boy concedes that it's only natural for someone with Mu Jin's skills and personality to take on that role. He had no problem with that arrangement until now. That is, with a sharp sound, Mu Jin sheathes his sword and declares that training is over for the day. The exhausted disciples immediately spot Dako Hyun, respectfully calling out to their senior disciple. They rush over to check on his well-being, and he simply tells them he's fine. One of the disciples can't shake the feeling that something about their senior disciple is completely different. Just then, Mu Jin walks up the stairs to formally greet Dako Hyun. He apologizes for not being able to greet him properly while he was leading the training session. Our boy acknowledges him, looking down from his position on the stairs. He then points out that Mu Jin must be tired from doing a job that should have been his all along. Mu Jin says he's just grateful for the chance, but Dako Hyun cuts him off, declaring that he'll be taking over from now on. His eyes burn with a cold determination that no one has ever seen from him before. The other disciples are completely dumbfounded, whispering amongst themselves if they heard him correctly. They all agree that it wasn't just their imagination. Their senior disciple has definitely changed. Even Mu Jin is caught off guard, reminding Dako Hyun that he was the one who told him to take over in the first place. Our boy coolly asks what's wrong with taking back his own job, reminding Mu Jin he only got it because the original owner was too weak-willed. With a sharp gaze, Dako Hyun analyzes his rival's reaction, seeing right through him. A tiny smirk forms as he realizes he's hit the nail on the head. Mu Jin is fuming internally, thinking this idiot actually wants to be the head disciple again after throwing it away. But Dako Hyun's playing 4D chess. He knows the sect is vulnerable after the Shaanxi massacre, with the elders busy rebuilding. He figures it's far more efficient to shape the new generation of disciples rather than trying to change the stubborn old-timers. His ultimate goal is the legendary purple aura circulation technique, a top-tier skill only the sect leader and head disciple can learn. He knows he needs that power to surpass his past self, and he's willing to crush Mu Jin's dreams to get it. Mu Jin scoffs, questioning if Dako Hyun even has the right to make such a demand. He then goes for the throat, asking him where he was and what he did when the Black Knight Palace invaded their home. Mu Jin lays into him, reminding our boy that he disobeyed the elders' direct orders to stay put. He scoffs, asking if he saved anyone or killed a single enemy, concluding that he was nothing but a burden. In fact, his reckless charge inspired other, weaker disciples to follow him into the meat grinder. Mu Jin drives the point home, saying that if the senior disciples hadn't saved them, many would have died because of his failure. But instead of arguing, Dako Hyun just calmly agrees with every single word. Mu Jin is completely dumbfounded. He was expecting a defense, not total agreement. Dako Hyun then tries to pivot, saying he'll take responsibility now, but Mu Jin erupts, asking how they could ever trust him. Our boy simply lowers his head, letting the accusation hang in the air for a moment. Then, he looks up, a cold glint in his eye, and tells Mu Jin he's misunderstanding the situation. He begins walking up the steps, closing the distance as a confused Mu Jin waits for what comes next. As Mu Jin asks what he's misunderstanding, our boy gets right in his face with a chilling question of his own. A dark, oppressive aura erupts from Dako Hyun as he asks since when he ever had to look up to a junior like him. He presses further, his eyes glowing with intensity, asking if it sounds like he's trying to convince him of anything. Leaning in, he makes it crystal clear this isn't a negotiation. He's simply notifying Mu Jin of what's going to happen. Mu Jin is completely dumbfounded, his mind reeling as he tries to process this sudden, aggressive shift. He can't believe it. The man radiating this terrifying pressure can't possibly be the same senior disciple he's always known. Dako Hyun then drops the bombshell, declaring that he's taking over morning training starting tomorrow. He turns his back and walks away, leaving a stunned Mu Jin to process the sheer audacity of the command. Mu Jin finally finds his voice, remarking that he seems like a completely different person now. Without even looking back, Dako Hyun coldly replies that people say a brush with death can change a man. The other disciples are completely lost, wondering what just went down between Mu Jin and our boy. Word spreads like wildfire through the ranks. It seems the senior disciple is actually taking over training. Mu Ryun confirms to his friend that Mu Jin really did back down and hand over control. His friend is deeply worried, knowing full well that the senior disciple was always considered trash tier. Mu Ryun then suggests that if Mu Jin can confront him, maybe they should too. His companion is taken aback, not quite understanding what he's getting at. The plan is simple. They'll just go talk to him directly, and so they head out under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Dako Hyun is in his room, meditating with an intensity he never had before. Sensing a presence, he asks what they want without even bothering to turn around. The concerned disciple steps forward, announcing he's here for a little chat since our boy is clearly not sleeping. The disciple gets straight to the point, saying there's something he needs to discuss away from prying ears. Dako Hyun smirks, grabbing his sword and admitting that their little visit has certainly piqued his curiosity. Mu Ryun watches from the side, a bead of sweat betraying his nervousness about this whole confrontation. Our boy stands up, cracking his neck as the disciples address him formally as the senior disciple. But they're both dumbfounded, realizing the man in front of them is only holding a simple wooden sword. Mu Ryun cuts in, demanding he take back his claim and explaining Mu Jin only backed down to preserve his honor. Dako Hyun just stares back, unimpressed, and asks if Mu Jin was the one who sent them here to do his dirty work. They quickly deny it, insisting they came here on their own accord, which our boy seems to find even more pathetic. He dismisses them entirely, telling them to scram while he's still willing to pretend this little chat never happened. But they refuse to back down, pleading that it's not personal. They just want to be taught by someone who's actually skilled. They double down, yelling that his skills are trash tier and they'll never accept a leader who's weaker than them. Dako Hyun just listens, his expression hardening with disappointment. He sighs internally, thinking that the standards of Manhwa's hierarchy have seriously gone down the drain. Finally fed up, he agrees to prove his skills and tells them to draw their swords, leaving them completely dumbfounded. He turns and walks a few paces away, giving them space to prepare for the lesson they're about to receive. The red ribbon disciple takes the bait, drawing his blade, and thinking our boy is the one who's going to regret this. He charges forward with everything he's got, screaming that Dako Hyun shouldn't complain about the outcome later. But in a flash, his attack is effortlessly parried, and the disciple can only stare in disbelief. Before he can even process what happened, he's slammed to the ground with the wooden sword at his throat. Mu Ryan watches from the sidelines, completely frozen in shock as he witnesses the instant, one-sided beatdown. With a cold glare, our boy effortlessly smacks Mu Ryun aside, taking out the second challenger without even breaking a sweat. The two disciples are left groaning on the ground, their swords clattering uselessly beside them as Dako Hyun stands victorious. He grabs the red ribbon disciple by his topknot, coldly stating the obvious: they lost. But the fight is over, and now, he tells the terrified disciple, the real lesson is about to begin. The kid is completely dumbfounded, a trickle of drool escaping his mouth as he realizes he's in for a world of pain. With a thud, he's forced to kowtow, his head pressed firmly against the cold stone floor. Dako Hyun calmly asks if his requirements have been satisfied, and the disciple can only squeak out a yes. He then reminds them of his warning, asking what he said would happen if anyone else tried to gang up on him. He grills the red ribbon disciple, forcing him to admit that Dako Hyun is leagues stronger than Mujin. Finally, he turns to Mu Ryun, who, with his face to the ground, confirms that he no longer thinks our boy is weak. With the lesson taught, our boy surprisingly offers some mercy, saying he'll forget what happened because everyone makes mistakes. He dismisses the two, telling them to get some rest for morning training, and they can only thank him for his generosity. The two defeated disciples stumble away into the night, their pride and bodies completely shattered. After they're gone, Dako Hyun stands in the quiet courtyard, knowing full well he's not alone. He calls out into the shadows, asking how long the lurker plans on hiding. A disciple named Mu Cheol steps out, dumbfounded he was caught, but Dako Hyun just smirks and asks what he wants. Mu Cheol explains he was just worried, having seen the other two disciples heading this way. He admits he followed them to keep an eye on things, but never in a million years did he expect Dako Hyun to actually win. This changes everything, and Mu Cheol asks the million-dollar question: has he been hiding his true skills this entire time? Our boy just gives him a cold, silent stare, letting the question hang in the air. As he stares, Dako Hyun internally analyzes the disciples. Some respect him, while others secretly mock him. But Mu Cheol is different, a total outlier who has actually helped the original Mu Shui in the past. Our boy realizes the original Mu Hui was too young and naive to understand the real reason for his kindness. It clicks in his head the reason is simple. Mu Cheol was just worried. He helped because Mu Shui was so pathetically weak that he genuinely needed someone to look out for him. So all this time, Mu Cheol was just a silent protector, making sure the trash-tier disciple didn't get himself killed. Thinking fast, Dako Hyun decides he needs a believable excuse, claiming he didn't hide his skills but just reached a new realm of understanding. Mu Cheol is completely dumbfounded, questioning what a new realm of understanding even means. Dako Hyun cuts him off, saying they'll talk during morning training, and tells him to leave for the night. With that, our boy turns and walks away, leaving a bewildered Mu Cheol to process the insane turn of events. Mu Cheol mulls over the ridiculous excuse, a new realm of understanding, clearly not buying it for a second. Hiding in the shadows, he recalls the fight, knowing it was just a beginner-level sword technique. Yet, he admits it was the most perfectly executed beginner move he'd ever witnessed, leaving him utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Dako Hyun curses himself for coming up with such a flimsy excuse, wondering how he'll explain it during training. Elsewhere, a furious Mu Ryan glares at his defeated lackeys, unable to believe what he's hearing. His cronies insist that the senior disciple they fought was a completely different person, a monster in human skin. They try to warn Mu Ryan that they almost died, but he just scoffs, calling it nonsense and telling them to get ready for training. As his beaten followers limp away, they realize their leader is too arrogant to listen and secretly hope he gets what's coming to him. Suddenly, Mujin appears in the hallway, his eyes narrowing as he sees the two injured disciples stumbling past. He asks what happened, noting how terrible they look, before spotting Mu Ryun and realizing something is definitely up. Mu Ryun plays it cool, telling Mujin that his goons just got a little rough because they didn't like the senior disciple taking over training. Mujin listens to the pathetic excuse, his expression unreadable. He then turns the tables, telling Mu Ryan he'll have to scold him later, leaving the guy utterly confused. Mu Ryan gets defensive, ranting about how the senior disciple is a nobody who will back down soon enough. But Mu Jin cuts him off, saying he's ashamed of his subordinate's petty actions. He tells Mu Ryun to stay out of it, insisting he knows exactly what's going on, and will handle the matter personally. Mu Ryan can only watch, stunned into silence as his superior takes control. Elsewhere, at the training grounds, a voice rings out, gathering all the disciples. It's our boy Dako Hyun, standing confidently before the crowd, ready to begin the morning session. As he prepares to speak, the other disciples can only stare, wondering how this trash-tier senior changed into a completely different person overnight. Meanwhile, Mu-jin watches from the side, wondering if Dako Hyun has been hiding his skills this whole time. He even considers if Mu Cheol helped him out, but decides to wait, convinced the truth will come out during training. Our boy starts his speech by dropping a bombshell, telling the entire assembly that they are fundamentally weak. He explains that while strength has many forms, weakness has only one cause: a trash-tier foundation. So, from now on, morning training will be dedicated solely to the six-fold combo sword technique, leaving the disciples dumbfounded. Dako Hyun acknowledges their desire to rush past the basics and get to the cool, high-level techniques. He pauses for a moment, letting the tension build before continuing his lesson. The other disciples, including Mu Cheol, are completely lost, unable to grasp what he's getting at. But of course, Mu Ryan just has to open his mouth, asking what's so wrong with wanting to learn faster. He glares with defiance, declaring that if the others are too slow for him, he'll just master the techniques on his own. The other disciples are left completely speechless by Mu Ryan's sudden, idiotic outburst. Our boy just scoffs internally, thinking this supposedly renowned sect is an absolute mess. With a deadpan expression, Dako Hyun tells Mu Ryun that if he has a complaint, he should come up and say it to his face. The disciples murmur amongst themselves, a wave of panic washing over the training grounds. Mu Cheol watches with a grim look, wondering what in the world his fellow disciple is thinking. Dako Hyun looks down from the platform, patiently waiting for the fool to make his move. But Mu Ryan just smirks, completely confident that he's about to win this argument. He starts off by saying he understands the point about mastering the basics. However, he questions if it's a good idea to leave training to someone with questionable leadership. He then drops the ultimate insult, declaring that everyone knows Dako Hyun's own martial arts are terrible. Our boy calmly calls him out, saying he knows Mu Ryan thinks his skills are trash and wants to prove it. Getting everyone's attention, Dako Hyun announces he's about to make a bold proposition. He declares he won't take a single step and will only use the six-fold combo sword technique, leaving the disciples dumbfounded. The rules are simple. If Mu Ryan's wooden sword even touches him, or if he moves, he loses. And if he loses, he'll not only take back his teachings, but he'll also give up his position as the leader of the morning training. A wager that shocks Mu Jin. Mu Ryan smirks, asking if beating Mu-san made him arrogant, but Dako Hyun just plays it cool. The challenger gets in his face, telling him not to cry when he gets humiliated in front of everyone. But Dako Hyun just gives him a cold glare, warning him that he's the one who shouldn't cross the line. With a powerful stomp, Mu Ryun lunges forward, kicking off the duel instantly. Mu Ryan unleashes a vicious overhead strike, but our boy meets it head-on without even flinching. With a deadpan expression, Dako Hyun parries the blow, not giving an inch of ground. He continues to effortlessly deflect every attack, his movements precise and minimal. The other disciples, including Mu Jin, are completely dumbfounded by what they're seeing. Mu Ryun circles him like a vulture, throwing a storm of slashes, but Dako Hyun remains a statue. Getting desperate, Mu Ryun unleashes a flurry of high-speed strikes, his signature move. The red ribbon disciple recognizes the technique instantly. It's the concentrated wind sword. Mu Jin realizes this is Mu Ryan's best move, famous for its speed, and he's even faster now. But despite that incredible speed, Dako Hyun is blocking every single hit with such casual ease it's almost insulting. Dako Hyun even gives him a backhanded compliment, saying he's at least less terrible than the other disciples. Our boy looks completely bored out of his mind and asks if this trash-tier swordplay is really all he's got. Mu Ryan is absolutely fuming, realizing with dawning horror that this actually is his best move. The entire crowd watches in silence, as Mu Ryun just stands there, completely out of options and ideas. The other disciples can't believe their eyes, whispering that his feet haven't moved an inch this entire time. Even Mu Jin is just sweating bullets, completely baffled by this impossible display of skill. He's completely dumbfounded, unable to process how the senior disciple he knew could be this powerful. The fight comes to a dead stop, with Mu Ryun hunched over and gasping for air while Dako Hyun looks like he just woke up from a nap. In his mind, Mu Ryun admits defeat, realizing he only managed to prove how monstrously strong the senior disciple truly is. And to pour salt on the wound, Dako Hyun coolly tells him that it's not that he himself is strong, it's that Mu Ryan's technique is fundamentally flawed, explaining that a sword is useless if you don't use your entire body, starting with your feet. He drives the point home, stating that even while injured, he easily blocked every move, proving just how trash tier his technique is, and he's not just talking to him. He asks Mu Ryun if he finally understands why they need to scrap everything and return to the basics. The word basics just echoes in Mu Ryun's mind. He's completely broken and humiliated. Seeing that the lesson still hasn't sunk in, our boy sighs, realizing he'll have to spell it out for him. He decides a demonstration is in order, promising to show him what it truly means to swing a sword with your entire body. Mu Ryan panics, thinking he didn't say anything to provoke this, as a terrifying aura begins to emanate from the wooden sword. A massive wave of energy erupts from a single swing, leaving Mu Jin and the other disciples utterly speechless. With the lesson delivered, Dako Hyun orders Mu Ho and Mu San to haul the defeated disciple to the medicine palace. He then turns to the dumbfounded crowd, asking what they're waiting for and telling them all to raise their swords. He lays down the law, telling the disciples that if they have any complaints, they can come up and face him. Mu Jin nervously confirms that nobody has any objections, seeing the sheer terror on everyone's faces. With the pecking order established, the disciples quickly get into formation with their swords raised. Our boy nods grimly, announcing that the real morning training is about to begin. His instruction is ruthless and precise, calling out every single disciple's flawed posture and shaky sword. This whole scene triggers a memory, flashing back to his old master being questioned by an ally. The ally couldn't understand why the master chose him, bluntly calling him the most terrible disciple of them all. But the elder swordsman calmly explains that while he's normal, he's never once seen the kid give up. His ally is dumbfounded, asking if he was really chosen based on determination alone. The master reveals his logic. The talented find their own way, but it's the determined who truly need a guide. The master's voice echoes in his mind, stating that a true mentor's duty is to forge a master out of an ordinary person. Our boy accepts this, realizing he's no longer the phantom swordsman but the senior disciple of Manhwa. He resolves to lead the second-generation disciples and make sure not a single one gets left behind. Still, he can't help but think that having disciples is way more annoying than he ever imagined. He barks at Mu Jin to put more effort into it, then quietly thinks of his master, hoping they can share a drink in the afterlife. The scene shifts, and we see his old master wondering how his former disciple is doing. He recalls how our boy always focused on himself, constantly getting beaten to a pulp but never giving up. The master smiles to himself, confident that at the very least, his student won't be losing any fights. He walks away from a field of fresh corpses, a testament to his own power, hoping he'll get to see his disciple again someday. Back at Manhwa, our boy is completely drained, panting from the sheer effort of his new responsibilities. And so, the hellish training for the second-generation disciples officially kicks off. They're starting from absolute scratch, a rough path for everyone involved. Our boy watches them struggle, knowing this is the only way to forge them into true warriors. He's confident that through this hardship, they'll blossom like plum flowers, with a strength no one can imitate. But he knows it's not just about them. He has his own long journey ahead. His first step to changing the Manhwa sect is to elevate his own martial realm. To do that, he needs to focus on one of the most important fundamentals, his senses. The sharper his senses, the easier it is to notice the subtle changes in a fight. This keen awareness is the bedrock of all advanced martial arts. He reflects that when he first opened his eyes in this new body, he felt nothing, but that's about to change. And just like that, his senses flare to life. He can finally tell someone is watching him. The presence doesn't feel threatening, more like simple curiosity. But his current skill isn't enough to pinpoint the source. He smirks to himself, knowing it's only a matter of time before he'll be able to identify exactly who and where they are. With his training done for now, he has another goal in mind. Our boy makes his way towards one of the sect's main buildings, ready to make his next move. Inside, a senior named Hyun Gak is interrupted from his work. He turns to see Dako Hyun standing at the door, who greets him respectfully. When asked what he needs, our boy cuts straight to the chase, requesting permission to study the secret techniques. Hyun Gak is taken aback. This trash-tier disciple wants to study the secret arts? He agrees but warns him not to overdo it, still thinking about his recent injuries as Dako Hyun walks away. As he's leaving, our boy is stopped by an elder who heard his disciple was rude. Dako Hyun is genuinely confused, wondering which of the many people he's dealt with this guy is talking about. He racks his brain, remembering the 3 disciples he recently put in their place, but figures it doesn't matter who it was. Thinking the elder is here to complain, He just apologizes for the disciple coming back beaten to a pulp. But the elder just smirks, saying his disciple Mu-san must have deserved it and apologizes for not teaching him better. Dako Hyun connects the dots, so this was Mu-san's master, and feels relieved that this won't turn into a bigger problem. He tells the elder not to worry, as he was just fulfilling his duty as a senior disciple, leaving the man completely dumbfounded. The elder can't believe his ears. Did the sect's trash, tier disciple really just lecture him on duty? He freezes for a moment, a sudden thought striking him as he looks at the boy properly for the first time. Staring intently, the elder realizes with a shock that Dako Hyun's eyes have become impossibly sharp. Our boy is confused by the intense stare, wondering if this petty elder changed his mind and is about to throw down over his disciple. But the elder just smirks, telling him it's good that he's fulfilling his duties and that he's free to go. As Dako Hyun leaves, the elder reflects on how proud he is that the boy, once lost and alone, is finally showing some fire again. Back in his room, our boy gets straight to work, diving into ancient texts to plan his next move. He knows he needs to raise his martial realm to change the sect, but first, he must redefine what a martial realm even is. A memory from his past life flashes through his mind. In the brutal world of the Jianghu, the strength of your martial arts alone means nothing. Survival depends on quick thinking, precise judgment, and the raw physical power to execute your plans flawlessly. He remembers that a true martial realm is a combination of skill, wisdom, and experience, forged through endless reflection. This was the truth Dako Hyun, the phantom swordsman, discovered after a lifetime of brutal training and mastering countless techniques. He closes the book with a new resolve, understanding that the first step is to truly grasp the fundamentals of martial arts. This leads our boy to a fundamental question. What even is the Manhwa sect's martial art? He admits to himself that he doesn't have a clue at least. Not yet. The problem is, as a low-ranking disciple, he's barred from all the juicy, high-level texts to prevent him from screwing up his chi. He knows this is standard procedure for every sect, and Manhwa is no different. Still, from what he's been allowed to read, their foundational arts are surprisingly systematic and not that hard to understand. He lays out the entire progression in his mind, starting with the most basic of basics, the six-fold combo sword technique. After that, a disciple graduates to 3 other styles: the concentrated wind sword, the falling plum blossom sword, and the 1,000-cent sword. Only after mastering all 3 of those can one finally touch the true essence of the sect: the plum blossom sword secrets. These signature techniques are the pinnacle of their power, split into 3 legendary forms, and he recalls that the greatest swordsmen the sect ever produced were the monsters who learned more than one of these ultimate techniques. He visualizes the entire system as a tree. Basic techniques are the roots, intermediate ones are the trunk, and the secret arts are the branches and flowers. Our boy reflects that he's only managed to reach the trunk, and he's desperate to get his hands on the branches, the plum blossom sword secrets. But to do that, he needs to be acknowledged and given the legendary plum blossom sword, the ultimate symbol of mastery in the Manhwa sect. Just as he's steeling his resolve to get that sword, a voice cuts through his thoughts, asking about that very weapon. He turns around, dumbfounded, to see the sect leader, Baek-san, who asks if he wishes to learn the plum blossom sword secrets. Dako Hyun quickly greets the leader, who casually explains he was just checking who was studying in the library so late. Baek-san asks to take a seat, and as he does, we see the moon is already high in the sky. Our boy hadn't even realized how much time had passed, figuring Hyungak must have lit the candles for him. The leader picks up a book, impressed, and asks if Dako Hyun really managed to read through all of this basic material. Baek-san then mentions he's heard the rumors that Dako Hyun is leading the morning training, confirming our boy's actions haven't gone unnoticed. Baek-san cuts straight to the point, asking why he's so focused on the 6-fold combo sword technique, leaving our boy wondering about his true intentions. Dako Hyun recalls that the original Mu Hui was always hesitant, even with simple questions. He realizes his current actions are completely out of character, which must be raising suspicion. It clicks for him. The sect leader is here to gauge his mental state and see if he's truly recovered from his master's death. Understanding this is a test, Dako Hyun knows he has to give the perfect answer to put the leader's mind at ease. He starts by stating a simple truth. The 6-fold combo sword technique is the very foundation of their sect, and Baek-san nods in agreement. But then he drops a bomb, claiming the second-generation disciples have started off on the wrong foot, which catches the leader off guard. With a confident smirk, he corrects himself, saying it's worse, it's like they haven't even started, leaving Baek-san utterly dumbfounded. Internally, Dako Hyun is sure this is the right play. The sect leader must already be aware of how trash-tier the new disciples are. He figures that by voicing the leader's own unspoken frustrations, he He can prove they're cut from the same cloth and win his trust. Baek-san is floored, realizing the state of the new disciples is far worse than even he had imagined. Later that night, under a full moon, the two continue their serious discussion in private. The air is tense as they sit across from each other, surrounded by ancient texts and scrolls. The gravity of their conversation hangs heavy in the quiet room. The sect leader stares at our boy, trying to process the person he's become. He wonders if this is truly the same kid he once knew. The innocent boy who couldn't say a bad word about anyone. He starts to theorize that the Black Knight Palace's invasion must have broken him, twisting him with survivor's guilt. Believing our boy is punishing himself, Baek-san resolves to tell him that none of it was his fault. But before he can offer any comfort, Dako Hyun cuts him off, coldly stating that the elders already know everything. The sect leader is left completely dumbfounded, having no idea what he's talking about. Our boy explains that every second-generation disciple knows the basic six-fold combo sword technique, but he drops a bombshell. Their current skill with it is actually worse than when they first started. The sect leader is completely baffled, wondering how they could possibly get worse after years of training. Doko Hyun begins his lecture, explaining that a sect's martial arts are the physical expression of its core ideology. He lists off other great sects, whose famous techniques are all built on their unique philosophies. Therefore, he argues, to learn martial arts is to understand the soul of the sect, not just the movements. Baek-san is stunned by his calm and precise explanation, a far cry from the kid he thought he knew. This cold, analytical breakdown reminds him of a legendary figure from the past, Hyun-jo. Our boy continues, pointing out that the current disciples are obsessed with the flashy result, the plum blossom, and have lost the true meaning. When asked for a solution, he declares his mission, to make them understand the real purpose of their training. Baek-san recalls the words of the legendary Hyun-jo, who taught that the process of training is the true essence of a martial school. Hyun-jo believed the plum flower was not the end goal, but a natural result of understanding the sect's ideology. The sect leader sees the same fierce determination in our boy's eyes that he once saw in the legend. He can't shake the feeling that this kid, Mu-hwai, is the second coming of Hyun-jo. Baek-san wonders if he's the only one who can see this kid's immense, shining talent. He quietly closes a book, having made a decision about the boy's potential. The sect leader praises our boy's deep understanding, noting it's a great observation for someone so young. When asked about his plans, Dako Hyun starts to talk about the disciples' training, but Baek-san cuts him off with a firm no. The leader clarifies he's not asking about the trash-tier disciples. He wants to know about Dako Hyun's own path. Our boy is left speechless, forced to consider a future he hadn't planned for. Our boy finally opens up, explaining that while he finds the Manhwa arts incredible, he's also found them lacking. Having prioritized efficiency his whole life just to survive, he couldn't help but see gaps. Why not use a heavier sword, or even bare hands? Head constantly wondered if it was okay to stray from the sect's rigid path and experiment with new combat tactics. This wasn't a new thought. Head agonized over it, even hoping the legendary Hyun-jo wouldn't be too upset with his radical ideas. Facing the sect leader, he simply states his plan isn't anything too grand or complicated. He declares that as Mu-hui, he intends to do what his master couldn't, and fill the position he left vacant. To our boy, the mission is clear. Walk the path your master started, and then become strong enough to surpass them. He frames it as a disciple's duty, then cheekily adds that he's basically just going to do whatever he wants. The sect leader is dumbfounded for a second, but then a wave of understanding washes over him. He finally gets why he sees Hyun-jo in this kid. It's not just about talent. It's because our boy has the sheer audacity and will to carry on the legend's ambition. The sect leader admits that creating a new martial technique will be an incredibly difficult path, but his serious demeanor completely shatters, as he breaks out into a hearty laugh, overflowing with genuine pride for our boy. He tells him that he's certain Hyun-jo would be overjoyed by this news. Internally, the leader reflects on how the disciple he worried about most has now become his greatest hope. He sees an unshakable fire and determination in the kid's eyes. His mind drifts to a metaphor. Plum blossoms that endure the harshest winter bloom with the most intense fragrance. It triggers a painful flashback to the fall of Manhwa, where he laments being unable to protect his comrades. But now, he sees a new flower bud has survived the tragedy, and he vows to nurture it. Our boy calmly replies that Manhwa is home to many flowers, not just the plum blossom, hinting at a new beginning. The sect leader then poses a question. Does he know why, of all things, they chose the plum flower as their symbol? With a knowing smile, he tells our boy to mull it over, hinting that the answer holds great meaning. Feeling he's taken up enough time, the old man prepares to take his leave. He turns and begins to walk away under the serene, moonlit night. But as he gazes at the plum blossoms, he suddenly stops in his tracks. He turns back, remembering there was one more thing he needed to say. But our boy speaks first, acknowledging that he too has lost a master. Yet he can't pretend to understand the leader's exact pain. He offers a new perspective, to see this not as an end, but as a chance to celebrate the life that was lived. The words hang in the air, as Dako Hyun himself reflects on the idea of celebrating a life. Dumbfounded by such wisdom from a young disciple, the sect leader simply thanks him and walks away, truly moved. As the sect leader walks away, he can't get the boy's words out of his head, pondering the meaning of the plum blossom sword. This triggers a memory for Dako Hyun, a flashback to when he first met the man Baek-san mourns, calling him his junior. Back then, had mocked Hyunjo's fragile appearance, threatening him for his arrogance and rash nature. But Hyunjo, with a grin, saw those qualities as perfect for muscle growth and offered to show him a new training method. Back in the present, our boy is using that exact, brutal training method, pushing his new body to its absolute limit. He muses that this connection to the crazy old man is perfect for forging his trash-tier body into something formidable. Just as he's getting into the zone, a female disciple runs up and calls out to him. She urgently tells him this is no time to be training, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. With uncontained excitement, she declares that it's finally time, but he has no clue what she's talking about. She finally spills the beans. The sect leader has given him a mission to go down the mountain. Turns out, while our boy was training, the Manhwa elders were having a serious meeting about the third-generation disciples. The sect leader, Baek-san, explains they're behind schedule on recruitment because of the devastating Shaanxi massacre. One elder suggests they should recruit from the outer sects to project an image of strength and recovery. This gives Baek-san an idea. He thinks they should send a disciple to check on the Shaanxi outer sect. He knows the unorthodox alliance is just waiting to fill the power vacuum left in the region, so they can't afford to wait. After all, the outer sect's power is a direct reflection of the main sect, and right now, they're looking weak. Baek-san grimly notes that the Shaanxi branch took the biggest hit and is likely feeling the most anxious. Sending a disciple would reassure them, but the big question is who they can possibly spare for the task. Everyone is swamped with work, but Baek-san insists this is a matter they can no longer ignore. He finally proposes a solution. Send a second-generation disciple to get some real-world experience in the Jianghu. One of the elders agrees with the plan but worries that the outside world is still too chaotic for a young disciple. Another suggests they just send a few of their most talented disciples, perhaps the famed Three Flowers. But then Hyungak chimes in with a smirk, proposing they send Mu Huai instead, confident he'd have no problem. The sect leader, Baek-san, is caught completely off guard by the out-of-left-field suggestion. In fact, the entire room is dumbfounded. Why on earth would they send their most infamous trash-tier disciple? An elder voices everyone's concern, noting that Mu Shui has changed so much in the past month he's almost a different person. Baek-san, however, seems to consider the idea, brushing off the concerns with a calm expression. The decision is made, and the focus shifts to the Manhwa sect's signature technique, the plum blossom sword. A new journey is about to begin under the clear blue sky. The destination is set. The disciple is headed to Posong City. Our boy and his fellow disciples finally arrive in Posong City, and he's feeling pretty good about it. He figures the small town must at least have some decent drinks, but one of his companions, Mu Hua, spots something far more interesting. She's absolutely floored by a steaming plate of chicken, having never seen food look so delicious. Another disciple reminds her to maintain the dignity of the Manhwa sect, but she's already distracted by other heavenly smells. As they walk, Mu Hua completely loses it, now smelling lamb meat and embarrassing the whole group. Dako Hyun just watches the chaos unfold, a little exasperated by his team's lack of discipline. Mu Hua gets right in his face, trying to convince him to appreciate the amazing food around them. But just as she's getting worked up, someone grabs her arm, stopping her in her tracks. She's completely stunned, her food-crazed excitement instantly vanishing. Turning around, she finds herself face to face with a mysterious, stern-looking man. The entire group comes to a halt as the man and his crew block their path, creating a tense standoff. The top-knot disciple panics, telling Mu Hua to apologize immediately for causing trouble. But the stranger just scoffs, mocking the plum flowers, and asking if the Manhwa sect teaches its disciples any manners. Mu Hua is having none of it, firing back that he was the one who bumped into her and should be the one apologizing. Doko Hyun calmly tells her she wasn't looking, while his mind races, identifying these guys as a criminal organization. The man smirks, thinking they're just some trash-tier thugs who filled the power vacuum left by the Shaanxi outer sect. Our boy realizes these guys are too bold to be acting alone, but ultimately decides he doesn't care who's backing them. He sees this as a perfect opportunity. A real-world lesson for the kids on how to deal with scum. One of the thugs with a top-knot smirks, completely oblivious to the danger he's in. Suddenly, a chopstick zips past and stops a hair's breadth from his eye, freezing the man in pure terror. The thug's eye reflects the chopstick, a stark warning that he's a dead man if he moves. It's our boy, Dako Hyun, who coldly asks the thug where he thinks he's looking. With his sword now drawn, he tells the goon he knew from the start he'd bumped into Manhwa on purpose. He was just testing them, but they crossed the line by disrespecting the Manhwa sect. The thug is completely dumbfounded, realizing Dako Hyun knows they're from the criminal underworld. He immediately tries to grovel and apologize, but Dako Hyun isn't having any of it. Our boy flatly rejects the apology and tells them to get lost if they value their eyesight. The thug can see it in his eyes. This kid is dead serious, and will absolutely stab him. Dako Hyun's glare is utterly terrifying, a silent promise of violence. Without a second thought, the thugs turn tail and flee for their lives. Manhwa starts to apologize, but Dako Hyun shuts it down, asking why she's bowing when the underworld thugs were the ones in the wrong. Seeing everyone is a bit rattled, he calmly suggests they find an inn and get something to eat. The cheerful female disciple gets excited at the mention of food, and our boy tells her to order whatever she wants. But Mujin is having a moment of clarity, realizing he completely misjudged the situation and forced his junior to apologize for nothing. He was so caught up in protecting the sect's reputation that he failed to defend its honor when it was challenged. He's amazed that Dako Hyun not only understood everything but handled the confrontation like a seasoned veteran. Mujin concludes their senior is acting tough to be a pillar they can lean on, while Dako Hyun briefly regrets not just stabbing the guy. This sparks a fire in Mujin, who silently vows to get stronger, so he can handle things himself next time. He becomes fiercely determined to ensure no one will ever dare look down on the Manhwa sect again. Later at the inn, Dako Hyun orders a feast for everyone, and Mujin can't help but stare at him with newfound respect. After demolishing a mountain of food, Manhwa finally puts down her last empty bowl. The entire table is littered with stacks of plates, a testament to the absolute feast they just had. Dako Hyun playfully jabs at Manhwa for eating less, but she retorts that he was the one eating like a starved beast. With their bellies full, our boy brings up their mission, complaining that the sect leader gave them zero useful instructions. He then brings up the noteworthy incident from earlier, and Manhwa recounts how some thugs tried to pick a fight over their room. But when Dako Hyun drops the word underworld, she's stunned, realizing those guys were part of something much bigger. He then casually suggests they go teach a lesson to those lowlifes, leaving the rest of the team completely speechless. Later that night, the group walks through the town, the weight of their senior's proposal hanging in the air. Manhwa breaks the silence, cautiously agreeing that they should at least investigate the matter. Mujin seconds the idea, saying they need intel first, prompting Dako Hyun to turn to Muchil for his input. Even the quiet Muchil agrees that gathering intel is the right move, and with that, the team is finally on the same page. Without wasting a second, our boy leaps into action, taking charge of the entire operation. Meanwhile, we get a nasty look at the kind of trash they're dealing with. A group of thugs cornering a woman and an old man. From a rooftop, Dako Hyun lays out the plan. The three of them have until tomorrow evening to find out everything about the local underworld. These lowlifes are known as underworlders, a term for those who commit immoral acts for their own twisted reasons. The thugs get handsy, sneering at the woman while the narration explains that these aren't grand villains, just petty criminals. Unlike the Black Knight Palace, these guys have no grand ideology. The woman looks on in horror, a sudden realization dawning on her. She tries to outsmart them, claiming they miscalculated the interest on a debt, but the thugs are just confused by her words. The bald thug gets a disgusting look in his eye, suggesting she can pay with something other than money, proving he's just driven by greed and pleasure. The narration clarifies that even paid killers can be considered underworlders, though they're more commonly known simply as assassins. Essentially, underworlders are just trash-tier thugs who will never amount to anything more. Suddenly, our boy Dako Hyun appears, wondering aloud if these idiots are arrogant or just plain stupid to pick a fight with a Manhwa disciple. The thugs are completely dumbfounded, having no idea who this cloaked stranger is. One of them demands to know who he is, asking where their lookout, a guy named Youngbong, has gone. Turns out, Youngbong got a little too impatient and is now taking a nap on the ground, courtesy of our boy. Dako Hyun cuts to the chase, asking them who they're working for and who has their back. The thugs are just confused by his questions, thinking this guy is just looking for a beatdown. They tell him to scram if he knows what's good for him, but Dako Hyun remains completely unfazed. He's done talking, deciding hell just find out what he needs to know himself, since he was looking for them anyway. The long-haired thug just scoffs, telling his crew to ignore the mumbling weirdo and get back to business. Before the thug can even finish his sentence, Dako Hyun explodes into action, a blur of motion aimed right at him. A brutal kick sends the long-haired thug flying, his scream echoing through the night. The bald thug is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know what this lunatic is doing. But our boy is already on the move again, slamming another goon into the dirt before anyone can even blink. The first thug is out cold, his eyes rolled back, a one-hit knockout from a guy they thought was a joke. Seeing this, the bald thug's bravado shatters, and he lets go of the woman in pure shock. Dako Hyun calmly gets his attention, calling him a pig, and the thug can only stammer back a terrified yes. He tells the thug his martial arts are third-rate garbage, offering a grim deal, attack with killing intent, and he might just survive. Then, with a deadpan expression, he adds the most important demand of all. Hand over the wallet. The bald thug is so utterly broken by the sheer terror and audacity that he wets himself on the spot. Meanwhile, the lookout Dako Hyun left tied up lets out a bored yawn, still recovering from his beating. His superior finally shows up, nagging him for taking so long just to take a leak. The old man grumbles that his drink is going to get cold while he waits for this slowpoke. Annoyed, he walks over to the lookout, who's still tied firmly to a tree. The lookout, despite his bruises, tells his boss he saw something fun and just had to share it. He explains that some kid just ordered an insane amount of food and then completely vanished with it. It was, of course, the Manhwa disciples, now walking off into the night with their massive haul. Muhwa and Mucheol carry the heavy bundles, clearly on a mission to feed the whole sect. Mujin leads the way, his face set with determination as they head back to their temporary base. Turns out, they're all meeting up at an inn where their elder, Baek-san, is waiting patiently. Meanwhile, our boy Dako Hyun is also on the move, taking a quiet moment with some tea, but as he travels through a poor village with the supplies, the smell of food begins to drift. A group of local beggars catch the scent, wondering where the smell of pork belly is coming from. Seeing the bundles, they figure some out-of-touch rich kid is just asking to be robbed. Convinced they can't hold back, they swarm the cloaked figure, ready to check the bundles. Before their hands can even get close, a blindingly fast sword strike flashes between them. Dako Hyun stands there, his blade drawn, having carved a warning line into the very ground they stand on. He gives them a cold, simple warning. Lay a hand on the food, and he'll cut their heads off. The beggars are left completely stunned, realizing this young master is far from an easy target. Their leader, So Jingge of the beggar sect, quickly steps forward to apologize for his men's insolence. With the point made, our boy calmly sheathes his sword. He introduces himself simply as Mu Huai from the Manhwa sect, his new identity. So Jingge explains the beggar sect regretted not being able to help during the Shaanxi massacre, but Dako Hyun waves it off, showing he understands the political pressure they were under. The beggar leader then asks what business a Manhwa disciple has with them, and Dako Hyun cuts to the chase. He needs intel on the local underworld. But first, he suggests they talk over the food he brought before it gets cold. So Jingge is amused by this strange young master, and they quickly find a place to settle down. As he tears into the food, the beggar leader starts spilling the details he knows. He explains these thugs are from the brutal Blood faction, who moved in after Manhwa's outer sect was annihilated in the massacre. Dako Hyun confirms he's already dealt with a few, noting their third-rate martial arts. Just as So Jingge gets comfortable, our boy interrupts, telling him they haven't even gotten to the important part yet. Our boy gets straight to the point, asking about the puppet master pulling the brutal Blood faction's strings. So Jingge is taken aback, wondering how this kid could possibly suspect a mastermind is involved. Dako Hyun lays out his logic. Posung is way too big for a single, third-rate gang to monopolize so easily. With Manhwa gone, a power vacuum was created, and it makes no sense for just one group to take over uncontested. Normally, dozens of factions would be tearing each other apart for a piece of the pie, leaving So Jingge dumbfounded by his insight. The beggar leader is genuinely impressed, realizing this kid is far more discerning than any rookie has a right to be. So Jingge admits he was hesitant to mention it because he wasn't certain, but Dako Hyun just tells him to spit it out. After a moment, he warns our boy not to be surprised, and reveals there's a powerful martial artist connected to the faction. He drops the bomb. The backer is from the Guyu sword sect, and Dako Hyun's eyes widen in shock. Turns out, the Guyu sword sect isn't just some random group. They're one of the 3 biggest sects in all of Shaanxi. So Jingge explains that the Guyu sword sect is a whole different beast, even bigger than Manhwa, and they've never given a damn about their neighbors. But Dako Hyun isn't buying it. Something feels off, as a sect that powerful wouldn't be so subtle, nor would they waste time on a backwater town. The beggar leader agrees, certain the mastermind is from the sect, but their methods are just too crude and blatant for a major power. Our boy acknowledges the beggar's intel, but doubles down, stating he just doesn't believe the sect itself is making a direct move here. He then asks the million-dollar question. If it's not the sect, then who is the specific martial artist pulling the strings? So Jingge finally drops the name he's been holding back, suspecting it's the infamous Red Wolf sword from the Guyu sword sect. Seeing our boy's shocked reaction, so Jingge nervously confirms the name, figuring it would be stranger if he hadn't heard of such a notorious figure. He grabs Dako Hyun's cloak, warning him to be extremely careful, while our boy just mutters the name Red Wolf sword to himself. Dako Hyun's mind is racing, processing this new, dangerous piece of the puzzle. But in a brilliant twist, he glances at the other beggars and thinks to himself that he's actually never heard of the guy. His entire reaction was a bluff. Back at his quarters, the morning light breaks as our boy mulls over his next move. He stares out the window, replaying the conversation in his head. In the end, he had to admit to himself that his bluff got him nowhere. He flashes back to the night before, recalling how he told the beggars he had no intel on the Red Wolf sword and needed their help. So Jingge had offered him a drink, and our boy, trying to play it cool, just asked if it was only tea. The beggar leader poured him a cup, and Dako Hyun's plan was simple. Humor the man and get him to spill everything. He figured he'd just have a small taste to get the information flowing, but he hadn't considered one critical factor. The moment the wine hits his tongue, he's absolutely dumbfounded. The flavor is unlike anything he's ever tasted. So Jingge just smirks, knowing full well he's served up some legendary stuff. The beggar reminisces about how long it's been, but then eyes Dako Hyun with suspicion, wondering why a supposed martial artist seems so new to the world. Back in the present, Dako Hyun admits to himself that he just kept drinking because the wine was just that good. He failed to get any intel, but he's not sweating it, figuring he's already got a solid idea of what's going on. As he opens the door to his room, he wonders what choices the beggars will make now that he's stirred the pot. With some time to kill, our boy decides he might as well enjoy the legendary wine he managed to snag. Later that night, under a full moon, his quiet evening is about to be interrupted. Suddenly, Mu Jin and Mu Hua appear outside his room, catching the unmistakable scent of alcohol in the air. Dako Hyun turns to face them, his relaxed mood instantly vanishing as he gets down to business. He sits down and coldly demands to know what they've learned during their investigation. But Mu Hua isn't having it. She immediately calls him out, asking if he was just sitting here drinking while they were working. He flatly denies it, refusing to repeat himself and once again demanding they give him their report, his tone leaving no room for argument. Mu Jin begins his report, explaining that a group of underworlders has filled the power vacuum and taken control of Posung. Mu Hua chimes in, describing them as a bunch of evil bastards who rob and murder civilians without a second thought. The biggest problem, Mu Jin adds, is that these thugs know martial arts, which makes them a huge threat to ordinary people. Dako Hyun gives them a rare compliment for their good work, then announces it's his turn to share what he's uncovered. He confirms their information is accurate but tells them there's a huge hole in the story that they need to be skeptical of. Our boy cuts right to the chase, asking the one question that matters. How did these lowlifes learn martial arts? He acknowledges that getting your hands on a book for some third-rate techniques is laughably easy. But he scoffs at the idea that these particular thugs, who'd sooner burn a book for warmth, would ever bother to study one. It's just too unlikely, he concludes. Someone must have actively helped them, teaching them how to fight. He then drops the bomb. He already knows who did it, but the reason why is still a mystery, leaving them all dumbfounded. Mu Jin can't take the suspense and asks who this mysterious backer is. Dako Hyun just sits there calmly, letting the tension build for a moment. He then drops the name of their target, the infamous Red Wolf sword. And the real kicker? He's from the Nine Hells sword sect, leaving the disciples utterly speechless. Mu Jin is completely floored. This means they're not just dealing with some trash-tier criminals anymore. Our boy then casually suggests they just ambush the whole group and wipe them out, asking what they think. The disciples are dumbfounded, wondering if he's seriously proposing a war with a major sect. Mu Cheol, ever the cautious one, insists they must report this to the elders before doing anything rash, and Mu Jin quickly agrees. Dako Hyun just gives them a sly look, clearly unimpressed with their by-the-book thinking. Mu Hua chimes in too, agreeing with her senior disciples that reporting is the only logical choice. But Mu Hua, filled with a sense of justice, declares that they need to stand up to them. Mu Jin, however, immediately shuts that down with a hard no. He reminds them of their reality. Manhwa is still reeling from a massacre and can't afford a war with a major sect. Our boy Dako Hyun just sits there, arms crossed, completely unfazed by the warning that it's too dangerous. Mu Jin presses on, explaining that if the Nine Hells sword sect is really involved, it could trigger a full-blown war. Dako Hyun finally stands, telling him not to worry because something like that is never going to happen. Mu Jin is dumbfounded, asking how he can be so sure. But Dako Hyun simply says this isn't their style. He then lays out the facts. The Nine Hells Sword sect is tyrannical and would attack head-on, not with sneaky schemes. Besides, he adds, Manhwa is so weak right now they could be wiped out easily, and the sect has bigger problems to deal with. His final conclusion is simple. It's not the Nine Hells Sword sect, and even if it is, they won't start a war over this. With the explanation over, our boy tells them it's time to go, but Mu Jin is still reeling, asking where they're even headed. Mu Jin demands to know where he got such specific information and if he's sure it's trustworthy. Dako Hyun calmly reveals his source, the beggar sect. Mu Jin is utterly dumbfounded. He can't believe his ears. Turns out, the beggar sect is an orthodox organization, not just a bunch of random vagrants. They're the largest organization in all of Muram, using their vast numbers to gather and sell intelligence. And you can't underestimate them. They have their own martial arts and a strict code of ethics. With that said, Dako Hyun makes his move, ready to act on the intel. He states that any information from this organization is absolutely trustworthy, as he leads the group out into the night. Dako Hyun tells Mu Jin to stop worrying, clarifying that while he wants them dead, he'll try the peaceful route first. Mu Jin decides to calm down and trust his senior, but just as he does, Dako Hyun announces they've arrived at their destination. As Mu Jin resolves not to be a burden, the entire front gate of the enemy compound is violently obliterated right before their eyes. Both Manhwa and Mu Jin are left completely dumbfounded, wondering what on earth happened to the peaceful plan. The enemy guards are thrown into chaos, shouting in panic that someone has just smashed through their main gate. As the dust settles, a guard demands to know who they are, but our boy simply remarks how convenient it is that everyone's gathered. He then issues a chilling demand. Tell the Red Wolf Sword and their leader to come out immediately. Drawing his blade just enough to make a point, he adds that they better come out and kneel in apology. With his sword fully drawn, he delivers his final ultimatum. If they beg for forgiveness, he'll at least spare their pathetic lives. The stage is set for a bloody confrontation at the Red Wolf clan's headquarters. One of the guards suddenly recognizes the plum blossom symbol on their uniforms, realizing they're from the Manhwa sect. Manhwa whispers that this isn't peaceful at all, but our boy just lectures her that this is how you ambush people in Jianghu. The commotion finally draws out their leader, who stomps out demanding to know what all the ruckus is about. A subordinate stammers that the intruders are from Manhwa, leaving the leader utterly baffled. He can't believe it, wondering if these kids are really from that legendary sect. Dako Hyun and his crew just stand there, their silence more intimidating than any threat. The leader scoffs, calling them a bunch of overconfident kids and asking if they're tired of living. He tries to dismiss them, saying he has an important guest, but Dako Hyun simply replies that he's not leaving. In fact, he tells the leader that they're the ones who are going to die, and had better watch his tone. The Red Wolf leader is completely dumbfounded, asking if they're insane and warning them they have no idea who they're messing with. He loses his temper and orders his men to teach these trash-tier newbies a lesson, but tells them to stop short of killing them. His goons eagerly draw their swords, ready to put the hurt on the Manhwa disciples. But our boy and his crew just stand there, completely unfazed by the pathetic show of force. Manhwa, however, looks absolutely stunned, her eyes wide with shock at something she sees behind them. Turns out, the important guest the leader mentioned was just a poor soul getting beaten to a pulp by his men. The victim is a bloody mess on the ground, barely clinging to life. This raw brutality is a bit more than Manhwa was expecting, and she's completely frozen in horror. One of the other disciples notices her state and calls out her name, trying to snap her out of it. The sight of the brutalized man is a grim reminder of just what kind of scum they're dealing with. It's not just one victim. The man was desperately trying to shield a woman from the brutal beating. Even while unconscious and bleeding, his body is still covering hers in a final, protective gesture. The man's eyes flicker open for a moment, a silent plea for help before he fades out again. The woman is just as battered, lying unconscious and covered in blood beneath him. Seeing this, Manhwa snaps and charges forward, completely losing her cool. The two goons in front of her raise their swords, ready to cut down the reckless disciple. But before they can even blink, Mu Jin intercepts, unleashing the bamboo leaf hand technique. The guards are dumbfounded, as their wrists are struck with pinpoint precision. Their swords fly from their grasp as they're sent tumbling backward by the force of the blow. The other disciples immediately surround Manhwa, scolding her for running off on her own like that. Mu Jin checks on the victims and realizes they're in critical condition. They need a physician, now. But one of the goons staggers back up, sneering at who gave them permission to take anyone. The bald thug gets cocky, thinking these Manhwa disciples are trash tier, and his crew can easily overwhelm them. Their leader, a stern-looking man with gray hair, watches his men regroup for another assault. Our boy Dako Hyun just observes, thinking Mu Jin went easy on them and scoffs at her soft-heartedness. The gray-haired leader then calls out Manhwa for hesitating to kill, before his eyes lock onto Dako Hyun, who's just been standing there. He sees Dako Hyun's bored expression not as arrogance, but as pure confidence, and decides a one-on-one fight is a bad idea. The leader's new plan is simple: help his men crush the other disciples. Then they'll all jump Dako Hyun together. Suddenly, he charges forward, yelling encouragement to his men, but completely ignores Dako Hyun, leaving him dumbfounded. Dako Hyun is confused for a second, but then a slight smirk appears as he realizes this is the exact chaotic situation he wanted. Dako Hyun smirks, realizing these disciples are total rookies to the Jianghu, knowing absolutely nothing about real fights. Manhwa is completely caught off guard by the underhanded tactics these thugs are using. They're used to honorable duels, not street brawls where people throw dirt and spit to gain an edge. Unlike the Black Knight Palace incident, there are no seniors to bail them out this time. They're completely on their own. It's a simple, brutal equation. If they don't kill these guys, they're the ones who are going to die. Manhwa finds herself on the ground with a blade to her neck, a harsh lesson that skill level means nothing in a fight for your life. Our boy watches from a distance, thinking this is exactly the kind of wake-up call they all needed. But just as he's about to write them all off, he notices something an exception to the rule. His gaze lands on one disciple who isn't struggling in the slightest. Turns out Mu Chaol is cut from a different cloth, effortlessly handling the thugs like they're nothing. A bald thug charges in screaming, but Mu Chaol just gives him a look of utter boredom. With a simple, clean move, he sends the attacker face-planting into the dirt. Another one of these goons thinks he can get the drop on him, reaching for his sword, but Mu Chaol's reflexes are just on another level, stopping the blade before it's even drawn. He twists the thug's arm and slams him into the ground, neutralizing him instantly. A nearby guard is left completely dumbfounded, realizing he's picked a fight with a monster. Just as he clears his area, a new, masked enemy with a chilling aura steps out of the shadows. The sudden appearance of a real killer finally wipes the calm expression off Mu Chaol's face. Meanwhile, Dako Hyun's attention is drawn to the guard's actual leader, who's finally making a move. The gray-haired veteran grins sadistically, revealing his scummy tactic. He's going to hunt down the weakest disciple first. The gray-haired leader makes his move, slamming poor Manhwa into the ground with overwhelming force. The other Red Wolf goons are completely stunned, shouting that their leader has been taken down. So Jingge starts to panic, asking his comrades what they should do now that they're facing a monster. From a balcony above, their true boss calmly tells them to pick another target. He declares that whoever kills the Manhwa kids will be promoted to the new leader, trying to incite a bloodthirsty frenzy. The disciples are horrified as they finally recognize the man's infamous title, the Red Wolf Sword. But our boy Dako Hyun is completely unfazed, remarking that he was wondering when the real boss would finally crawl out. The Red Wolf Sword smirks, surprised and a little flattered that a young disciple from Manhwa knows who he is. He calls it an honor, but Dako Hyun immediately shuts him down with a simple no. He then clarifies that he only learned about him yesterday, a casual dismissal that leaves the legendary mercenary utterly dumbfounded. Our boy just smirks, telling the mercenary he doesn't bother learning the names of weaklings. The Red Wolf Sword is furious, scolding him for speaking like a demonic artist instead of a proper disciple. He crushes his cup, a clear sign that he's done talking and is ready to fight. Leaping down, he warns Dako Hyun that he's going to have to give this fight his all. Dako Hyun just stares back, questioning if he really needs to go all out for someone like him. He then casually states that he's not so sure about that. He asks the mercenary if he's even strong enough to be worthy of his full strength. But before the Red Wolf Sword can even react, Dako Hyun is already behind him, grabbing his head in a vice grip. In a flash, he slams the legendary mercenary's face straight into the unforgiving stone ground. The fight is over in an instant as the Red Wolf Sword's weapon clatters uselessly beside him. The Red Wolf Sword tries to counterattack, but our boy is already moving, dodging with impossible speed. The mercenary is completely dumbfounded, wondering how he's moving so fast. He realizes with horror that he didn't just miss the attack. He didn't even see his feet move. The old man is sweating bullets, trying to process the massive gap in their power. Hes confused why Dako Hyun hasn't even bothered to draw his sword yet. He tries to rationalize it, refusing to believe some young punk could be on a higher level than him. But Dako Hyun isn't thinking about any of that. He's just glad he found a decent opponent. He finally draws his blade, admitting to himself that he just wants to test his new swordsmanship. Turns out, he's been training non-stop for a month, trying to fuse his old style with Manhwa's techniques. But he never had a chance to test it because everyone at the sect was either too weak or too busy. Our boy thinks to himself that this old swordsman is a precious find for a sparring partner. Hes not exactly a top-tier warrior, but he'll do for a warm-up. Spurred on by the disrespect, the Red Wolf sword leaps in for a furious attack. Doko Hyun just stands there, completely unfazed by the incoming blade. He dodges the slash with a minimal, almost insulting, lean back. With the opening created, he prepares a counterattack with his bare hand. He unleashes the Manhwa sect's bamboo leaf hand, striking the old man square in the chest. The Red Wolf sword stumbles back, dumbfounded that he was hit with a non-sword technique. Doko Hyun's eyes begin to glow, signaling that the real fight is about to start. He blitzes forward with inhuman speed, landing a clean, powerful strike on his opponent. The Red Wolf sword is completely stunned, his mind reeling from the speed and precision of the last blow. He stumbles back, wondering how this kid could have possibly read his steps after seeing only 2 attacks. The horrifying realization dawns on him. The only reason he couldn't follow our boy's movements was the massive, undeniable gap in their levels. He grips his sword, refusing to accept that a young disciple could be so far beyond a seasoned mercenary like him. Finally composing himself, he admits he was a fool for looking down on Doko Hyun and readies his stance. With a grimace, he declares that the time for games is over. He's about to go all out. He puts every ounce of his strength into a final, desperate lunge. Doko Hyun just watches the incoming attack with a look of utter boredom, as if swatting a fly. The Red Wolf sword unleashes his ultimate technique, a ferocious golden wolf made of pure energy that barrels towards our boy. The other Manhwa disciples can only watch in horror, screaming for their senior brother to be careful. But our boy simply meets the attack with his own, unleashing the falling plum blossom sword. The so-called ultimate technique shatters into nothing more than harmless, glowing petals. Doko Hyun casually remarks that the redbud sword technique is fierce, but riddled with openings. To make matters worse, he points out that the old man hasn't even learned the second half of it, leaving the mercenary dumbfounded. Before the Red Wolf sword can even process how he knows this, Doko Hyun closes the distance in a flash. The mercenary is thrown completely on the defensive, barely parrying a storm of blindingly fast strikes. He grits his teeth, trying to keep up, but he can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. In his mind, he's certain he blocked every single attack, but a sudden sharp pain tells a different story. He glances down, confused, wondering if it was an illusion or just a rapid sword technique he couldn't perceive. But the clean, deep gash on his shoulder is all the proof he needs. He was hit without even realizing it. Before he can even react, the air is filled with the sound of slicing as blood flies. His underlings, including So Jingae, can only stare in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding. It wasn't just blood. A lock of the mercenary captain's hair drifts to the ground, a sign of total humiliation. The Red Wolf sword touches his face, feeling the fresh, bloody gash now carved permanently across his eye. But the physical pain is nothing compared to the ice-cold realization that Doko Hyun deliberately avoided a fatal blow. He watches our boy's back, wondering why he was shown mercy, recalling he's been held back on from the very beginning. He tries to push the question aside, telling himself the reason for the kid's restraint doesn't matter. What truly plagues his mind is the source of this monstrous strength in someone so unbelievably young. Gritting his teeth, he seethes, wondering if he's just run into another one of those damned, heaven-sent talents. His pride completely shatters, and he roars in fury, screaming that this kid has no right to look down on him. Finally pushed to his limit, the Red Wolf sword roars that he's from the Nine Hells sword sect and unleashes his ultimate technique. 3 massive golden wolves made of pure energy lunge towards our boy, but Doko Hyun doesn't even flinch. He just raises his blade, preparing a single, clean slice to counter the flashy, oversized attack. In the blink of an eye, the wolves vanish, and the mercenary captain is sent flying, his body torn apart by the counter. Mu Chaeol and the other guards are completely dumbfounded, unable to process what they just witnessed. The Red Wolf sword struggles to his knees, his body and pride utterly shattered. His mind flashes back through his entire life, recalling that he was already a seasoned warrior when this kid was still in diapers. He can't comprehend how decades of his relentless effort could be so effortlessly destroyed in a single moment. The old mercenary realizes with horror that he couldn't even follow his opponent's movements, let alone land a scratch. He screams in absolute despair, questioning why his entire life's work is being treated like it's nothing. His mind flashes back to a different monster, a demon with a stitched-up face who slaughtered his enemies with the same terrifying ease. The mercenary captain finally collapses, accepting the cruelest truth of the martial world. There's nothing as unfair as raw talent. He realizes his entire life's work was just a stepping stone for some young prospect to make a name for himself. With his dying breath, he spits out that our boy must be a rising star from the Nine Hells sword sect. Doko Hyun is just dumbfounded, having absolutely no clue what this old man is rambling on about. The captain continues his rant, saying it must feel nice to get all that glory by cutting him down. but he tells him to enjoy the fame while he can, because he's fated to die just like him. He warns that once the Nine Hells Sword Sect learns of his death, they'll hunt our boy down. But Dako Hyun just thinks he's being awfully chatty for a dying man. A swift kick to the chest is all it takes to silence the old mercenary for good. Standing over the corpse, Dako Hyun coldly dismisses the man's final words as nothing more than an inferiority complex. But as Dako Hyun looks closer, he spots a tattoo on the man's chest, realizing he was part of the Otherworld unit. Our boy knows all about the Nine Hells Sword Sect's three main divisions, the Otherworld, Hell, and Despair units. He recalls that the Otherworld unit is basically the trash tier division, completely sidelined from any real power. It all starts to click. He finally understands why a major sect at war would be messing around in this backwater region. Their official mission was just to provide rear support, a boring guard duty assignment for the weakest unit. But these ambitious fools went rogue, trying to rack up their own merits by stirring up trouble on the side. The dying mercenary is completely dumbfounded, asking how he could possibly know all this. But Dako Hyun just scoffs. He tells him not to expect any backup, because the Otherworld unit will do everything in its power to hide his death. After all, by going rogue, they've given the other two units the perfect excuse to purge them for insubordination. The mercenary chokes on his own blood, realizing he's not just dead, he's been a pawn in a game that will get his entire unit annihilated. Our boy just scoffs, asking if he really thinks a trash-tier group like the Otherworld unit could possibly scare him. After all, this is the man who faced the entire Nine Hells Sword Sect all by himself in his past life. Unfortunately for one onlooker, he's just witnessed the entire bloodbath firsthand. The old man, So Jingge, is absolutely petrified, realizing he's next on the chopping block. As Dako Hyun turns his back, So Jingge sees a sliver of a chance to escape notice. He immediately drops to the ground, trying to play dead or invisible. The poor guy literally starts digging his face into the dirt, hoping our boy just walks away. He desperately tells himself that he saw nothing, that he wasn't even here. His fists clench in pure terror as he repeats the mantra in his head. But it's no use. A hand grabs him by the hair, and Dako Hyun lifts him up like a sack of potatoes. With ice in his veins, Dako Hyun orders the terrified man to stop lying there and deal with the aftermath immediately. So Jingge, practically wetting himself, stammers out a pathetic "yes sir," ready to do anything to survive. Fast forward, and our boy is now sifting through stacks of ledgers he's confiscated from the Red Wolf's headquarters. Turns out, the dead mercenary leader kept meticulous records of all his criminal enterprises, from protection rackets to loan sharking. He's gathered all the remaining Red Wolf thugs and asks if this is everyone, to which they nervously confirm. Dako Hyun then drops the bomb. They will return all the money they extorted and shut down the gambling den, all of it by the end of the day. When he asks for complaints, one of the goons foolishly points out that accomplishing all that today seems a little difficult. Dako Hyun's gaze turns absolutely lethal as he leans in and just says, "So?" The man immediately backpedals, but it's too late. Our boy tells the room they're fundamentally mistaken about his intentions. He clarifies that he isn't sparing them out of mercy. They're just trash who need to stay alive so their victims have someone to direct their anger at. He tells them not to even think about atoning through death, because their sins are far heavier than that. The only right way forward is for them to live and spend their entire lives making up for what they've done, a reality the terrified thugs quickly accept. With the grunts dismissed, he tells the former leader, So Jingge, to stay behind and orders his fellow disciples to supervise the cleanup. Manhwa pulls him aside, asking what he's up to now, to which he replies that he has something else to do. She's not buying it for a second, bluntly asking if he's just going to get wasted again like last time. He just tells her to keep an eye on them, and she agrees before heading out with the others. Now alone with the trembling leader, our boy smirks to himself, impressed that Manhwa caught on so quickly. He assures the man that this time, it's not about alcohol, which only confuses the former gang leader more. Dako Hyun's expression turns sharp as he tells the man to stop hiding it, claiming his nose can't be fooled. Turns out, our boy knows he has a stash of tuber fleece flower, and he's here to collect. Our boy flashes back to his past life, recalling how he had to hunt for rare opportunities to get stronger. Without a sect or any money, he had to search for elixirs all on his own. But he knew these things were rare for a reason. You don't find them, you stumble upon them by sheer luck. It took him 7 long years before he finally chanced upon a tuber fleece flower while resting after training. Back in the present, he follows the former gang leader, remembering the bitter, earthy scent he could never forget. So Jingge is dumbfounded, explaining they accidentally found a 200-year-old fleece flower and can't believe our boy sniffed it out. He adds that the Red Wolf sword was meant to have it, but now it belongs to a more worthy master before being dismissed. With the man gone, Doko Hyun secures the heavy iron door, ensuring he won't be disturbed. He notes the thick stone walls make this a perfect spot to practice energy circulation, just like any proper martial arts hideout. Opening the box, he recalls eating a 300-year-old flower in his past life. This 200-year-old one might be weaker, but it'll do the trick. Our boy smirks, knowing that no matter the age, this fleece flower is a precious treasure. He gets ready to enjoy what he believes is a simple 200-year-old elixir. But the moment he opens the box, his eyes widen in pure disbelief. He's completely dumbfounded by its size, wondering how a 200-year-old root could possibly be this massive. His mind races as he realizes it's even bigger than the 300-year-old one from his past. This thing has to be at least 400 years old. He can't believe his luck, remembering how hard he struggled to find a weaker one in his past life. After a split second of feeling guilty, he decides to eat the whole thing, promising to share the next treasure he finds. As night settles over the Manhwa sect, a powerful energy begins to stir. Elsewhere, Baek-san is jolted from his studies by a sudden, overwhelming surge of power. He's left completely baffled, trying to figure out where that immense energy spike just came from. From her room, Manhwa is also drawn to the disturbance, her eyes fixed on the source of the energy. Meanwhile, our boy Doko Hyun lets out a deep breath, the excess energy from the root dissipating around him. He steps out into the courtyard, feeling the newfound power coursing through his veins. The transformation is complete, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed and stronger than ever. Suddenly, Manhwa rushes over, asking about the loud noise she just heard from his quarters. Doko Hyun plays it cool, casually dismissing her concerns and telling her it was nothing important. He flips the script, questioning why she's slacking off instead of checking the ledger like she's supposed to. With a final warning that he'll be checking her work, he turns and walks away, leaving her stunned. Manhwa can only grumble under her breath, annoyed at the sheer audacity of this young bastard. But her irritation gives way to suspicion as she realizes something about him has definitely changed. Meanwhile, Mu Ryun looks at the demolished building, thinking that for nothing important, it sure is a mess. He shrugs it off, figuring the old building was going to be torn down soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still, he's left wondering what could have possibly caused this level of destruction. The scene pans over the piles of broken roof tiles, a testament to the night's chaos. Turns out, Doko Hyun has put all the lazy disciples, including Mu Ryan, on demolition duty with sledgehammers. Our boy appears behind the exhausted Mu Ryan, who jumps in surprise at his sudden presence. Doko Hyun coolly reminds him the sun is rising, questioning if he really has time to be taking a break. Spurred by fear, the disciples frantically get back to work, not wanting to get on his bad side. Later, Doko Hyun presents a local merchant with a chest overflowing with silver, leaving the man utterly speechless. He explains it's the money his disciples extorted, forcing the guilty party to bow his head in a deep, humiliating apology. Watching from the shadows is none other than the information broker, So Jingae. He's absolutely dumbfounded, realizing our boy actually took down the Red Wolf sword and his entire faction. So Jingae knew the kid was no ordinary martial artist, but this level of power is beyond anything he could have imagined. He comes to a terrifying conclusion. Manhwa wasn't a joke, they were hiding a dragon. Just as he's processing this, Doko Hyun appears right behind him, having known he was there the whole time. Our boy casually says he was feeling a bit hungry and figured it would be no fun to drink alone. He offers So Jingae alcohol and refreshments, even though it's the crack of dawn, and So Jingae has no choice but to accept. They sit down to a full meal, and Doko Hyun cuts right to the chase, asking what he's so curious about. As So Jingae digs in, Doko Hyun explains that while the Red Wolf sword is dead, the real problem is what to do with his men. He reveals his plan, to rehabilitate the underworld thugs by giving them honest work, and asks if So Jingae knows anyone who can help. Our boy lays down the law, casually mentioning his backup plan. He'll just sever the dantians of any thugs who step out of line. So Jingae is dumbfounded, realizing this kid talks about crippling martial artists for life like it's a walk in the park. Completely outmaneuvered, he quickly agrees to the deal, promising to find merchants and personally oversee the thugs' rehabilitation. He even pours a drink, insisting that they should be the ones thanking Doko Hyun for giving them a chance to help the common folk. With the deal sealed, So Jingae asks how long he's staying, and Doko Hyun reveals he's on a tight 3-day schedule to visit other sect divisions. Hearing this, So Jingae brings up other local strongholds, wondering if our boy plans on cleaning up the entire region while he's here. The scene then transitions to a peaceful night, the moon hanging high in the sky. Back at the Manhwa sect's lodgings, the atmosphere is bustling and lively. Doko Hyun enters carrying a large jug of alcohol, telling his fellow disciples they did a good job. The others are confused until he explains he brought special bamboo leaf liquor to celebrate them handling their first real mission so well. Mu-jin pushes back, reminding him that in their sect, they only drink for official events or major celebrations. But Dako Hyun drops a cold, hard truth. Most newcomers to the Jianghu die during their very first real incident. He points out that while the thugs' skills were flimsy, their killing intent was real, and the disciples weren't prepared to kill in return. This, he explains, is the reality of the Jianghu, where the line between life and death isn't just decided by martial arts level. Most rookies overlook this fact and die, yet all three of them manage to come out completely unscathed. With a slight smile, he declares their survival is the perfect reason to celebrate, and now that it's a celebration, they should obviously drink. Mu-jin then points out that this was also Dako Hyun's first incident as their senior disciple, making him part of the celebration too. With the logic sealed, all four of them raise their cups and toast to safely completing their first mission together. Manhwa is immediately impressed, remarking on how delicious and smooth the bamboo leaf liquor is. She gets a bit too excited, suggesting she could drink like this every day, which earns her a swift shutdown from a stern Mu-jin. But while the others celebrate, Mu-cheol is stuck replaying the fight in his mind, specifically the moment Dako Hyun deflected the final attack. He's absolutely certain that the sword technique he witnessed was not part of the standard Manhwa swordsmanship he knew. The question burns in his mind. He feels an overwhelming need to understand what he just saw. Breaking the cheerful mood, Mu-cheol addresses Dako Hyun directly, saying he has a question about his battle with the Red Wolf sword. He explains that while our boy started with Manhwa techniques, the moment he deflected the enemy's strike, his swordsmanship morphed into something completely alien. Mu-cheol astutely points out that the power was too concentrated, and the movements lacked the usual smooth curves of their sect style. Dako Hyun is genuinely taken aback, thinking he hadn't expected any of the disciples to be watching him that closely during the chaos. He recalls the technique, acknowledging that it was indeed imbued with the principle of weight, a core tenet of his old style. This principle of weight and power was the foundation of the Dako sword technique, which he himself invented in his past life. Hess dumbfounded that Mu-cheol noticed him simply adding that principle to a basic Manhwa combo, but also notes the kid was right, it wasn't their sect's technique at all. Impressed, Dako Hyun tells Mu-cheol he has a good eye and will explain later, but right now, they have something else to do. He turns to the others, thinking this is the perfect chance he's been waiting for, and tells them to finish their drinks. With a grim smirk, he warns them that once they hear what he has to say, they won't have time for a break for the next 3 days. The scene shifts to a dark forest road, where a lone cart trundles along under the moonlight. A solitary traveler sits atop the cart, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking in the woods. Suddenly, a man steps out from the trees, telling the traveler to stop right there. The bandit leader approaches with a false smile, acting like it's nothing important as he sizes up his mark. His friendly mask drops as he demands the traveler hand over everything he owns, unless he has a death wish. From the bushes, Dako Hyun and the disciples watch as the traveler is surrounded by a whole crew of bandits. One of the disciples identifies them as bandits, and Dako Hyun confirms that these lowlifes just hide out here to rob people. The bandit leader dismisses the traveler's meager belongings, while Dako Hyun explains these aren't just thugs, they're an organized force. He tells the disciples that unlike the Red Wolf swordsmen, who were trained for a purpose, these bandits are a different breed of underworld scum. Dako Hyun reveals there are 5 bandit strongholds in the area, and he's certain they're far stronger than the Red Wolf's grunts. A confused Manhwa asks him why he's suddenly giving them a lecture on local banditry. Our boy then drops the bombshell. For the next 3 days, their mission is to wipe every single one of those strongholds off the map. He lays out the insane training method. One person will take on a stronghold alone, while the others can only watch. The disciples are completely dumbfounded, their minds reeling from the suicidal order. Manhwa stammers, asking if they did something wrong to deserve this kind of punishment. Dako Hyun looks back, genuinely confused by her question, and reminds them they almost died fighting far weaker enemies. He spells it out. This mission is to cure their fatal hesitation, to force them to overcome their inability to truly harm another person in a fight. Mu-cheol is the first to break the silence, admitting Dako Hyun is right and that this brutal training is probably a good idea. But Mu-jin cuts in with a sharp question, asking our boy how he managed to overcome that same hesitation to harm others. Dako Hyun can't just tell them this is far from his first real fight, so he pauses, lost in thought. His mind flashes back to his first true battle, an event that happened so long ago it feels like another life. Yet, it's a memory that's been burned into his mind, something he could never forget. We're thrown into a flashback of a much younger Baek Jin, his face bloodied, and his eyes wide with pure terror. He remembers sitting on the floor surrounded by death, a child who had just been forced to kill, admitting to himself he was afraid. It was the primal fear that if he didn't kill, he would be the one to die. Back in the present, he looks them dead in the eyes and confesses he was afraid of dying, but even more afraid of seeing them get hurt. He explains that to stop those fears from coming true, he just killed the enemy in front of him. It was as simple and brutal as that. He finishes his story with a cold, hard stare, the memory of his past self, Baek Jin, flashing in his mind. He clarifies that his method is just a reference. Every warrior must ultimately forge their own path. Turning to Mu Cheol, he makes a huge offer. He'll teach him that insane sword technique, but only if he proves his worth. Since it's their first night on the job, our boy decides a live demonstration is in order, telling them all to watch and learn. The scene shifts to a roadside ambush already shut down, with one bandit out cold, and the traveler he saved bowing in thanks. Doko Hyun effortlessly lifts the bandit leader, who's barely conscious after getting his block knocked off. After a bit of persuasion, the terrified thug immediately points him toward the rest of his crew. And just like that, Doko Hyun strolls right into the heart of the bandit's den, ready to clean house. The head honcho steps up, looking more annoyed than threatened, clearly having no idea who he's messing with. But that trash-tier arrogance vanishes in an instant, replaced by the face of a man who just saw a ghost. The bandit leader can only stare in disbelief as our boy finishes his demonstration, leaving a field of broken bodies. And so began their brutal 3-day special training under his insane tutelage. Mujin explains that by day, they were forced to conduct surveillance on the ruthless, brutal blood faction. But by night, their real training began, as they were sent to dismantle the bandit strongholds one by one. He admits the training was effective, but at first, none of them had the stomach for what they had to do. In the heat of battle, Manhwa found herself on the ground, a bandit's blade just inches from her throat. But in that split second, something snapped. The hesitation vanished, replaced by pure survival instinct. Turns out, a near-death experience was all the motivation they needed, and they started clearing out strongholds like pros. However, while most of the disciples were adapting to this kill-or-be-killed world, Mujin was clearly struggling, unable to make that final, bloody leap. Watching from the sidelines, Doko Hyun realizes Mujin's problem isn't skill. He's actually better than the others. The kid's fatal flaw is that he's more afraid of hurting people than he is of dying himself. Doko Hyun knows why he's like this, but there's nothing he can do about it. This is a demon that Mujin has to conquer all on his own. With the mission over, Doko announces they've cleared all the strongholds in just 2 days instead of 3. He tells them to rest up because they're leaving tomorrow, and the disciples gratefully agree. But Manhwa asks what they're doing today, reminding him he promised to teach Mu Cheol a new technique. Her face just drops when he says they're all training, realizing he's about to work them to the bone again. Without another word, Doko Hyun unsheathes his sword and unleashes a single, powerful slash. The strike carves a massive gash in the earth, leaving the disciples completely dumbfounded. Mu Cheol and the others are completely speechless, their minds reeling from the display of raw power. Doko Hyun explains that the technique they saw was just Manhwa's six-fold combo, but with more weight added. Mu Cheol is fixated on that one word, wondering what on earth he could possibly mean by weight. Our boy elaborates that their sect swordplay is all about flow, since there's no real difference between offense and defense. This means the six-fold combo is a master key, capable of linking seamlessly into any other technique. He then poses a mind-bending question. What would happen if he mixed in illusions and changes? As the disciples try to process this, Dogo confirms he's talking about the very foundation of their martial arts. He brings up the legendary Manhwa sword saint, Hyunjo, revealing he wasn't the first to modify the technique. However, Doko states that Master Hyunjo was undoubtedly the best at it, a testament to his profound understanding. The final bombshell drops. Even their most famous techniques are just different branches of that same core combo. Doko reveals that Hyunjo was secretly creating a new technique, one that uses the very concept of weight he just showed them. The problem is, the technique is incomplete, and worse, the sect has zero foundation for this kind of swordplay. He warns them that chasing an unfinished art when they already have solid basics could be a foolish, even catastrophic mistake. There's a reason the sword saint kept it under wraps. He knew an incomplete art would only sow chaos and confusion. So, he puts Mu Cheol on the spot, asking if this dangerous, unfinished path is truly what he wants. Mu Cheol's resolve is unshakable. He stares back with dead certainty and confirms his choice. With no hesitation, he formally asks Doko to teach him the forbidden technique, ready for whatever comes next. And with that one sentence, Mu Cheol's personal hell training officially begins as the others watch on. The scene shifts to the next day, and the two of them are still standing in the exact same spot, not having moved an inch. Manhwa is completely over it, looking utterly bored and wondering how long they have to watch this weird staring contest. Finally cracking, Manhwa turns to Mujin, completely done with this whole spectacle. She whispers that they should just make a run for it, leaving these two weirdos to their staring contest. But just then, Dako Hyun's voice cuts through the silence, telling Mu Cheol his approach is all wrong. He explains that Mu Cheol is stuck on the principle of illusion and needs to grasp the principle of weight to see the difference. Mu Cheol, already sweating buckets from the mental strain, can only agree with his new master. With the first lesson delivered, Dako suggests they go surveil the underworlders and take a break. The scene shifts to a massive, sprawling compound, clearly the base of some major power. Elsewhere, an impatient elder yells at one of his subordinates to get a move on. The man whines back, complaining that his whole body has been aching since yesterday. A sharp-looking woman cuts in, coolly reporting that there are no issues in their sector. She muses that the other worlders, who she once considered trash, are actually working hard now that they have a chance. Then again, she figures it might just be because they know she's watching, but it hardly matters since they can't use martial arts anymore. She's pretty sure her martial brother Mujin is also keeping an eye on them from somewhere. With her job done, she decides to wrap things up for the day and get some well-deserved rest. She turns to leave, feeling satisfied after working hard for the past few days. But just as she takes a step, her instincts scream and she freezes in her tracks. In a flash, she spins around with a blade drawn, demanding to know who's there. She's left completely dumbfounded by what she sees. It's a woman she recognizes from the old days of the brutal blood faction, who quickly apologizes for startling her. And standing right beside the woman is a small child, holding tightly onto his mother's hand. The woman introduces her young son, Young, as our girl awkwardly apologizes for scaring the kid. But the woman just looks at her with wide eyes, thanking her for saving her sister. Our girl is completely floored, wondering if this feeling of gratitude is the whole reason chivalrous fighters exist. The mother explains that thanks to her, they were able to properly hold their father's funeral. Hearing the word father makes our girl's heart drop as she tries to hold back her emotions. A grim memory of two blood-soaked figures flashes through her mind, a stark reminder of her own past. Shaking off the dark thoughts, she offers her condolences, saying she wishes she could have done more. The mother dismisses the apology, grateful that because of her, Young wasn't left all alone in the world. Suddenly, the little boy looks up at our hero with a blush and a fire in his eyes. He declares that when he gets older, he wants to become an impressive chivalrous fighter, just like her. The boy's innocent declaration completely shatters our girl's composure, and she just breaks down crying. His mother is utterly dumbfounded by the sudden tears, as the warrior manages to ask the boy his name. Young's eyes light up, asking with pure hope if he can really become a great fighter like her. Fighting back her sobs, she tells him that of course he can, he'll become an even greater hero than she is. The mother asks if she's hurt, but the warrior just waves it off, trying to pull herself together. As day turns to night, the city buzzes with life, but that emotional moment hangs in the air. Elsewhere, in a quiet room under the moonlight, a different mood has settled in. We see a familiar face from the past, Dako Hyun, in his original body as Baek Jin, looking out into the darkness. He sits alone, slumping against the wall, clearly weighed down by some heavy thoughts. It seems the story of the boy and the warrior has struck a nerve, dredging up memories he'd rather forget. The next morning, Dako Hyun and the disciples are already on the road, cutting through a dense forest. But not everyone is keeping up. Manhwa is already sweating buckets and looks completely gassed. She yells ahead at their senior disciple, asking what the big rush is, convinced they'll die of exhaustion before they even reach Winan. Our boy just turns back with a deadpan look, telling her he's not rushing, they're just trash tier slow. Manhwa grumbles that they should have just left early instead of resting. But Dako Hyun says he needs to check on their slacking training. He glances back, a flicker of some other thought crossing his mind for a moment. The sheer coldness of his words leaves Manhwa absolutely dumbfounded. Seeing the tense mood, Mujin tries to change the subject, wondering aloud if the folks back in Posung are doing okay. Dako Hyun shuts that down instantly, saying the beggar sect has it covered and that their weak mentalities are the real problem, time to ramp up the training. Manhwa is filled with instant regret, realizing their lives are over and she already misses the peaceful time with the kid, Young. Mujin finally asks who Young is, and our boy explains she's the sister of a girl he saved from the blood faction. He met her by chance, and the kid was so inspired she vowed to become a chivalrous fighter just like him. For the first time in his life, Dako Hyun finds himself genuinely worried about a child's future, which is a bizarre feeling for him. Manhwa tries to call out to him, but he just coldly tells her to shut her mouth, leaving Mujin speechless. Suddenly, Muhwa's mood does a complete 180 as she excitedly points out they've finally reached Weinan. The group looks down upon the sprawling city, relieved to have made it just as the sun begins to set. Dako Hyun informs them that Weinan hosts a Manhwa outer sect, the Fresh Flower sect, and that's where they'll be having dinner. As Manhwa cheers, he can't resist a final jab, dryly asking if she still thinks he was moving too fast now. Their destination is in sight, the grand entrance to the Fresh Flower sect, a supposed place of refuge. But inside its walls, a brutal scene unfolds as one kid viciously punches another, hinting that this place is anything but peaceful. The young bully orders his goons to hold the gray-haired kid still, a sadistic grin plastered on his face. He clenches his fist, ready to deliver another trash-tier beating. A brutal punch lands right in the kid's stomach, forcing a pained gasp from his lips. But one punch isn't enough for this little psycho. He rears back to deliver another one. Suddenly, a hand intercepts his fist, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. The bully is utterly dumbfounded. He can't believe someone just blocked his punch, which was even infused with internal energy. He looks up, startled, to see who dared to get in his way. Turns out, our boy Dako Hyun and the entire Manhwa crew have just walked in on this disgusting scene. The beaten kid looks up, his eyes widening as he recognizes the distinct robes of his saviors. With Dako Hyun standing protectively before him, the boy realizes these aren't just any martial artists. They're disciples from the original Manhwa sect. Dako Hyun calmly informs the little psycho that a punch with that much force could have easily killed a normal kid. He presses the issue, asking if the bully even realizes he was using what amounted to a killing blow. But the kid just glares back, completely silent and showing zero remorse. Our boy sizes him up, noting the sheer arrogance in his eyes and figuring the problem must lie with his parents. He concludes that the kid himself isn't really at fault. He's just a product of some trash-tier upbringing. Suddenly, the little brat tries to wrench his fist free, still looking like he wants to throw down. Dako Hyun is genuinely surprised by the kid's absolute lack of fear. He warns the punk that glaring at someone when you're clearly in the wrong is a good way to get smacked. But instead of backing down, the kid grabs Dako Hyun's robes, questioning if this is how an orthodox sect is supposed to act. Dako Hyun is momentarily dumbfounded, only to look down and see the kid he just saved staring up at him. The gray-haired kid he just rescued looks up at him, a silent plea in his eyes. Our boy just stares back, processing this whole ridiculous turn of events. He finally turns to the bullies and tells them to get lost before he personally kicks them out. The little punks finally take the hint and retreat, leaving Dako Hyun's group with the victim. Without warning, the kid snaps into a formal martial arts salute, showing some serious discipline. He introduces himself as Lim Sanha of the Fresh Flower sect, and formally thanks them for their help. Dako Hyun, playing his part perfectly, introduces himself as Muhui of the Manhwa sect. Muhwa steps forward, asking the young boy if he's hurt, but he quietly says he's fine. She then asks just who those brats were, and he reveals they were from the Great Truth sect. When she presses for why they were bullying him, he admits their two sects have never been on good terms. Lim Sanha explains that once the Great Truth sect realized they were stronger, their young leader started throwing his weight around. Mujin cuts in, asking the obvious question, does his sect leader even know this is happening? Turns out, he does. Lim Sanha used to fight back and win, which prompted his sect leader to try and resolve things diplomatically. But the meeting was a disaster. The Great Truth sect's leader was a total snake, basically asking if his kids would ever do such a thing without a reason. He then flipped the script, blaming Lim Sanha and threatening a full-blown war, forcing the Fresh Flower sect leader to retreat with his tail between his legs. Our boy immediately grasps the situation. The Fresh Flower sect is so weak, their only option is to endure the humiliation to avoid giving the enemy an excuse to invade. He realizes the kid was just taking the beating because he was terrified of sparking a conflict between their sects, and Lim Sanha quietly confirms it. Manhwa is absolutely livid, unable to believe an outer sect of Manhwa is being treated like this. But Dako Hyun cuts her off, reminding her there's a reason they were sent here, and that they'll get the full story from the sect leader himself. With a new objective in mind, the group finally arrives at the gates of the Fresh Flower sect. As they enter, the local disciples are completely dumbfounded, recognizing the prestigious visitors from the main sect. The sight of our boy and his crew, led by the little Lim Sanha, is enough to make everyone stop and stare. But Dako Hyun immediately clocks something strange. Main sect disciples wear red plum blossoms, but these guys all have white ones, marking them as an outer sect. An older man with long gray hair steps forward, confirming he's been waiting for them. Dako Hyun, introducing himself as Muhui, offers a formal greeting on behalf of the Manhwa sect. The man returns the gesture, introducing himself as Lim Muguk, the leader of the Fresh Flower sect. Lim Yuguk is quick to praise our boy's reputation for crushing the brutal blood faction, though Dako Hyun dryly corrects the rumor that it happened overnight. The sect leader then turns to his son, Lim Sana, asking if he was the one who brought them here. After getting a quiet confirmation, Lim Yuguk gives his son a look of approval, clearly proud of the boy's work. With the pleasantries out of the way, he invites the group inside to finally get down to business. Inside the Fresh Flower Sect's main hall, the group settles in for a serious discussion. Our boy takes a sip of tea, his sharp senses immediately picking up on its unique quality. He notes its aroma is even richer than Manhwa's famous tea, though Lim Yuguk humbly brushes off the compliment. The old sect leader gets a nostalgic look, saying he still remembers Manhwa's tea, and hopes to visit again. Dako Hyun cuts through the small talk, assuring him it's their duty to help the outer sects. He then gets straight to the point, asking Lim Yuguk to lay out the current state of the Fresh Flower Sect. The atmosphere shifts as the old man sighs, admitting that their situation is, frankly, pretty dire. Dako Hyun correctly guesses the Great Truth Sect is involved, and Lim Yuguk explains that things were fine when they were equals. Our boy presses further, asking if everything changed after the Shangzi massacre, and the leader grimly confirms his suspicion. Ever since their rivals learned how much damage the Fresh Flower Sect suffered, they've been getting bolder, provoking them at every turn. Lim Yuguk confesses that even his own son is being bullied by their rivals, and Dako Hyun realizes he knew all along. The old leader admits his son tried to hide it, but he's trapped, knowing that retaliation is exactly what the Great Truth Sect wants. He grips his teacup, explaining that his rivals are just looking for any excuse to absorb his sect. Feeling utterly powerless, he laments that he has failed as both a father and a sect leader. Mujin cuts through the despair, asking why he never reached out to the Manhwa sect for help. The old man explains he was waiting for Manhwa to recover, but now feels immense relief that they've finally arrived. He believes that just the presence of Manhwa's disciples will be enough to deter their enemies. But Mujin sees right through him, bluntly stating that the old man doesn't truly believe in their strength. Dako Hyun is momentarily taken aback by his companion's sharp accusation. Our boy then drives the point home, asking if he really trusted them. Why did he let his son's face get beaten to a pulp? Manhwa is completely dumbfounded, wondering what face Dako Hyun is even talking about. Lim Yuguk tries to play it off with a nervous laugh, insisting that to distrust them would be to distrust Manhwa itself. He puts on a fake smile, asking how a lowly outer sect leader like him could ever dare to not trust them. He quickly tries to change the subject to dinner, but Dako Hyun is internally seething that their offer of help is being brushed aside. Our boy gets it though. The old man probably got his hopes up hearing about Manhwa's exploits, only to see just 4 kids arrive. Turns out, that's exactly what happened. Lim Yuguk's first thought upon seeing them was that they were far too young to be useful. He decided his only option was to treat them well and send them packing before they got themselves killed trying to help his sect. But he then recalls patting his son's head, remembering the kid brought them here for everyone who had suffered. He praised his son for a job well done, all while feeling a pang of guilt for the young disciples he was about to use. Back in the present, Lim Yuguk realizes he was the one acting like a child, unable to even mask his bitter disappointment. Lim Yuguk is genuinely impressed, realizing our boy is observant enough to have read his disappointment in a split second. But before he can continue, Dako Hyun cuts him off, stating that the Manhwa disciples will handle their own dinner. Manhwa is absolutely dumbfounded by his sudden declaration, thinking he's being unbelievably rude. The old sect leader, however, admits to himself that he was the rude one first and asks why they're refusing his hospitality. Dako Hyun calmly explains that it's a matter of principle. He can't accept anything from them until he's actually helped. His firm stance leaves everyone in the room completely stunned and silent. Manhwa is still trying to process his words, completely lost as to what's going on. A memory flashes through her mind of Dako Hyun's philosophy, to teach what it means to wield a sword with your entire being. She recalls him teaching that sometimes the only peaceful method in the Jianghu is to kick down the front door. Snapping back to the present, she stares at him, wondering what on earth has gotten into her senior disciple today. As they walk away from the Fresh Flower Sect, the sun begins to set. Manhwa finally confronts Dako Hyun, pointing out how strange he is acting and demanding to know what's going on. She presses him for an answer, but our boy just gives her a side-eye, staying silent for now. The group is left completely baffled, following him away from the sect's main building. Once he's sure they're out of earshot, Dako Hyun stops and finally agrees to tell them everything. He drops a bombshell. The Fresh Flower sect's leader doesn't trust them one bit. Manhwa is dumbfounded, reminding him the leader said the Great Truth Sect would back off. But Dako Hyun asks her if that didn't feel a little too convenient. He explains that a successor, even a child, is trained to be careful with their words and actions. For that kid to act so arrogantly meant something was seriously wrong. It felt like the Great Truth sect backing down was just a performance. Doko Hyun lays out the cold, hard truth. If 4 low-ranking disciples fought and lost, Manhwa's already shaky reputation would be shattered. He continues, explaining that if they fail, the Fresh Flower sect will be absorbed, and Manhwa will be branded as incompetent. Manhwa asks what they should do, but our boy simply says the solution is to not fail in the first place. She's still confused by his vague answer, but trusts that he must have some kind of plan cooking. And his plan, apparently, starts with a plate of dumplings at a local restaurant. Inside, they spot a couple of guys from the Great Truth sect, eating and drinking like they own the joint. Dako Hyun knew it. This is supposed to be Fresh Flower sect territory. Yet these thugs are acting like it's their personal dining hall. He tells the others to look closely at their eyes. They're not here for a meal, they're looking for victims. Just as he says that, a man with a topknot gets up and starts walking towards the thugs' table. The goons look up from their food, clearly annoyed by the approaching stranger. The newcomer has a smug grin on his face, looking like he's about to stir up some serious trouble. With a smug, almost apologetic look, the man starts talking, and he makes sure his voice carries. He loudly complains about the Great Truth sect raising protection fees, mocking them for acting like thugs. Manhwa is confused, wondering why this is happening in Fresh Flower sect territory, but Mu Chael notes the man started it. The other patrons whisper amongst themselves, calling the sect leeches but too scared to speak up. Our boy overhears everything, and a grim realization dawns on him. The Great Truth sect has already taken over. He explains that the locals are clearly fed up with the new fees, and this loudmouth is just the spark they needed. Seeing this chaos as a perfect opportunity, Dako Hyun tells his team not to intervene, no matter what. Manhwa is completely dumbfounded, questioning what he could possibly mean by just sitting back and watching. Just as predicted, one of the thugs has had enough and gets up, ready to shut the provoker up for good. But before he can take a single step, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, stopping him dead in his tracks. It's another thug, who calmly asks the loudmouth if his little performance was for their benefit. The entire tavern goes quiet as the 2 thugs loom over the table, but the provoker just smirks. The thug's patience wears thin, but the drunkard just confirms he meant every single word he said. He even doubles down, sarcastically asking if the thug is going to kill him for speaking his mind. His friend tries to intervene, telling him he's had too much to drink, but the man shoves him away, refusing to be silenced. He launches into a tirade, calling them out for hiding when the demonic cult was actually a threat. He spits facts about how they kicked out the Fresh Flower sect, the town's real protectors, only to raise the fees themselves. That's the last straw. The thug's hand flies to the hilt of his sword, his face twisted in rage. In a flash, he brutally smacks the provoker's friend out of his chair, sneering that they aren't idiots. He then grabs the now terrified loudmouth, declaring he's about to make an example out of him for all to see. But just as the thug declares his right to punish anyone who insults the Great Truth sect, a pair of chopsticks intercepts his sword. The thug's hand is brutally struck, and he screams out in agony as his sword is stopped dead in its tracks. Turns out, our boy Dako Hyun caught the blade between 2 simple chopsticks, completely unfazed by the commotion. The thug's partner is dumbfounded, demanding to know who the hell this newcomer is. Dako Hyun doesn't even bother with a reply, instead moving in a blur and slapping the second thug with the back of his hand. The second-rate goon is sent flying through the air, crashing into a table and scattering food everywhere. The first thug is frozen stiff, unable to move a muscle, as he demands to know what kind of black magic Dako Hyun used on him. Our boy calmly rests his hand on his own sword, retorting that he's the one who should be asking questions here. He coldly asks the thug what kind of warrior pulls a blade on a civilian who knows nothing of martial arts. Dako Hyun thinks to himself that he always knew the line between orthodox and unorthodox was blurry, but this is just pathetic. The thug is taken aback, realizing from our boy's aura that he might be from the legendary Manhwa sect. Dako Hyun presses him, demanding to know what he was planning to do to a defenseless old man with that sword. The goon stammers that he was just trying to scare him, but Dako Hyun sees right through the pathetic excuse. With a simple flick of his wrist, he effortlessly disarms the thug, sending the blade spinning into the air. He catches the sword, coldly remarking that someone who uses a weapon to bully the weak doesn't deserve to have one. Dako Hyun then tells the thug he can retrieve his sword from the Fresh Flower sect if he's got the guts. Finally able to move, the thug puffs up his chest, shouting that Dako Hyun dares to interfere with the Great Truth sect. But that one word, dare, makes our boy's expression turn absolutely ice cold. He schools the fool, stating that even the Great Truth sect's leader wouldn't dare use that tone with Manhwa. Turning away, Dako Hyun sighs, saying he was going to let this slide, but now the thug has asked for a beating. Instead of a beating, Dako Hyun offers one path to forgiveness. The Great Truth Sect's leader must personally visit the Fresh Flower sect and beg. He then drops a chilling ultimatum. If the leader isn't there by sunrise, the entire Great Truth Sect will become history. The thug, absolutely terrified, can only stammer out a yes sir as our boy demands an answer. Back at the table, the other Manhwa disciples are just watching this whole power play, completely dumbfounded. Muhwa mutters that he's getting bolder by the day, and Mujin agrees, thinking a direct ambush might have been simpler. As night falls, the question hangs in the air. Was this just a bluff, or did he really mean it? The night passes, and the sun begins to rise, marking the deadline for the ultimatum. A group of figures appears on the horizon, walking with grim determination. It's none other than Baek San, the leader of the Great Truth Sect himself, looking less than thrilled to be there. He's brought his disciples along, marching forward as if heading to his own execution. Baek San reflects on his life as he and his disciples approach the inn. He recalls 3 times where he felt a crushing weight on his chest, making it impossible to breathe. The first was watching his Manhwa comrades fall in the bloody battle against the Black Knight Palace. The second was the death of his oldest son, and the third was learning his younger son, Lim Sanha, was being bullied. He clenches his fist, realizing a fourth, equally suffocating moment has just been added to that list. The Great Truth Sect arrives, their faces grim as they march into the inn's courtyard. They finally stand before our boy, who's waiting calmly with Lim Muguk at his side. Dako Hyun looks Baek San dead in the eye and notes that his expression shows zero intention of apologizing. Baek San scoffs, calling him a junior from Manhwa who clearly never learned any etiquette. But our boy just smirks, retorting that his actions must have really bothered the senior for him to be so worked up. He admits his etiquette was lacking, but questions if it's worse than the Great Truth Sect acting like a demonic cult with all their killing intent. Baek San is about to explode, but our boy calmly suggests they take the discussion inside. He points out that the elder is standing there with his hand on his sword, looking like he's about to start a bloodbath. With a swift move, Dako Hyun's hand clamps down on Baek San's, stopping him from drawing his blade. The elder is completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of this trash-tier junior. Baek San just scoffs internally, thinking the kid is just buying time and decides to play along for now. He finally agrees, and Dako Hyun thinks to himself that he was fully prepared to break the man's wrist if he hadn't complied. Our boy coolly invites them in, with Lim Muguk following closely behind. Lim Muguk breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that for now, everything is going exactly as Dako Hyun planned. But the moment they're inside, Lim Muguk confronts him, asking how he could do this when he was supposed to avoid conflict, to which Dako calmly replies that he knows. Lim Muguk demands an explanation for his reckless actions, but Dako Hyun just tells him to calm down for a frank talk. Our boy starts by acknowledging that he completely understands why the elder can't trust him. He explains that the sect leader's orders were intentionally vague, a sign that he trusted their judgment on the ground. Dako then lists the vast regions they were assigned, a scope so large it makes Lim Muguk pause and think. He finally reveals the hidden truth. Posung's brutal blood faction was linked to the Nine Hells sword sect, making conflict unavoidable. Lim Muguk is skeptical, questioning how 4 of them could possibly apprehend a Nine Hells master without any injuries. Dako coolly corrects him, stating he dealt with the enemy martial artist all by himself, leaving the elder utterly dumbfounded. He explains that just as the sect leader trusted them, he now needs Lim Muguk to extend that same trust. To prove his point, he even tells the elder to draw his sword and demand a duel if he still has doubts. Lim Muguk is left completely speechless, processing the sheer audacity and power our boy is projecting. Dako then drops a hypothetical bomb, asking the elder if he could handle fighting the entire Great Truth Sect. He quickly adds that it probably won't come to that, telling the old man not to worry, because if a war does break out, our boy claims he alone is more than enough to crush them all. The leader of the Great Truth Sect just stares back, his expression dripping with condescension. The tense standoff continues in the meeting room, with both sides sizing each other up. The leader muses that while Dako's words were bold, human resolve is fickle, especially now that his sect is on the scene. He brings up the deep-seated conflict between the Fresh Flower sect and their own, claiming he wants to resolve it. Since both sides are clearly not backing down, he gets straight to the point and proposes a duel between representatives. Lim Muguk is completely blindsided by the suggestion of a formal duel. The Great Truth Sect's leader just lets out a hearty laugh, clearly amused by the chaos he's orchestrating. The leader smirks, accusing Lim Muguk of secretly planning this whole confrontation with the kid from Manhwa. He continues to mock him, saying he expected some grand scheme, not this trash-tier proposal for a simple duel. Then he twists the knife, asking if Lim Muguk has already forgotten about his son's death, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. The leader claims that trusting the Manhwa kid just ended up hitting Lim Muguk where it hurts the most. Realizing he's missing critical info, Dako uses sound transmission to privately ask if his son died dueling someone from their sect. Lim Muguk is stunned by the technique but replies, apologizing for not telling him about this painful history sooner. He tells Dako he trusts him completely and to keep going, which our boy accepts, now understanding the deeper stakes. With that settled, Dako gets back to business, laying out the terms for a 3-on-3 duel. He volunteers to fight as the strong person for the Fresh Flower sect and asks if 5 days from now works for them. The leader gets a slimy look on his face, whining about how his sect was framed as murderers last time, basically asking for a free pass to kill. Dako hits back, telling the leader he doesn't need to worry, since the local farmers already call his sect a demonic sect. The leader's face twists in anger, warning our boy to watch his tongue, claiming they're only holding back because the duel offer was interesting. Our boy just smirks, asking if he struck a nerve, and says he was just passing on what he'd heard. One of the disciples can't take it anymore, puffing his chest out and asking if Dako thinks they're pushovers. But as the disciple keeps running his mouth, Dako's expression shifts, and a bone-chilling aura begins to fill the room. The air grows heavy, as our boy unleashes a wave of pure, unadulterated killing intent, shutting everyone up instantly. The once cocky disciple is now sweating buckets, absolutely terrified, and wondering how a kid can possess such a horrifying presence. The Great Truth Sect leader, realizing he's completely outmatched, grabs his disciple and announces they'll be back in 5 days. As he leaves, he throws one last jab, hoping for a fair duel where no one dies, a clear threat that he intends the opposite. With the trash tier sect gone, Doko and Lim Muguk are left in the tense silence, the duel now officially set. Lim Muguk finally breaks the silence with a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation settling in. He lays out the facts, admitting the Great Truth Sect's leader has likely surpassed him and their young leader is a nobody. He warns Dako that they'll almost certainly hire a professional assassin to pose as a guest for the duel. Our boy doesn't even flinch, simply acknowledging that he understands the dirty tactics they're up against. Even with his faith in Dako, Lim Muguk has to ask if he's truly okay with facing a hired killer. Dako just smirks, telling him the duels will be so easy they'll be relaxing, which is all the reassurance Lim Muguk needs. With a sudden glint in his eye, Lim Muguk tells Dako to follow him to the training hall. He then gives a chilling piece of advice. For the next 4 days, Dako should consider himself a dead man. Elsewhere, a few Manhwa disciples, including Mujin and Muhua, are watching something with looks of absolute horror. Muhua can't believe what she's seeing, but a terrified Mujin just tells her to shut up and not even ask. Turns out, the horrifying sight was Lim Muguk being put through absolute hell, groaning that he doesn't know how much more he can take. He's been hung upside down from a tree, forced to do sit-ups while our boy Dako watches with a sword at the ready. Dako coldly tells him it's too early to be tired, reminding him to use the potential ruin of his sect as fuel. The disciples are dumbfounded, whispering that calling Dako a demonic disciple would be a compliment at this point. They can only conclude that what they're seeing isn't human training. Dako is simply a demon. The day wears on at the Manhwa sect, but the brutal training regimen doesn't stop for a second. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden glow over the mountains, the ordeal continues. Lim Muguk is still there, hanging on by a thread, his endurance pushed far beyond any normal limit. Dako warns the sect leader that he'll get stabbed if he dares to lower himself any further. Internally, he notes the training is almost over, but can't help but wonder where the senior disciple who roped him into this even went. As evening falls over the Manhwa sect, the hellish training finally seems to have concluded. Elsewhere, the kid at the center of all this, Lim Sanha, watches on with a heavy heart. He can't stop thinking about the duel, which is now just 5 agonizing days away. Even though Dako promised to train him, he knows it's a fool's hope to become strong in just 4 days. Lost in his thoughts, he doesn't notice the figure approaching him. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him, and he looks up with a start. It's Dako, standing there with an unreadable expression. Our boy smirks, confirming that Lim Sanha is absolutely right to be worried. He explains that becoming a powerhouse in a few days is impossible without some miracle drug or a twist of fate. However, he clarifies that while martial arts take time, gaining experience is a completely different story. Dako gets straight to the point, explaining it's not about what you have, but how you use it. He asks Lim Sanha if he's truly utilizing his martial arts properly, and the kid confidently says yes. With a simple follow me, Dako leads him into an open courtyard, picking up a branch along the way. Lim Sanha is still confused, asking what he's supposed to copy as Dako readies his stance. In a flash, Dako strikes the ground, unleashing a wave of force that shatters the earth itself. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process the insane power he just witnessed. Dako reveals he used less internal energy than a normal kid, calling out Lim Sanha's bluff about knowing his own body. He stares him down, ready to see if the kid has what it takes to understand true efficiency. The challenge is simple. Replicate the move and training is done for the day, otherwise he'll be here all night. As the sun sets and night falls, it's clear this seemingly simple task is proving to be impossible. All through the night, our boy has been practicing, leaving nothing but sad, little dents in the surrounding trees. From the shadows, Dako watches his students' tireless efforts with a quiet hum of observation. He finally speaks, admitting that while the results are trashed here, Lim Sanha has definitely gotten better. With that tiny bit of acknowledgement, he tells the kid that's enough for today and to get some rest. Lim Sanha is so exhausted he can barely process that the hellish training is finally over. His hands are trembling and bruised, and all he can think is that this man is an absolute demon. The sheer brutality of the training has pushed him to his absolute limit, reinforcing his belief that Dako is inhuman. But as he looks up, he sees the sun is already rising, and wonders what his master could possibly mean by rest. A new day dawns, but for Lim Sanha, it just feels like the start of another nightmare. Dako appears again, cool as ever, announcing that since time is short, their second day of training will be done together. Dako addresses his two students, confirming they've mastered the basics of using their bodies from yesterday's hellish session. Lim Sanha notices that Lim Muguk looks perfectly fine, realizing the old man's rigorous past training allowed him to recover instantly. With a nod, Dako explains that the brutal physical test was just a warm-up for today's real training and hands them their swords. Today's lesson is about composure, and he says a live demonstration will be far more effective than any lecture. On his command, a group of disciples suddenly appears, swords drawn, surrounding him in a combat formation. Lim Sanha and Lim Muguk are completely dumbfounded, wondering if their master is actually going to fight all of them at once. The disciples don't waste a second, with one immediately volunteering to attack first and another promising to follow right after. With a powerful kickoff, the lead disciple lunges forward, closing the distance in an instant. But Dako is a different breed, casually blocking the lightning-fast strike with one hand, not even flinching. Without even drawing his blade, our boy casually deflects the attack with his scabbard. The disciple is completely overpowered, realizing the gap in their strength is an absolute chasm. Dako doesn't just defend, he flows through their formation, kicking one disciple away while dodging another. He meets another blade head-on, his expression utterly bored as if swatting a fly. This isn't a fight, it's a lecture, and his calm eyes tell them they're all failing the test. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, effortlessly parrying every single strike coming his way. Watching from the side, Lim Sanha nervously asks his father if this is too dangerous, but Lim Muguk is captivated. The old man is deep in thought, trying to decipher the true lesson Dako is trying to show them. And then it hits him, the man hasn't even unsheathed his sword yet. Dako effortlessly catches a disciple's blade on his scabbard, the force of the blow completely negated. The kid is dumbfounded. He can't believe his full power strike was stopped by a sword that isn't even drawn. The disciples' teamwork is a mess, with one having to scream at his buddy just to duck out of the way of a friendly swing. Our boy blocks another attack, giving some faint praise that the disciple's sword now has a little more weight behind it, but he immediately follows up by stating that it's still nowhere near enough to matter. With a flick of his wrist, he overpowers the disciples' stance, their blades grinding together. In an instant, he turns the boy's momentum against him, pressing his own sheathed sword to the disciple's throat. The young warrior is left sweating, realizing he's been completely and utterly outclassed. With the spar over, Dako begins his lecture, breaking down each of their individual flaws with brutal honesty. Dako addresses the group, explaining that what they just saw wasn't the real training at all. Lim Muguk is dumbfounded, questioning this brutal method when he thought they were meant to be finding composure. Dako agrees, asking if he didn't feel something was off, that the fight was far too intense for a simple spar. The realization suddenly hits Lim Muguk as he processes the sheer killing intent from the earlier lesson. Our boy unsheathes his blade, explaining that the fastest way to improve is to rack up life-and-death experiences. He tells them that once they have enough real combat under their belt, weaker opponents won't even be a threat. Then he drops the bombshell. Their new goal is to try and kill him in a true fight to the death. While Lim Muguk panics about his son being present, the kid is already coiled like a spring. Without a moment's hesitation, Lim Sanha explodes from the ground, launching a vicious surprise attack on Dako. The kid is all in, thinking if he's going to do this, he's going to do it for real. But our boy Dako doesn't even bother to fully unsheath his sword. He effortlessly parries the kid's full-force swing with just the back of his hand, Dako looks completely unimpressed, as if swatting away a fly. With a single, casual flick, he sends Lim Sanha tumbling through the dirt. Lim Muguk screams his son's name, his fatherly instincts kicking in as he rushes forward. But in the blink of an eye, he feels the cold steel of a blade against his neck. Dako is already behind him, teaching him the fatal price of taking your eyes off the enemy. Our boy holds the sword steady, his point brutally clear. This is a life-or-death battlefield. He then explodes into motion, attacking the other dumbfounded disciples who were just standing there watching. Lim Muguk scrambles to his son's side, his face etched with worry as he checks if he's okay. The kid, Lim Sanha, grits his teeth and says the pain is bearable, much to his father's relief. But Dako's ice-cold voice cuts in, asking if he's really going to have a heart-to-heart with his son in the middle of a duel. He grabs the man's blade, reminding him that this isn't a sparring match. He told them to fight for real. Our boy then issues a chilling ultimatum. Move with everything they have, or both father and son won't live to see another day. The two of them are completely dumbfounded, finally realizing this training is a genuine life-or-death situation. As the sun begins to set, the mood shifts from a simple lesson to a deadly serious confrontation. Finally getting the message, Lim Muguk lunges forward, his blade aimed to kill. Dako meets the attack without even flinching, his own sword a blur of motion. With a series of sharp clashes, he effortlessly parries every single one of Lim Muguk's desperate strikes. But before Lim Muguk can even react, Dako finds an opening and slams a fist right into his chest. Our boy looks down at the struggling man with utter disappointment, stating he's counted 314 openings. That, he explains, is how many times Lim Muguk would have died if this were a real fight. The father tries to justify himself, claiming he can sense an opponent's movements with his internal energy even if his eyes are closed. Dako just scoffs, saying that using ki to see is a basic skill that someone of his level should have mastered long ago. He then drills down with the real question: if it's so basic, why in the world can't he dodge a single attack? Lim Muguk is left speechless, pathetically claiming that Dako's attacks are simply too quick for him to handle. Dako puts his blade to the man's neck, revealing he hasn't even used his internal energy. These were just pure physical strikes. He warns him to stop making excuses, because in a real battle, you don't get a second chance to learn from your mistakes. Without another moment's pause, he shouts for them to go again and launches himself forward, resuming the brutal lesson. With a surge of desperation, Lim Muguk grits his teeth, refusing to break. He pours every last ounce of his strength into a final, roaring attack while his son lies unconscious in the background. His ultimate move is met with nothing but a blinding flash of light, utterly nullified. The scene shifts to nightfall, with Lim Muguk now lying face down in the dirt, completely defeated. But our boy Dako is a relentless demon, simply turning back and ordering him to get up and go again. The training resumes, but this time it's the young Lim Sanha taking the hits, screaming in defiance. The kid gets absolutely rocked, his small frame unable to withstand the brutal regimen. It's a twisted lesson. Dako is now forcing the father to be the one to train his own son. Lim Muguk easily deflects his son's desperate strikes, seeing a mirror of his own past failures. Now acting as the relentless instructor himself, he yells the very same word at his son. Again, the brutal training session echoes through the night, a relentless cycle of again. Meanwhile, in a quiet, ornate building, a sinister plot is brewing. Inside, two men are having a late-night discussion over tea. One of them, Baek-san, sets his cup down with a thoughtful expression. He muses that for a second-generation disciple, the rising lotus sword should have been sufficient. But Baek-san reveals his true, petty motive. He wants to properly humiliate them. His companion, Hyun-gak, agrees, suggesting that the best way to crush a kid's ego is to have him be completely overpowered. Hyun-gak lets out a wicked chuckle, adding that it would be a miracle if the boy doesn't end up a cripple. Baek-san isn't concerned about the consequences, brushing off the idea of rumors if someone dies or gets injured. Hyun-gak, however, warns that this could draw more than just Manhwa's attention, but smirks, hinting they can use the Jang's existing hostilities to their advantage. Hyun-gak internally scoffs at Baek-san's arrogance, thinking he's just a small fry who can't handle the fallout. He questions where this confidence comes from, knowing full well that Baek-san is weaker than him. Convinced his partner is either blinded by greed or just an idiot, Hyun-gak decides to find a new employer once this job is over. Later that night, under the full moon, someone is putting in some extra practice. It's the cocky disciple from the Great Truth sect, diligently training his sword arts. Watching from a nearby rooftop, our boy Dako Hyun gives a slight nod of approval, thinking the kid's form isn't half bad. He analyzes the technique, noting how the sword moves with weight and muses that a heavier blade would be even better. Dako Hyun is a little disappointed though. He was expecting the Great Truth Sect to send a proper assassin. Their petty and shameless behavior just proves how much they're underestimating the new Manhwa. What a shame, he thinks. If they'd sent a killer, he would have had the perfect excuse to eradicate their entire sect. Suddenly, our boy's train of thought is broken by the sound of footsteps. He glances down from his perch, curious about who else is awake at this hour. To his surprise, it's none other than the Manhwa sect leader himself. The old man, Mudion, stops in the middle of the empty courtyard. He just stares up at the moon, a silent and somber look on his face. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he turns to leave. Dako Hyun watches him walk away, noting that he just looked at the moon and went back inside. Then, a crucial piece of information clicks in his mind. The sect leader's first son died fighting the Great Truth Sect. He realizes this whole conflict isn't just business. For the old man, this is revenge. Sitting alone on the roof, Dako Hyun can't help but wonder what it must feel like to finally get your payback. A new dawn breaks, bringing with it an air of anticipation. The day of the duel has finally arrived, and the Manhwa members look on with concern. One of the spectators can't help but wonder what's wrong with their guy's expression before the fight even starts. In the center of the training ground, Lim Sanha stands opposite the cocky top-knot provoker from the Great Truth Sect. Lim Sanha seems completely unfazed, almost lost in thought. His opponent immediately starts running his mouth, saying Lim Sanha looks so pathetic he almost feels bad about fighting him. But our boy isn't listening. He's just confused about why they're using wooden swords instead of real blades. The provoker scoffs, telling him he should be glad, because with a real sword he might accidentally end up dead. This trash talk gets zero reaction, which throws the provoker off. He remembers Lim Sanha used to blow up at the slightest insult. The silent treatment finally gets to him, and he seethes, realizing that our boy is pissing him off by just ignoring him. Just then, an elder named Hyung Hongkwan steps forward, introducing himself as the judge and announcing the start of the duel. He lays down the ground rules, stating that while injuries are expected, he'll step in if things get out of hand. Hyung Hongkwan adds a strange condition. All 3 rounds must be completed, no matter who wins the earlier matches. From the sidelines, Mu Chiel's eyes widen as he spots an unexpected face in the crowd. Back in the arena, the 2 young fighters stand ready, the tension finally starting to build. Mu Chiel's gaze is fixed on a man in purple robes, sitting with a smug look on his face. It's none other than Hyun Gak, observing the proceedings with a disturbingly keen interest. Mu Chiel is completely baffled, wondering what a high-ranking elder like Hyun Gak is doing at a simple disciples' duel. The judge continues, finally answering our boy's question. The first round is with wooden swords, but the last 2 will be with live blades. With the lengthy explanations out of the way, Hyung Hongkwan declares it's time to begin without any further delay. With a booming voice, Hyung Hongkwan gives the signal for the first duel to finally begin. Immediately, the Great Truth Sect disciple explodes off the line, rushing forward to attack. He screams that he's going to beat Lim Sanha to a pulp, swinging his wooden sword wildly. Lim Sanha, however, remains perfectly calm, thinking to himself how his opponent's movements are ridiculously exaggerated. He recalls a lesson from his father, remembering that weaker opponents often use excessive movements for a specific reason. In a flashback, his father Lim Muguk explains that the goal of such moves is simply to seem threatening and intimidate the enemy. It's a tactic that might work on beginners, but it's a dead giveaway of inexperience. For anyone who has dug deep into martial arts, his father taught, that kind of intimidation is completely unnecessary. With that lesson fresh in his mind, Lim Sanha's eyes narrow as he spots the perfect opening. In a flash, he closes the distance, moving in to show the loudmouth what a real, efficient strike looks like. The provoker is completely dumbfounded as a sharp blow lands right on his jaw. Lim Sanha's fist had moved like a blur, a single, precise strike with no wasted motion. The bully is sent sprawling to the ground, utterly defeated by the one clean hit. He tumbles across the courtyard, his wooden sword clattering uselessly beside him. From the sidelines, the Manhwa spectators are impressed, with one smugly saying he knew the kid could do it. The provoker struggles to get up, his body screaming in protest from the single, devastating attack. Hez completely floored by the pain, realizing this is a level of power he's never faced before. Looking up, he thinks to himself that this isn't the same weak Lim Sanha he used to bully. He desperately wonders what changed, even guessing that Lim Sanha must have found some miracle medicine. But our boy knows the truth. It was the hellish training with Mu Shui that finally opened his eyes. Looking down at his fallen foe, Lim Sanha finally understands just how weak his bully, Ga Si-in, truly is. Ga Se-in struggles to his feet, demanding to know what the hell Lim Sanha did to get this strong. But before he can even finish his sentence, our boy lands a brutal kick right into his gut. The provoker goes down hard, his face smashing into the stone courtyard once again. Lim Sanha coldly tells him the duel isn't over, yet he's still wasting time talking on the ground. He thinks to himself that if this were a real fight, Ga Se-in would already be a corpse. The bully's face drains of all color as he desperately begs him to wait, but Lim Sanha shows no mercy, bringing his wooden sword down with killing intent. Ga Se-in can only stare in abject horror, completely frozen by fear. The sword smashes into the ground, stopping just an inch from his face, a clear and final warning. Lim Sanha scoffs at the title Winan's Rising Star, his face twisted in utter disgust. He points to the ground where Ga Se-in literally wet himself, suggesting a more fitting title would be Winan's Pisser. With the bully utterly broken, the duel is declared over, a decisive victory for the Fresh Flower sect. Elsewhere, a furious fist slams down on a table, the sound echoing the owner's rage. Turns out, it's young Hongquan, who can't believe that trash-tier kid actually came prepared to win. He seethes, remembering he even gave his son special medicine, but quickly dismisses the loss, certain of victory in the next 2 duels. An elder smugly tells them to enjoy their little victory while it lasts, then calls for the participants of the second duel. 2 figures step into the arena. Lim Muguk for the Fresh Flower sect, and the formidable Baek San for the Great Truth sect. Lim Muguk sizes up his opponent, recalling rumors that the Great Truth sect leader had consumed a rare miracle medicine. Seeing him up close, he realizes the rumors were true. Baek San is radiating an aura of immense power, but Lim Muguk isn't intimidated in the slightest, thinking to himself that he's also prepared his best for this fight. He steels his resolve, deciding to clear his mind and fight as if he were facing the legendary Muhui himself. Baek San is taken aback. He knows his opponent must sense the power from the miracle medicine, yet the man seems even calmer than before. With a smug grin, he wonders just how long that poker face is going to last. The signal is given, and the second duel officially begins. Baek San lunges forward with a powerful strike, but Lim Muguk ducks under it with surprising agility. Before Baek San can recover, Lim Muguk closes the distance and grabs his sword hand, completely neutralizing the attack. He shoves the blade aside, creating the perfect opening for a swift counter. A clean punch connects right across Baek San's face, a move no one saw coming. But Baek San is no pushover. He immediately fires back with a brutal fist to Lim Muguk's chest. Lim Muguk smirks, revealing he was holding back just in case this fight was a repeat of last time. But now, seeing his opponent's true level, he realizes he won't need to play it safe anymore. Baek San, feeling the disrespect, grits his teeth and decides to finally go all out. He grips his sword with both hands, channeling his full power into the next exchange. Their blades meet in a furious clash, the sound of steel ringing through the courtyard. The two become a blur of motion, trading blows at a speed that's hard to follow. From the sidelines, the fight is a whirlwind of sparks as their swords dance in a deadly ballet. But in Lim Muguk's eyes, the fight is crystal clear. He sees every opening, every flaw in Baek San's form. He thinks to himself that even Muhui would have pointed out these sloppy, predictable habits. Suddenly, it all clicks. He thought he'd need a miracle to win, but now he sees his opponent is nothing special. With newfound clarity, Lim Muguk gathers his energy for a decisive counter. He realizes our boy Mu Shui taught him something far more valuable than just raw power as he lands a critical blow. Baek San is sent skidding across the courtyard, blood splattering on the pristine stone floor. He digs his heel in, desperately trying to stop himself from being completely overpowered. The sheer force of the impact grinds his boot against the ground as he finally halts. Absolutely furious, Baek San abandons all form and swings wildly, hoping to land a lucky hit. But Lim Muguk calmly meets the desperate attack, his defense now flawless. The two clash again, but it's clear the tide has completely turned in Lim Muguk's favor. His eyes lock onto the final, glaring weakness in Baek San's stance. With a swift downward strike, he ends the fight, leaving Baek San to stare up in utter disbelief. Baek San slams his hand on the ground, refusing to stay down after such a humiliating loss. But as he lunges, Lim Muguk effortlessly tosses him aside like a rag doll, a show of pure, overwhelming skill. The old master watches calmly as his opponent tumbles away, wondering if he's finally had enough. Gritting his teeth in fury, Baek San proves he's far from finished, his pride burning hotter than his wounds. He gathers himself for one last desperate charge, convinced his power should have been enough to win. Lim Muguk sighs internally, realizing his opponent just doesn't get it. Everyone has internal energy flowing from their dantian, but simply having a lot of it is trash tier. True masters refine and condense that energy until it becomes something far more potent. This is the foundation of all martial arts, the very principle of internal arts that separates the brutes from the legends. Baek San is a classic example of someone who confuses raw internal force with the profound discipline of internal arts. As their blades meet again, the question hangs in the air: are they different? Lim Muguk is about to provide a very painful answer. Lim Muguk continues his lesson mid-combat, explaining that true internal arts is about refinement and enlightenment. In other words, he's about to show this brute the difference between a big engine and a skilled driver. Their blades clash, but it's clear that simply having more force means nothing against true mastery. With a simple twist of his wrist, Lim Muguk completely overpowers Baek San's desperate grip. A flash of steel follows, and blood erupts as Lim Muguk carves a brutal lesson into his opponent's chest. Baek San is left dumbfounded, spitting blood as the reality of his defeat sinks in. But it wasn't a completely clean victory. Baek San's raw power managed to bloody Lim Muguk's hand. The old master barely flinches, tightening his grip on the hilt, as if the wound doesn't even exist. With one final, decisive movement, he sends the arrogant elder flying backwards. Baek San tumbles through the air, utterly broken and defeated by a master cut from a different cloth. The crowd is in a state of utter shock, unable to process the one-sided beatdown they just witnessed. Even the Manhwa spectators are just staring, their jaws practically on the floor. While the Great Truth Sect disciples sweat bullets, our boy Dako Hyun just watches with a knowing look. Suddenly, Hyung Hongkwan, the father of the defeated disciple, completely loses it, screaming in pure rage. Another elder from his sect steps forward, his bloody blade leveled at the downed Baek San, ready to finish the job. But just as he's about to strike, a hand calmly intercepts the blade, stopping it dead in its tracks. It's none other than Dako Hyun, who has stepped between the executioner and the victim, without a shred of fear. He grips the blade with his bare hand, the steel not even scratching his skin, much to the elder's disbelief. With a cold expression, Dako Hyun looks over at the true master of the duel. He calmly tells the Fresh Flower sect leader, Lim Muguk, that he's made his point, and this farce is over. Dako Hyun's words send Lim Muguk into a flashback, remembering this hollow victory with tears of shame. He recalls the moment his disciple's bloodied sword secured a win that felt more like a loss. He can still see the image of the defeated Baek San on the ground, begging for the duel to end. Even as the announcer declared the Fresh Flower sect victorious, the win felt utterly tainted. His disciples erupted in cheers, ecstatic that they wouldn't have to leave their home now. But Lim Muguk could only bow his head, feeling nothing but disgrace from this outcome. Hess completely dumbfounded, realizing this wasn't the honorable victory he had envisioned at all. From the sidelines, Dako Hyun coolly analyzes the fight, noting that Baek San lost simply because he couldn't control his temper. Our boy even wonders if he should bother fighting, considering just surrendering since the overall winner is already decided. But just then, an elder announces that while the Fresh Flower sect has won, the final duel will proceed as planned. As the announcer calls for the next fighters, Lim Muguk approaches our boy, filled with shame. He apologizes for getting carried away and hurting Dako Hyun's hand during the scuffle. Since they've already won the war, he suggests Dako Hyun just surrender the final, meaningless duel. Dako Hyun just looks at his blood-soaked hand and says he's mistaken. He casually explains that this isn't his blood. It just got on him when he grabbed the sword. Lim Muguk is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing our boy grabbed his full-power strike and came out without a single scratch. He knew the kid was talented, but this level of power is just monstrous. Just as Lim Muguk's mind is reeling, Dako Hyun tells him to wait a moment. The focus shifts to the defeated Baek San, who acknowledges his loss but starts begging for a favor. He grovels, promising to hand over all the rights, but pleads for some kind of understanding. Lim Muguk is absolutely disgusted by this pathetic display, about to declare that there will be no mercy. But before he can finish, Dako Hyun steps in, calmly asking to handle the situation himself. The sect leader grits his teeth, clearly annoyed but deciding to let our boy take the reins. Dako Hyun turns to Baek San, mocking his shameless groveling before making a new proposal. He offers a simple deal. If the Great Truth Sect wins the final duel, they get to stay in Weinan. However, if they lose, they must leave and offer up something valuable, to which a desperate Baek San quickly agrees. So, what's the price of failure? Baek San stammers that he'll offer the sect's rights. Our boy scoffs at the trash tier offer, explaining those rights are already forfeit, and threatens to just walk away. Baek San is seething internally, realizing he's been completely outmaneuvered and has no choice. Cornered and desperate, he finally coughs up a real prize. 5. Great Merit Orbs. Our boy just smirks, telling Baek San he should have offered up the orbs from the very start. An elder from the Fresh Flower sect steps up to officiate, announcing the high-stakes terms to everyone present. The Great Truth Sect's champion, Ga Se-in, watches them leave, realizing the immense pressure is now all on his shoulders. He steps forward, trying to intimidate Dako Hyun by claiming his advanced blade techniques are beyond a youngster's comprehension. He even offers a chance to surrender, But our boy just scoffs, wondering what martial arts in this era could possibly challenge him. The two warriors take their positions in the dueling grounds, the final battle about to begin. Turns out, Ga Se-in is known as the Misty Tiger Blade, a title meant to imply he's a beast who hunts tigers for sport. But Dako Hyun's memory kicks in. He's fought this guy before in his past life, and remembers him as a decent swordsman from Shaanxi. Back then, the Misty Tiger Blade actually put up a better fight than expected, managing to hold on for a bit. He lasted a whole 3 moves before Dako Hyun, as Baek Jin, slit his throat without breaking a sweat. Dako Hyun muses that if Ga Se-in's sword hadn't broken in their past life, he might have lasted 10 more moves. The announcer, seeing both fighters are ready, prepares to kick things off. With a single word, the duel begins, and Dako Hyun just stands there, cool as a cucumber, with his hands behind his back. The Manhwa elders are completely stunned, with one exclaiming that Ga Se-in is incomparably faster than his own sect leader. Even the disciples are sweating, barely able to track his movements and thinking this might be a genuinely dangerous fight for our boy. In a flash, Ga Se-in draws his blade, launching his first attack with blinding speed. Their swords meet in a furious clash, but Dako Hyun effortlessly parries the strike. Ga Se-in is completely dumbfounded, shocked that his signature opening move was blocked so casually. But he has no time to think, as Dako Hyun closes the distance and unleashes the devastating falling flower palm. The palm strike lands dead center, and Ga Se-in can only let out a choked gasp from the sheer force of the impact. Stumbling back, Ga Se-in refuses to accept defeat and immediately lunges forward again. He unleashes a furious sword technique, swinging with everything he's got. His face is a mask of pure determination, thinking he can overwhelm our boy with sheer speed. But Dako Hyun effortlessly weaves through the storm of steel, parrying every single strike without even breaking a sweat. The spectators are dumbfounded, with one disciple remarking it looks more like rays of light than a sword fight. Hyung Hongkwon corrects him, explaining those aren't light rays but sparks flying from their blades clashing at inhuman speeds. The old man grimly admits that Dako Hyun is far from an easy opponent. But Manhwa notices something is off, realizing with a shock that our boy seems weaker than he was before. She can't understand why he's going easy on this trash-tier provoker. In that split second of confusion, Dako Hyun's blade flashes out, and blood erupts from Ga Se-in's eye. Despite the gash across his face, Ga Se-in just smirks, finally taking this fight seriously. He admits to himself that our boy is no normal kid, and that underestimating him was a mistake. Still, his arrogance hasn't faded one bit. He's convinced that Dako Hyun still can't win against him. With a roar, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the fourfold deadly fangs. A massive wave of blade energy, shaped like vicious fangs, hurtles straight for our boy. But Dako Hyun doesn't even flinch, simply gliding forward to meet the attack head-on. His own blade begins to glow, ready to intercept the incoming storm of ki. A flicker of recognition crosses his face. He remembers this exact skill from his past life. Back then, he simply shattered it with his own sword, but he thinks this time will be different. A strange, ominous purple energy begins to swirl around his blade, ready for a whole new kind of counter. Instead of a direct clash, our boy begins to weave a mesmerizing vortex of pink and blue energy. The swirling energy forms a defensive ring, effortlessly catching Ga Se-in's entire attack. The other disciples are stunned. Manhwa recognizes it as the falling plum blossom return ring, but Mu Jin realizes it's been twisted. The two opposing forces collide in a brilliant flash. Dako Hyun has turned a defensive Manhwa technique into a purely offensive, lethal art. The Manhwa spectators can only stare with their jaws on the floor, completely unable to process what they're seeing. Even the elder, Hyun-gak, is sweating, dumbfounded that their sacred technique could be used like this. The beautiful blossom of energy completely engulfs Ga Se-in, his attack utterly nullified. But this isn't a gentle defense. The petals are like 1,000 razors, shredding him from all sides. The storm subsides, leaving Ga Se-in drenched in his own blood, barely standing but still alive. Dako Hyun turns his back, not even bothering to finish him off as Ga Se-in struggles to stay conscious. Our boy just scoffs internally, thinking this trash-tier opponent wasn't even worth testing his new technique on. With Ga Se-in finally collapsing, the announcer officially ends the duel, declaring Mu Shui the winner. The Fresh Flower Sect's leader, Baek San, is completely stunned. His grand plan just went up in smoke. Defeated, he approaches Dako Hyun and promises to hand over the 5 great merit orbs as agreed. Dako Hyun takes the prize as the crowd murmurs in awe, wondering who this powerful new disciple is. They can't believe the so-called Misty Tiger Blade was taken down so easily by this young man. Our boy just gives a subtle, knowing smirk, having played everyone exactly as he intended. Later, he corners Baek San, rubbing salt in the wound by mentioning how bad it must feel to lose sponsored items. He then lays it all out, saying it was obvious a pathetic little sect couldn't have earned such treasures on their own. He cheekily notes that Baeksan's sponsors must be pretty powerful, but now their treasures belong to him. With a final sarcastic good luck, our boy leaves Baeksan completely dumbfounded and seething. The humiliated sect leader can only watch him go, his mind racing with pure, unadulterated rage. But it turns out this whole exchange didn't go unnoticed. A mysterious hooded figure was watching from the woods. This shadowy observer seems to be connected to the whole affair, silently taking in the aftermath of the duel. Later that night, the mood shifts completely as the Manhwa disciples celebrate their victory. The whole squad is getting absolutely wasted, with Dako Hyun himself looking like he's about to pass out. Even the senior disciple, Mu Ryan, is completely knocked out from all the drinking. One of the younger disciples asks the passed-out Mu Ryan why he seemed to go easy on the Misty Tiger Blade at first. Turns out, Dako Hyun wasn't drunk at all. He explains he only pretended to be weak to scout his opponent's techniques. Mu Jin finally pieces it together, realizing the plum blossom technique our boy used was a completely different beast from the one they knew. As they travel under the cover of darkness, Mu Hua asks why they had to leave in such a hurry. Dako Hyun explains he was already sick of the Fresh Flower sect leader's drunken ramblings and wanted to avoid the inevitable hero worship in the morning. With their next destination set for Lushan, the disciples think it's a simple travel plan, but our boy has a deeper motive. He admits that wasn't the only reason. He was actually hoping to ambush the shadowy figures who were pulling the Great Truth Sect's strings. It seems his targets have already vanished, leaving him to question their true goal and why they were helping such a trash-tier sect. Just then, his instincts scream danger as he stumbles upon a fresh corpse, a bloody knife lying nearby. A new, terrifying figure emerges from the shadows, standing over the dead man with an aura of pure authority. This mysterious powerhouse turns his cold gaze upon the Great Truth Sect leader, Hyung Hongkwan. He calmly informs the trembling leader that they didn't lift a finger to stop his recent troublemaking, and Hyung Hongkwan realizes he was just a pawn. The gray-haired overseer explains that Hyung Hongkwan's arrogance was tolerated, but now he's crossed a fatal line. He scolds the leader for wasting the miracle medicines they provided, and then trying to flee like a coward. With ice in his veins, the overseer says there's no need for apologies, because his son will be paying the price for his failure. Hyung Hongkwan is utterly dumbfounded, unable to even process what that means. Before he can finish his question, a blade bursts through his chest, ending his pathetic life instantly. The overseer coolly orders his subordinate, the Dark Flame Pavilion Master, to toss the man's son into the slaughter cave. His subordinate then asks about the Fresh Flower and Manhwa sects, who clearly interfered with their plans. But the overseer is pragmatic. Without a pawn in Vinan, killing them now would be a pointless waste of effort. He decides they'll pull out of the region for now, leaving the corpses of their failed assets behind. As a final thought, he recalls our boy's name, Mu Huai, and orders his man to keep a very close eye on him. The overseer adds that their young leader might even take a special interest in our boy. With his business concluded, he announces his departure, mentioning he'll be in trouble if he's late. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master watches as his superior vanishes into the shadows. He's left with his grim orders: dispose of the kid, and keep a close watch on the Manhwa sect. Surrounded by his hooded subordinates and the corpses of their pawns, he quietly accepts the mission. The scene cuts to the next morning in the bustling town of Lushan. Our boy's group has arrived, and Muhua asks what this place is famous for. She gets excited when he mentions hot springs, but her face drops when they stop in front of a blacksmith's. Her expression says it all. She was desperately hoping for a break, not another chore. Dako Hyun confirms their business is at the smithy as the trio prepares to head inside. Inside the smithy, Dako Hyun tells the crew he has one more piece of business to take care of. He then pulls out a ridiculously huge greatsword, leaving his companions completely dumbfounded. Our boy casually explains that it's a greatsword, obviously much bigger than what they're used to. Then, he drops the bombshell, saying he thinks it's a perfect fit for Mu Cheol. Dako Hyun hands over the massive blade, telling Mu Cheol to use it for training to add more power to his techniques. Mu Cheol hesitantly accepts the weapon, looking like he has no idea how he'll even swing the thing. Mu Hua immediately raises a valid point, questioning whether the sect leader would ever approve of such an unorthodox weapon. But Dako Hyun coolly replies that it all depends on Mu Cheol proving that even a greatsword can be a Manhwa sword. A fire lights up in Mu Cheol's eyes. He understands the challenge and accepts his new path. With their business concluded, Dako Hyun announces their next stop is the Shining Radiance sect, once again crushing Mu Hua's dreams of visiting the hot springs. The group finally arrives at their destination, the impressive grounds of the Shining Radiance sect. They are formally welcomed at the entrance, their reputation clearly having arrived before them. The sect leader, Kang Bo-yum, introduces himself, admitting he's been eagerly awaiting their arrival after hearing of their deeds. He's clearly impressed, remarking that those from Manhwa are really something else. Our boy, using his alias Mu Hui, steps forward and formally introduces himself as a second-generation disciple. The rest of the squad, Mu Jin, Mu Chiol, and Mu Hua, follow suit with a synchronized greeting. As they proceed, they're met by a man with a solemn look and a conspicuously empty sleeve. The one-armed man explains he lost his arm in the Shaanxi massacre and apologizes for not being able to offer a proper salute. Kang Bo-yum cuts the formalities short, inviting them inside for a more comfortable discussion. Once settled, the sect leader immediately praises them for driving out both the brutal blood faction and the Great Truth sect. The one-armed man humbly says he couldn't have achieved what they did, even with both his arms. But Dako Hyun and Mu Jin insist that the man's sacrifice in the Shaanxi massacre paved the way for their success. The veteran just laughs it off, admitting he was more of a liability and was actually saved by the phantom swordsman. The name drop immediately catches our boy's attention, leaving him dumbfounded. The man confirms it, recounting the moment he lost his arm and was about to die before the swordsman appeared and took down the demonic artist. Dako Hyun, trying to play it cool, suggests it was probably just a coincidence. But the man is certain it was intentional, explaining the phantom swordsman wasn't just rampaging but strategically striking enemy weak points. He figures the swordsman's goal was simply to keep as many allies on their feet as possible. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he says he can't accept their thanks when he only survived because of that mysterious hero. Then, in a moment of supreme irony, he tells them that both the Manhwa sword saint and the phantom swordsman would be proud of their deeds. The one-armed man expresses his gratitude, telling them to keep up the good work, while our boy sips his tea, finding the praise a bit embarrassing. The leader of the Shining Radiance sect, Kang Boem, cuts the sentimental moment short and gets straight to business, correctly guessing their mission. Doko Hyun begins to apologize, likely for the state of the other outer sects they've had to deal with. But Kang Boem cuts him off, assuring him this sect is fine before strangely apologizing for the lack of problems. Our boy is completely baffled, saying there's no need to apologize for things going well, but the sect leader just tells him to be honest. He says he understands they must be disappointed after coming all this way just to find no one to fight, leaving Mu Hua dumbfounded. Doko Hyun is impressed, realizing this guy isn't a sect leader for nothing. He saw right through their warriors' intentions. Mu Hua tries to play it cool, suggesting they can just relax in the local hot springs, but the leader immediately shuts that idea down. Now our boy is really confused. Why on earth can't they even do that? The leader reveals the grim reason. There's a murderer on the loose, and he doesn't want to expose them to unnecessary danger. He explains that the Zhongnan sect's first-generation disciples are already hunting the killer, so there's no need for them to lift a finger. Dako Hyun just sips his tea, listening as the leader promises to take them to a great spring if the murderer is caught before they leave. With a bow, Kang Boem tells them to rest up and maybe show his disciples the Manhwa sword style if they get bored. The Manhwa team politely thanks him, but our boy's instincts are already screaming that something is off. As the leader walks away, Dako Hyun starts connecting the dots. The murderer has been active for a while now, yet Kang Boem is acting so unbelievably carefree, almost like it's not his problem at all. It's a total contradiction to his earlier claim about not letting problems fester, and it feels like he's just trying to keep them locked down. Dako Hyun is now certain the Shining Radiance sect leader is hiding something, and he decides to keep a very close eye on him. He looks out at the sect grounds, his mind racing to figure out the angle here. Still, he tells himself there's no need to rush. He'll find out what's going on eventually, especially with the Zhongnan sect involved. But our boy knows what's truly important right now. It's not the shady sect leader. It's getting his own guys ready for what's coming. Mu Hua cheekily says they were happy he wasn't around to supervise, calling it a dream. With a terrifying smile, Dako Hyun declares their little vacation is over. He's about to train them like dogs. And just like that, the hellish training begins, with him personally sparring against Mu Chiol. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, pushing his disciple to the absolute limit. Mu Chiol holds his ground, his greatsword deflecting the relentless assault. The two exchange blows in a brutal dance of steel and speed. Dako Hyun notes that Mu Chiol's movements now have real weight and strength thanks to the greatsword. However, he's already spotted a critical flaw in his disciple's new style. In a flash, Dako Hyun's sword is at his throat, leaving Mu Chiol utterly dumbfounded. He explains that while the greatsword adds power, it kills his speed, a fatal flaw against a fast opponent. With the lesson delivered, Dako Hyun turns his back, but the training isn't over yet. Suddenly, Mu Hua lunges from the side, thinking he's caught his master completely off guard. His hand moves as if he's about to draw his sword from its sheath in a standard attack. It's a classic feint, meant to deceive the opponent with the sheath before the real blade comes out. But Manhwa's plan is a feint within a feint, a double-layered deception. Instead of a high strike, he drops low and aims a swift kick at Dako Hyun's leg. For a split second, Manhwa thinks his clever, multi-layered attack actually worked. But our boy Dako Hyun effortlessly blocks it, coldly stating that such a simple trick will never work on him. Dako Hyun acknowledges that even though the trick was simple, there's something special about Manhwa. He reflects that fighting her is surprisingly difficult, even for him. Turns out, her senses are so sharp that when he gets serious, she perceives him not as a human, but as a demon. He realizes this is a raw, untrained talent she was born with, and decides he'll help her master it. But first, he has to deal with her running up to him in a complete panic. She's absolutely terrified, screaming that she genuinely thought she was about to die. In a flash, he's in front of her, his sword at her throat, stopping her dead in her tracks. He tells her to calm down, questioning how she expects to slay enemies when her mind is so chaotic. Manhwa clutches her chest, thinking this training is going to kill her, as Dako Hyun turns to his next target. With a flick of his sword, he calls out the next disciple, Mu Jin. Dako Hyun analyzes his student, noting that while his senses aren't Manhwa's level, his calmness is exceptional. In a duel, he's actually better than the other two. But he has one critical weakness that makes it all pointless. With a sudden burst of speed, he attacks, and Mujin just barely manages to parry the lightning-fast strike. Mujin counters with a powerful swing, but Dako Hyun has already vanished from his spot. He follows through with his attack, pouring all his focus into landing a hit on his master. But in the next instant, he's frozen in shock as he feels the cold press of a blade against his back. He panics internally, realizing he can't possibly turn in time, and he's about to be seriously injured. The blade stops just shy of his skin, as Dako Hyun halts his attack, looking unimpressed. Our boy looks back, wondering why his student is worrying about him in the middle of a life-or-death spar. With a sharp twist, he grabs Mujin's sword arm, disarming him instantly and ending the fight. Mujin is left reeling on the ground, looking like he's about to throw up from the force of the blow. The other disciples, Manhwa and Mu Cheol, wince in sympathy, noting that their master hit him way harder than he hit them. Dako Hyun reveals Mujin's critical flaw. He's more terrified of hurting others than he is of his own death. He knows this hesitation might seem small now, but it's a seed of disaster for the future. In a real life-or-death battle, that weakness wouldn't just get him killed, it would doom his comrades too. He concludes that it's a fatal issue, and if Mujin can't fix it, he'll be left behind for his own good. With the lesson delivered, Dako Hyun calls an end to the day's training, telling them to reflect on their weaknesses. He explains that there are no shortcuts in martial arts. Only relentless, proper training will forge true strength. As he walks away, he leaves them with one final thought. They must actively conquer their flaws, not just wait for them to disappear. The harsh words sink in, and Mujin is left alone with his thoughts, forced to confront his own limitations. Long after the day's harsh lessons, the moon hangs high in the sky. But for our boy, the training is far from over. He pushes his body to the absolute limit, balancing his entire weight on the tip of his sword. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, surprised to see him training so late. It's the leader of the Shining Radiance sect, Kang Boeum, who says he wouldn't expect any less. He's impressed, noting that true strength comes from training the body, not just the sword. Dako Hyun offers to leave, but Kang Boeum clarifies he isn't here to use the training grounds. Cutting to the chase, our boy asks him why he's really here. Kang Boeum's expression turns deadly serious. He says he's come to ask for a favor. And then, completely dumbfounded, Dako Hyun hears the man ask him to kill him, right here and now. Our boy just stares, completely unfazed by the insane request. Without a word, he gets into a fighting stance, ready to grant the man's death wish, which catches Kang Boeum off guard. Dako Hyun asks if that wasn't what he wanted, and the sect leader just laughs, admitting he didn't expect him to be so direct. Turns out, it was all a test. What he really wants is a proper duel. Dako Hyun agrees instantly, thinking this is the perfect chance to see what this guy is hiding. But he has one condition. He demands they fight with genuine killing intent, or there's no point. Suddenly, a thought flashes through our boy's mind as he connects the dots. Kang Boeum unsheathes his sword, agreeing that training is pointless without the pressure of a real life-or-death situation. He declares that if Dako Hyun is fighting to kill, then he'll gladly return the favor. And just like that, he explodes forward, closing the distance in an instant. Kang Boeum doesn't waste a single second, leaping into the air to bring his blade down on our boy. With pure killing intent etched on his face, He unleashes the first strike of their deathmatch. His sword cuts through the night air with blinding speed, aimed to cleave Dako Hyun in two. But our boy is unfazed, calmly raising his own blade to meet the attack head-on. He effortlessly parries the blow, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the clearing. Dako Hyun holds his ground, analyzing the sect leader's technique with every move. The exchange is a blur of steel as Kang Boeum presses his relentless assault. Their blades dance in the moonlight, a deadly ballet of offense and defense. Kang Boeum prepares another vicious slash, putting all his weight behind the swing. But Dako Hyun sees his opening, sidestepping the blade and landing a solid palm strike right into his chest. The sect leader hits the ground hard, coughing and completely dumbfounded by the power behind that strike. But Dako Hyun gives him no time to recover, immediately bringing his sword down for the finishing blow. He puts all his weight into the slash, aiming to cleave the man in two right then and there. The ground erupts from the sheer force of the impact, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Miraculously, Kang Boeum rolls away at the last second, swinging his own blade in a desperate counter. Their swords clash with a deafening roar, the impact lighting up the clearing in a flash of white light. The two warriors are locked in a furious exchange, a whirlwind of steel and killing intent. Their blades grind against each other, neither man willing to give an inch in this brutal power struggle. They finally break apart, creating distance as they stare each other down, the tension thicker than ever. Kang Boeum tightens his grip on his hilt, realizing he's facing a monster far beyond his expectations. But our boy isn't one to waste time, and he explodes forward in a blur of motion. He tightens his grip on the hilt, but this time, it's not for a swing. Kang Boeum's eyes widen, completely caught off guard by the sudden, unorthodox approach. In an instant, Dako Hyun closes the distance, grabbing the man's face while his blade hovers inches from his neck. Instead of panicking, Kang Boeum just smirks, genuinely impressed by the move. He admits that Dako Hyun not only exploited his left-handed fighting but also saw right through his combat habits. He asks how he knew, and our boy explains that for all his power, he never once used a stabbing technique. Dako Hyun sensed he was hiding an unfamiliarity with his left hand and went straight for that weakness, a deduction that makes Kang Boeum laugh in agreement. The sect leader confesses he's only half as strong as he used to be and is still struggling to master fighting with his left hand. Dako Hyun acknowledges the immense difficulty, saying it's a miracle he can fight this well when everything from perspective to technique has been flipped on its head. But then Kang Boeum offers some advice, telling our boy he's putting way too much unbalanced force into his sword. He thinks Dako Hyun isn't lacking in strength but is just too rushed, suggesting he practice precision and stabbing instead. A sly grin spreads across the sect leader's face as he decides to drop a bombshell. He calls him out, saying he knows for a fact Dako Hyun was holding back and not showing his true power. Our boy tries to deflect, but Kang Boeum just flatly admits that if Head used more of his own power, Dako would have gotten hurt. The sect leader just laughs, saying he gets it now because he felt the sheer potential in our boy's strikes. With a mutual understanding, Dako Hyun thanks him for the feedback, and Kang Boeum prepares to leave. As the sect leader walks away, Dako Hyun watches him, his mind racing. He thinks to himself that the man's left-handed weakness wasn't the only reason he initiated this duel. Turns out, our boy was certain from the start that this whole fight was a test to assess something specific. He realizes Kang Boeum was testing to see if he was strong enough to be an ally when the real murderer showed up. But our boy is still puzzled. Why is the Jungnan sect so obsessed with hunting this killer down? The only logical conclusion is that this murderer isn't some run-of-the-mill thug, and Kang Boeum knows exactly who he is. A chill runs down his spine as he remembers a ghost from his past, the old monster of 100 faces, the very psycho who inspired the term killing demon. This monster was so good at disguise that almost no one in the world knew what he actually looked like. His signature move was to kill the leaders of smaller sects and then perfectly impersonate them, taking over from the inside. He'd then use his position to sow discord, pitting sects against each other and watching the chaos unfold. While disguised, he'd commit unspeakable acts, building a reputation of pure terror without ever revealing his face or having any organization backing him. Dako Hyun grits his teeth, recalling the time the monster disguised himself as Hyun-jo and attacked him. He managed to wound the freak, but he still got away. After that battle, the monster went into hiding, and while rumors of his return have surfaced, the recent copycat crimes were committed by trash-tier amateurs. Our boy recalls that in his past life, the old monster was never caught and simply vanished without a trace. But something about this new killer feels different, and he can't shake the feeling that there's more to this story. He wonders why Kang Boeum would be so rattled by mere rumors, concluding he must have intel that no one else knows. Still, he dismisses the idea of the original monster returning, a master that old can't live forever, so it's more likely his disciple. The real issue is this new killer's strength. But our boy thinks he can make a rough guess based on who's hunting him. Since the Zhongnan sect is on the case, all he needs to do is find out which of their members is leading the chase. He's confident that as long as it's not one of their top-tier elders, he can handle whatever comes his way. Of course, the best-case scenario is for the Zhongnan sect to clean up their own mess without him needing to intervene. With his mind made up, he starts moving out, his footsteps echoing in the quiet night. But he stops short when one of his fellow disciples points out deep, fresh sword marks gouged into the earth. The leader of the Zhongnan sect's hunting party confirms the killer is definitely here, telling her men to stay sharp. She warns them that serial killers are unpredictable and could strike from anywhere, at any moment. Her senses are practically screaming. She can smell the lingering scent of murder in the air. From a nearby rooftop, our boy Dako Hyun spots the new arrivals walking down the path. He immediately recognizes them as first-generation disciples from the Zhongnan sect. A grim thought crosses his mind. Sending 3 of them is basically the same as deploying a full-fledged elder. This means the Zhongnan sect is taking this threat far more seriously than he could have imagined. We learn that first-generation disciples are the absolute backbone of any sect, the ones destined to become its future leaders. Manhwa's own legendary sword saint, Hyunjo, was once a first-generation disciple himself. This raises a chilling question. If Manhwa produced a monster like Hyunjo, who is the legendary equivalent from their rivals, the Zhongnan sect? Turns out, among the Zhongnan sect's hard-working disciples, there's one they call the greatest. A gray-haired woman smirks, remarking how lucky they are to run into a martial artist like him. She introduces herself as Il-mu, a first-generation disciple of the Zhongnan sect. Her 2 companions, Il-sun and Il-hun, also introduce themselves with a respectful nod. Our boy returns the gesture, formally identifying himself as Mu Huai of the Manhwa sect. He humbly says it's an honor, but inside, his mind is racing. He gets why the other 2 are here. But Ilma's presence means this situation is far more serious. A scarred official steps in, apologizing for the secrecy and inviting Dako Hyun to sit and talk. He explains they were waiting for him to join their discussion about the murderer, insisting his help would be invaluable. Il-mu cuts to the chase, revealing there were 5 assassins. They killed 2, but 3 are still on the run. Dako Hyun confirms their worst fears, stating the killers are experts at disguise, so tracking them by appearance is a fool's errand. Il-sun explains their sect leader cooked up a miracle medicine, giving them the ability to literally smell the murderers. Il-mu cuts in, clarifying it's not the killer's scent, but the lingering smell of blood, and admits it's not precise enough to pinpoint an exact location. The scarred host, Kang Boeum, immediately grasps the terrifying implication of her words. She drops the bombshell. Their enhanced senses confirm that at least one of the murderers is right here, inside the Shining Radiance sect. Since she can't tell who it is, she says this is exactly why they desperately needed to bring our boy into the loop. Kang Boeum, unfazed by his missing arm, agrees to help and asks what the first step is to unmask this killer. Il-hun steps up, revealing that at one murder scene, all the alcohol was missing, profiling their target as a drinker and a total show-off. Il-sun nods in agreement, adding that the killer is so arrogant they didn't even bother to erase their tracks. With a sly grin, Il-hun lays out their trap. They're going to throw a massive party, overflowing with booze. The logic is simple. An arrogant bastard like their target won't be able to resist showing up for such a provocation. Il-mu points out the obvious flaw. A big crowd is dangerous, but says they have a special tool to handle it. She coolly reaches into her sleeve, ready to reveal their trump card for this whole operation. It's a small, unassuming pellet that releases a potent sleeping gas when shattered. The plan is brutal and simple. Once they identify the killer, they'll knock out everyone else to isolate their target. Kang Boeum immediately agrees, seeing the logic and declaring there's no reason to hesitate. With grim determination, he announces that the party, and their trap, will be set for that very night. As the moon rises, the stage is set for a deadly banquet under the quiet night sky. The preparations are lavish, with huge vats of high-quality alcohol being brought in to lure their thirsty killer. An entire feast is laid out, creating the perfect atmosphere for a cocky murderer to let their guard down. Kang Boeum raises a cup, kicking things off with a toast to the heroes of Manhwa and Zhongnan. With a resounding cheer, the banquet hall erupts as everyone raises their cups. The Zhongnan disciple, Il-sun, downs his drink, savoring the high-quality alcohol. The party quickly gets into full swing, with warriors shouting for more booze left and right. Our boy, Dako Hyun, sits before the lavish spread, a thoughtful look on his face. He muses that with a feast this grand, there's no way their target wouldn't show up. Still, he reminds himself to act natural, lest he accidentally draw suspicion onto himself. Il-sun, however, is getting a little too into the party, loudly proclaiming how good the drink is. Dako Hyun can only sweat drop at his ally's lack of subtlety. He scans the room, his eyes landing on the two Jongnan sect members, who are supposed to be his backup. Il-sun and Il-mu stand together, their sharp gazes betraying the tension hidden beneath the festivities. Il-mu flashes a sly grin, signaling that everything is going according to plan. Dako Hyun feels a wave of relief, thinking their cover is solid and no one suspects a thing. But his calm is shattered when he notices one of his allies nervously touching his nose, a dead giveaway he was warned against. Suddenly, Il-hun, the acting leader of their little group, stands up from his table. He leans over and announces that he's heading out to prepare for tomorrow's training. With a final word for them to enjoy themselves, he turns and walks away from the feast. The other Jongnan disciples watch him go, whispering that their sect leader is leaving early. Il-mu's eyes narrow. She knows this is their real cue to start hunting for the murderer. As the party rages on and more drinks are poured, the atmosphere grows thick with anticipation. Just then, a mysterious figure with long, flowing hair begins to make their move. A special sleeping potion is discreetly added to the drinks, the key to their entire plan. Il-sun finishes pouring, setting the trap for everyone in the hall. In an instant, the potent drug takes effect, and an entire table of warriors is out cold. The Jongnan disciples stand together, surveying the room full of unconscious bodies. Il-hun observes that not a single person is left standing, which is a problem. Il-sun realizes this means the killer either isn't here, or he's smart enough to play along and pretend to be asleep. His eyes then drift over to a lone figure still sitting at a table, and the horrifying truth dawns on him. They've found their man. The murderer is the one disguised as the Shining Radiance sect leader. Il-mu quickly adapts, telling Il-sun and Il-hun to handle the fake leader while she stays behind as backup. Il-sun agrees but tells her to be careful, knowing they can't afford any mistakes against this monster. With the Manhwa disciples out cold, Il-mu watches as the next phase of their plan begins. The fake sect leader, the old monster of 100 faces, walks into the room with a confident smirk. He coolly asks if they've finally caught on to his little act. The man's eyes are completely devoid of fear. He knew they were coming for him. The Jongnan disciples waste no time, surrounding him with their blades drawn. Il-sun tells the killer his disguise was impressive, but the game is over and he needs to surrender. The old monster just stares back, completely unfazed by the swords pointed at his throat. Il-hun demands he drop the act, questioning if he's still going to hide his true colors. Sensing the immense danger, Il-sun tries to warn his comrades to be careful and let him handle it, but it's too late. In a horrifying blur of motion, the old monster impales one of the disciples before anyone can even react. Il-sun is completely dumbfounded. His comrade's blood splattered across his face as he processes the slaughter. The old monster mocks him for spacing out, then immediately launches a vicious kick at a stunned Il-hun. With a sickening crash, Il-hun is sent flying straight through the building's paper wall. But just as the killer moves in on Il-sun, our boy Dako Hyun arrives, deflecting the blade with a perfectly timed kick. The old monster lands outside, now facing both Dako Hyun and Il-mu, who stand grimly over their fallen brother. He scoffs at the idea of being tracked by scent, sneering that if it were that easy, he would have been caught long ago. Dako Hyun glances back at his own unconscious sect members, a grim reminder of what's at stake. A dark memory surfaces of two sinister figures admitting their prey was surprisingly quick to catch on. Back in the present, a single step forward breaks the tense standoff. The lines are drawn. The old monster on one side, Dako Hyun on the other, with his vulnerable friends caught in the middle. Dako Hyun asks if he's okay, but the old monster just smirks, brushing off the bloody wound on his chest as if it's nothing. His eyes suddenly glow with a demonic red light. This guy is absolutely relishing the bloodshed. In fact, he's thrilled he didn't kill his last victim, because now he's finally met someone he can truly test his martial arts on. Meanwhile, Il-mu confirms to Dako Hyun that he was right about the culprits, but her sharp senses tell her one is still missing. The scene shifts to Il-mu standing over the unconscious Manhwa disciples, cryptically saying not to worry about the missing person. She looks down at one of her fallen sect brothers, a chillingly calm expression on her face, and then a wicked, bone-chilling smile spreads across her lips, revealing a terrifying truth. Turns out, she was the missing culprit all along, her eyes glowing red as she unleashes a wave of pure killing intent. Just as she moves in for the kill, the disciples' eyes snap open in pure, unadulterated terror. With a swift motion, Il-mu brings her sword down, ready to silence him for good. But her blade never connects, as a body is suddenly sent flying out of the building with a crash. Il-mu spins around to see another disciple, not only awake but actively deflecting her attack. She's completely dumbfounded, wondering how in the world he wasn't knocked out by the sleeping gas. Turns out, he wasn't alone. 3 disciples stand ready, explaining a senior disciple had warned them ahead of time. Manhwa scoffs at the trash tier tactic, calling the use of sleeping gas a cowardly and sickening move. She then blows a small, wet piece of cloth out of her nose, leaving everyone a little confused. Ilmu immediately puts it together. They used soaked cloth to filter the air and just pretended to be asleep. A smart trick she admits she fell for. But her surprise quickly turns to amusement, as she asks if the 3 of them seriously think they stand a chance against her. She scoffs that the big guy's greatsword attack already told her everything she needs to know. They're not even strong enough to be entertaining. So, she makes them an offer. Leave the girl, Manhwa, behind for her to deal with, and the rest of them can just walk away. With her eyes glowing a demonic red, Ilmu sneers, offering to let the other 2 live if they abandon their friend. But Mujin isn't about to abandon anyone. He explodes forward without a single word. He brings his sword down in a powerful arc, clearly not in the mood for her trash tier negotiations. Ilmu just scoffs, thinking his telegraphed attack is just too obvious. She easily deflects his blade with a swift kick to his wrist, disarming him in a flash. But the raw power behind the blow sends a jolt through her body, forcing her to cough up blood. Before she can even recover from the shock, Mujin is already a blur of motion. He uses his sect signature footwork to instantly close the distance between them. His blade flashes, carving a deep, bloody line across Ilmu's shoulder. Blood erupts as the overconfident huntress is completely caught off guard by his ferocious counterattack. But Ilmu is far from finished. Bleeding only seems to fuel her rage as she prepares to counter. Her eyes ignite with a demonic red light, channeling all her fury into one last-ditch attack. She unleashes a vicious swing, putting every ounce of her remaining strength behind the blade. Mujin, however, stands his ground and meets her desperate strike head-on with his own sword. The raw power of his block travels right up her blade, completely overwhelming her defense. She coughs up blood, absolutely stunned that he could so easily match her full-power assault. The shock is written all over her face. She's finally realizing she's messed with a true monster. With a single, decisive push, Mujin completely shatters her stance and sends her flying. He gives her no room to recover, immediately pressing his advantage as she stumbles backward. Her feet carve deep grooves into the stone as she's violently shoved back, utterly dominated. The so-called huntress is left kneeling and broken, coughing up blood after that last exchange. Mujin looks down, completely unimpressed, musing that her skills are far more pathetic than he'd anticipated. He deduces that her disguise arts require a living template, meaning she had to have encountered real Zhongnan disciples. He wonders how someone so weak survived, asking if she has a powerful backer, and she just smirks, admitting he knows too much. She confesses they ran into some first-generation Zhongnan disciples, a fight that cost them 2 of their own. But then she claims they didn't run. They actually killed the disciples, a lie so absurd Mujin almost laughs. With her eyes glowing a demonic red, she calls him arrogant for underestimating her group's capabilities. As proof, she pulls out a sword hilt, asking him if he recognizes the craftsmanship. Mujin's calm expression finally cracks as he realizes it's the distinct style of a Zhongnan sect sword. A closer look confirms his fear it's not a copy, but an authentic blade, meaning her insane story might actually be true. The Zhongnan huntress smirks, explaining that a sword of this quality isn't something you can just fake overnight. Mujin's mind reels. If the blade is authentic, then her unbelievable story about killing Zhongnan disciples might actually be true. But he just can't wrap his head around it. How could a bunch of unknowns possibly take down elites from a major sect? She laughs at his disbelief and decides to drop some knowledge on him about how power really works. She poses a simple question. Is he on the same martial level as the other disciples of Manhwa? Before he can answer, she explains that just like him, her group isn't full of fighters cut from the same cloth. They have their own monsters. In fact, she boasts about a senior disciple in their ranks, a prodigy their own master admitted was a generational talent. She reveals it was this very person who wiped out the Zhongnan disciples, but her sentence is cut short as her head suddenly flies from her shoulders. Out of nowhere, a mysterious assassin appears behind her, having just silenced her in a single, lightning-fast strike. Mujin is left completely dumbfounded, watching as his only lead is executed right before his eyes. Mujin can only stare as the headless corpse finally collapses, the assassin's job brutally finished by someone else. The assassin himself is dumbfounded, wondering what kind of monster has a technique so fast the victim couldn't even blink. He whips his head around the empty courtyard, calling out the only name he can think of, Mu Hui. But our boy is already a ghost in the wind, dashing away from the scene at top speed. Leaping across the rooftops, he curses himself for wasting time testing his martial arts when he should have been on guard. A chilling realization dawns on him: if assassins are here, then the other disciples are in grave danger. His worst fears come to life as the scene cuts to a blood-splattered sword plunged into the ground. The Manhwa sect's training grounds have become a graveyard, littered with the bodies of his comrades. From the shadows, a pair of terrifying, blood-red eyes glow with murderous intent, and the camera reveals the killer's face. It's Ilmu, the girl who was just decapitated, now resurrected, and looking like a demon. The reanimated girl looms over Dako Hyun, her demonic eyes promising a gruesome end. Our boy is completely paralyzed by fear, a cold sweat breaking out as he stares at the impossible. His mind flashes back, forced to replay the horrific events that just unfolded. It all started with a lone shadow moving through the darkness, swift and silent. This mysterious assassin began the slaughter, a whirlwind of death cutting down his friends. He remembers seeing the figure bring its blade down on one of his sworn brothers, Mu Jin. The life drained from Mu Jin's eyes, his expression frozen in shock and betrayal. And behind the slaughter was a terrifying, smiling shadow with glowing white eyes, enjoying the chaos. Elsewhere, Mu Chael could only hide and watch, trembling as his comrades were butchered one by one. The absolute terror in his eyes reflected the grim reality they were being hunted. From his hiding spot, Mu Chael can only watch the unfolding nightmare, paralyzed by fear. The undead huntress, Ilmu, suddenly crashes the party, dropping from above to execute our boy. Dako Hyun narrowly evades the strike, which shatters the ground where he just stood. Ilmu seems genuinely confused, unable to process how her target managed to survive. Our boy is breathless, the sheer killing intent from his opponent leaving him completely shaken. But he's not one to go down easy, so he grits his teeth and launches a desperate counterattack. He pours all his focus into his blade, knowing one mistake means instant death. He swings with everything he has, a clean arc meant to decapitate his foe. In a shocking twist, she just catches the blade with her bare hand, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. With terrifying ease, she uses his own momentum to send him flying like a ragdoll. Our boy is left coughing up blood, the impact from that throw rattling his entire body. Ilmu stands over him, sword raised for the killing blow. It seems like this is the end of the line. Suddenly, another Zhongnan disciple, Il Sun, appears behind her and grabs her shoulder, furious at what he's seeing. He doesn't waste a second, landing a haymaker that sends the reanimated girl flying. Believing he's saving a fellow martial artist, Il Sun draws his own sword, ready to put down the monster. He brings his blade down with lethal intent, aiming to cleave her in two. Blood splatters as his sword finds its mark, but something isn't right. From the ground, Dako Hyun screams in desperation for him to stop. In a flash, a hand grabs Il-sun's arm, halting the sword just inches from its target. It's Dako Hyun, warning the baffled disciples that she's not the real enemy here and that they're walking into a trap. Meanwhile, Mu Chael desperately tries to convince Manhwa to run, telling her there's no way they can beat that monster. He feels they're like ants trying to fight a human. They're just going to get stepped on and crushed. But a voice cuts through Manhwa's fear, asking if this is why she's turned a blind eye her entire life. She's thrown into a memory, recalling that her hesitation has always stemmed from a lack of training. It's a painful reminder of a past massacre where her only option was to survive and vow to train harder. She accepts it. Her cowardice isn't a choice, it's a consequence of her own weakness. But as she's frozen by her past, a sudden spray of blood erupts right in front of her. Dumbfounded, she can only stare in disbelief and whisper Mu Chael's name. The very same guy who was just begging to run has thrown himself in front of her, taking the hit. Looking past her, Mu Chael realizes the true monster on this battlefield is Dako Hyun, who he thinks is stronger than any senior disciple. Bleeding out, Mu Chael tells Manhwa she has to be the one to escape and warn Manhwa. The Zhongnan huntress, Il-mu, just scoffs from a distance, calling their last-ditch effort stubborn. Manhwa's mind latches onto his words. Even he is telling her to run, making it the logical choice. She collapses to the ground, finally given the permission she craved to flee the slaughter. But as she sits there, a strange thought cuts through her fear. She wonders how everyone else can keep fighting after losing so much blood. Is the only thing separating her from them just a lack of training? Then, a horrifying realization hits her like a physical blow. She felt relief, not rage, when Mu Chael gave her an excuse to be a coward. It all clicks into place with a memory of Dako Hyun, asking why she hesitates when she doesn't even understand herself. Dako Hyun's voice echoes in her mind, explaining that she might be tricking herself because the truth was too terrifying to face. He continues, saying she buried that fear so deep for so long that she's forgotten what it was and why she hid it. His advice was simple. If she wants to understand, she must think back to the very first time she ever held a sword. The words trigger something, and her mind latches onto that single thought, the first time she held a sword. Suddenly, a visceral, blood-soaked memory erupts in her mind, her eyes widening in pure terror. The flashback throws her back to her childhood, where she was hiding and shaking, watching a massacre unfold. She witnessed a shadowy figure mercilessly cut down a man right in front of her. The victim's lifeless eyes stare into nothingness, a haunting image seared into her memory. And then she sees him, the demonic assassin with glowing red eyes, the source of all her fear. It was a one-sided slaughter, with bodies strewn everywhere in a sea of red. All she could do was cling to her family, a pitiful and pointless act of resistance. The little girl watched, paralyzed, as her entire family was ripped to shreds right before her eyes. Her rage was completely smothered by a wave of absolute terror. She felt utterly pathetic. In that moment, sitting amidst the carnage, she made a vow. She would get stronger and fight back with courage. So she picked up a sword, believing that holding it would banish all her anxiety and fear. She poured every ounce of her cowardice and terror into her training, forging it into the blade itself. She told herself she had become someone new, someone who was no longer a coward. She truly believed she had overcome the pathetic child she once was. But as the memory concludes, it's clear that the trauma never really left her. She tells herself the only reason she ever hesitated was because she hadn't trained enough. A twisted smile spreads across her face as she fully embraces this dark conviction. It was all so simple. Her lack of courage was just a symptom of insufficient training. But a deeper, more honest question begins to surface in her mind. She remembers watching our boy and Muchiol dive into the fray without a second thought. How could they possibly fight those absolute monsters without a hint of hesitation? Muchiol's face was calm, resolute, something she could never be. She wonders why she felt relief instead of rage, watching our boy walk away through the blood. Her hand trembles as the reality of the carnage around her finally sinks in. In a moment of pure horror, she realizes she's no different from that helpless child. She scoffs at the idea that she's overcome anything, asking herself what she's even conquered. The bitter truth hits her. She's just a coward who blames her training while trying to escape without a scratch. Her thoughts drift to our boy, wondering if he learned the sword just to run away from his own demons. She realizes they might be cut from the same cloth, both trying to escape a cowardly past. But the memory of him shows a different story, a hand gripping a sword even when resistance seemed utterly futile. He didn't just hold his sword, he held on to his fallen comrades, refusing to let go. Even bloodied and beaten, he and his brothers stood up against an overwhelming injustice. They simply did not give in, using their swords as props to haul their broken bodies back to their feet. Turns out, our boy learned the sword to be like them, the ones who fought even as they were ripped to shreds. And as tears stream down his face, we see the immense pain that forged his unbreakable will. Snapping back to reality, Ilmu's eyes burn with a cold, red light. She's holding a downed disciple hostage as our boy, Dako Hyun, flies through the air for a last-ditch attack. She's genuinely dumbfounded, wondering why he didn't just run away when he had the chance. Finding his courage more annoying than anything, she contemptuously drops his comrade to the ground. A flash of blood appears by her ear as she prepares to intercept his desperate charge. But he breaks through her guard, landing a solid blow that sends her reeling backward. Dako Hyun coughs up blood, clearly running on nothing but pure, unadulterated willpower. The strain is too much, and his sword finally clatters to the stone floor. A sudden quiet falls over the courtyard, the sounds of battle replaced by the rustling of leaves. All that's left is the sight of his blood-splattered blade, a monument to his defiance. The courtyard is a grim scene, littered with the bodies of the Jongnon sect. Just then, a shadowy figure appears, kneeling to check on a fallen comrade. The huntress watches this newcomer with her cold, glowing eyes, utterly unimpressed. She finally turns her attention away from the defeated Dako Hyun, sizing up the new arrival. She speaks, apologizing for being late and asking what happened to the others sent after the sect leader. But the man ignores her, telling his fallen brother to just hold on a little longer. His face darkens with pure rage as he vows to finish this as quickly as he can. He rises to face her, but she just scoffs, effortlessly holding up one of his unconscious allies. A twisted smile spreads across her face as she tells him he's actually pretty funny. Calling him brave for showing up, she contemptuously tosses the body aside, ready for round two. She smirks, admitting that while she's not into men, she has a soft spot for the bold ones. Reaching out a hand, she offers him a twisted form of praise for his bravery. With her eyes glowing a menacing red, she prays he won't disappoint her, but actually provide some excitement. Our boy remembers a crucial lesson. Never, ever underestimate your opponent. He clears his mind, focusing on a single objective, killing the enemy in front of him as fast as humanly possible. The teachings echo in his head. Keep movements swift, short, and pour everything into the attack. She watches him, completely unfazed, as he prepares to make his move. In a flash, he unleashes the Dako sword technique, closing the distance instantly. Before she can even react, he's already past her, his blade having found its mark. A spray of blood erupts from her chest as she looks down, utterly dumbfounded. The gash on her chest is deep and should have been a one-shot kill for any normal martial artist. But instead of dying, she just grins, her eyes glowing red as she admits he's actually pretty good. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately spinning around for another lethal strike. He knows he can't give this unkillable monster even a moment to recover. She hits the ground, looking up with an expression that's more annoyed than pained. As he brings his sword down for the final blow, she suddenly thrusts her hand up, unleashing the falling flower palm. Her palm slams directly into his blade, stopping his execution cold with a burst of energy. The raw power of the impact travels up the steel, shocking his entire arm. His sword is ripped from his grasp, sent flying through the air, and just like that, Dako Hyun is left kneeling and completely unarmed over the very monster he failed to kill. But the monster doesn't give him a single moment to think, launching a brutal kick straight at his head. Our boy gets sent flying, completely overwhelmed by her relentless assault. He tumbles across the courtyard, desperately trying to regain his footing. With a burst of speed, he manages to land, but he's still weaponless and vulnerable. He turns to face her, his mind racing for a way out of this trash-tier situation. But she's already on him, her hand clamped around his throat, choking the life out of him. Her glowing red eyes are filled with pure, murderous intent as she tightens her grip. Just as his vision starts to fade, his sword comes flying out of nowhere, embedding itself in the ground. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, casually plucking the blade from the earth. The monster looks on, dumbfounded, while our boy recognizes his backup has finally arrived. The arrival of this man triggers a memory, flashing back to a fateful encounter. We see her as she once was, a ruthless warrior of the Jongnan sect, a true monster in human skin. She prepares to unleash her signature move, one she believed was unstoppable. It's the 100 Forms Palm technique, a vicious art that fills the air with crimson ki. The deadly energy slashes tear through the forest, aimed straight for her target. But her opponent, the very same shadowy figure from the present, stands his ground. He counters with a flawless sword technique, creating a defensive whirlwind of pure energy. Her crimson palm strikes slam into his impenetrable vortex, a clash of titans. The force of the impact is immense, but her ultimate technique is completely shattered. She's blown backward, utterly dumbfounded that her power was so easily neutralized. She can't believe it. Her ultimate move was just casually swatted away by the wind from his sword. Her crimson eyes tremble, realizing she's up against a monster of a completely different caliber. Before she can recover, the air fills with an eerie calm as crimson petals begin to drift down. She stands dumbfounded, watching the beautiful yet ominous sight unfold around her. Suddenly, she realizes she's trapped in the eye of a massive, swirling storm of deadly energy. This is the legendary Manhwa technique, the infamous plum blossoms in full bloom. The storm of spectral blades and petals rushes towards her, an inescapable dance of death. She's instantly overwhelmed, her body ripped to shreds by the relentless assault. Yet, even as she's torn apart, she can't help but admire the sheer power of the attack. The shadowy assassin is the source of it all, his hand glowing with the very key that just destroyed her. But it turns out, she didn't go down without a fight, unleashing her own signature move, the form-shattering whip. She was fast, closing the distance in an instant with a vicious follow-up strike. For a moment, it actually looked like she had him, sending the shadowy assassin flying back. Our boy gets launched through the air, completely caught off guard by her raw power. He barely manages to stop himself, digging his sword into the earth to halt his momentum. The huntress just smirks, thinking she's already won this fight against the trash-tier assassin. But she celebrated too soon. He closes the gap in a flash and grabs her arm with a death grip. Before she can even register what's happening, he unleashes a blindingly fast slash of his own. Her arm goes flying, severed clean off her body in a spray of blood. She's left completely dumbfounded, staring in horror as the assassin stands over her, ready to end it. He lands without a sound, leaving the huntress to grapple with the bloody stump where her arm used to be. She's in absolute shock, unable to process how she, an elite warrior, could be so easily maimed. But that shock quickly morphs into pure, unadulterated rage, her eyes glowing red as she warns him he's made a fatal mistake. Our boy couldn't care less about her threats, immediately launching himself into the air for a killing blow. He descends like a shadow, his blade aimed to end her life right then and there. His sword connects with a sickening thud, carving a deep gash right across her back. He lands behind her, having delivered what should have been 2 more fatal wounds. The force of the impact sends her stumbling forward, looking for all the world like she's finished. Believing the job is done, the assassin coolly turns to sheath his weapon. But this creature is cut from a different cloth. She turns her head, those demonic eyes promising that the real fight is just beginning. But just as he turns, a torrent of red energy erupts from her, slamming into his blade with vicious force. The assassin is thrown back, his sword deflecting the monstrous, claw-like attack at the last second. He stumbles, his entire arm trembling violently from the sheer impact of that one blow. Our boy is completely dumbfounded. He can't believe the raw power she just unleashed. Turns out, her internal energy was on a whole different level, completely overwhelming his own when they clashed. She sneers, telling him the fun is over and that the backlash from her energy will leave him paralyzed in agony. He looks down to see his hand cracking and shattering, dark energy corrupting his arm from the inside out. The assassin's eyes go wide with horror, realizing his arm is completely broken and useless. Seeing her chance, the Jongnan huntress lunges forward, aiming to finish him off while he's defenseless. With pure, murderous intent in her glowing red eyes, she closes in for the final, brutal strike. But just as she moves in for the kill, a sword suddenly bursts through her chest from behind. The huntress is sent stumbling forward, the attack coming from absolutely nowhere. She staggers, her mind unable to process the fatal blow she just received. Coughing up a lungful of blood, she stares down at the blade, now embedded in her body. Blood pours onto the ground as her strength rapidly fades. She collapses to her knees, barely conscious, clutching the very sword that has skewered her. Her glowing red eyes flicker with utter confusion. This development is just strange. She can't believe it. Her plan was to have some fun and then end him. So how is she the one dying? Looking back at our boy, she recalls that she was superior in every way, from internal energy to martial skill. Yet he shows no panic, leaving her completely dumbfounded, as she wonders what the hell is even happening. Barely clinging to life, the Jongnan huntress admits defeat, acknowledging his cold patience was a weapon in itself. Our boy cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if there are any more disciples of the old monster of 100 faces. She coughs out a grim answer. No, her entire squad was wiped out back at the Shining Radiance sect. He seems to think this is the end of it, that the murders will stop, but she's utterly baffled by his naive conclusion. Her eyes flare with a dark light as she tells him he's completely misunderstanding the situation. She then drops the real question. Does he actually believe their master, the legendary old monster, is dead? With a blood-soaked smirk, she explains that just because he vanished doesn't mean he's gone for good. Turns out, he was just in isolation, training to become even more powerful, but her sentence is cut short. With a brutal, merciless twist, he drives the blade deeper, ensuring her story ends right there. As she chokes on her own blood, he leans in and demands to know everything. He's got one simple question. Where is the old monster of 100 faces? But even on death's door, she scoffs, saying it's pointless because her master is somewhere he could never reach. Our boy thinks she's just playing games, trying to stall for time, but she insists she's telling the truth. With her last breath, she collapses, her cryptic warning hanging in the air. Dako Hyun watches her go limp, muttering that it's not like he was going to share his plans with her anyway. His eyes narrow, realizing this lead has just turned into a dead end. He looks down at the corpse, the information he needed now lost forever. With a cold, detached expression, he prepares to finish the job. He yanks his sword free in a final, brutal spray of blood, leaving her body in the dirt. The night is silent, save for the blood that stains the air under the cold moon. Time passes, and the bloody night gives way to a tranquil one. Soon, the sun rises, marking the start of a new, uncertain day. Our boy, back in his original body, finally stirs from a deep, unconscious slumber. His eyes snap open, the memories of the brutal fight flooding back in an instant. He jolts upright in bed, a sharp pain reminding him of his near-death experience. A searing agony shoots through his side, and he clutches his bandages, gritting his teeth. Just then, Mu Cheol enters the room, calmly telling him to take it easy since his wounds haven't healed. Dako Hyun looks up, dumbfounded to see his senior disciple standing there. His mind races back to the battle, and he urgently asks what happened to the assassins he was fighting. Mu Cheol just deadpans that he killed them all, leaving our boy utterly dumbfounded by the casual response. He hands over some tea, explaining that the others are safe, and he's already sent word to the Jongnan sect. Dako Hyun takes a sip, trying to wrap his head around the fact that his senior handled a whole squad of assassins. After a moment, he looks up and apologizes for putting everyone in such a dangerous situation, but Mu Cheol just stares out the window, admitting he completely underestimated how powerful their enemy was. He tells Dako Hyun he's lucky to be alive, as that fight could have easily been his last. The senior disciple acknowledges that they all made their own choices, and aren't just some trash-tier pawns to be sacrificed. But as their leader, he declares he's taking full responsibility and will step down from his position when they get back. Our boy is completely blindsided, but Mu Cheol informs him the decision is final, and he's already told the others. As he turns to leave, He reveals that he heard Dako Hyun was the only one who actually managed to land a solid hit on the killer. Dako Hyun is stunned, questioning if it was really him. But Mu Cheol just says he heard it from the others. The scene snaps back to the night of the attack, where the Zhongnan huntress, Il Mu, had already taken down one disciple. As a Manhwa disciple flies in for an attack, her eyes blaze with a demonic red light. She counters instantly, slamming her opponent with a brutal, bone-shattering strike. The disciple is sent flying back, coughing up blood from the overwhelming force of the blow. His sword falls from his numb fingers, clattering onto the cold stone floor. He collapses in a heap, utterly defeated, and unable to move a single muscle. The huntress looms over his broken form, her expression completely devoid of emotion. She then casually slings his unconscious body over her shoulder, ready to depart. With blood dripping from her own eye, she stares off into the night, a truly terrifying sight. Back in a flashback, Dako Hyun visits the injured Mujin, reluctantly admitting that his effort counts for something. Mujin, laid up in bed, is initially ticked off, thinking he's being mocked instead of praised for his hard work. But Dako Hyun clarifies that the wound is irrelevant. What truly matters is that Mujin has finally grown. He explains that breaking through a wall isn't always some grand epiphany, but often just a small shift in one's attitude. While this wound was just a scratch against a powerful foe, the experience itself was invaluable. He promises that the next time Mujin is in a similar fight, he'll realize has finally overcome his past self. Cutting himself off, Dako Hyun announces it's time for them to go. Mujin is dumbfounded, asking where they could possibly be going when he's supposed to be recovering. Dako Hyun just says this is also a form of training, and that everyone is waiting, especially because he's hurt. A strange, determined smile spreads across Mujin's face as he seems to understand the brutal lesson. Dako Hyun calmly enjoys a drink, completely unbothered. Turns out his grand training plan was a trip to a hot spring, leaving Mujin utterly baffled. Mu Cheol explains that proper rest is the best form of recovery, but Mujin is still thinking this is some kind of joke. Sinking into the warm water, Mu Cheol feels they should brought his sister Mu Hua, who had been begging to come. He imagines she's probably having fun somewhere else, just as relaxed as they are. As the sun begins to set, the disciples enjoy a rare moment of peace. But the quiet doesn't last long as the conversation inevitably circles back to the recent incident. Mu Cheol cuts straight to the point, asking Dako Hyun how in the world he managed to kill that monstrous assassin. Our boy is caught off guard, genuinely surprised by the blunt question. He just plays it cool, brushing it off by saying he was just lucky, a total lie that fools no one. Mujin admits the assassin was a beast, even stronger than Dako Hyun. The others are stunned to learn she was the one who wiped out the Zhongnan sect's first-generation disciples. Our boy confesses he wouldn't have won a straight fight. She was powerful but lacked refined skill. He flashes back to the brutal moment she overwhelmed him on the battlefield. In that instant, he was facing an opponent whose raw power was on another level entirely. Her attacks were relentless, a storm of pure, unadulterated strength. Mujin reflects that her power wasn't just martial might. She had the born instincts of a predator. He finally reveals the secret to his victory. She got cocky and let her guard down. When their swords clashed, her internal energy was so immense it completely twisted his arm. But in that split second she thought she'd won. He grabbed his own broken hand and plunged his sword into her. Mujin explains that neither of them were fighting just to win. If she wanted him dead, she'd have gone for the head. He admits her arrogance was his only ticket out of that fight. Without that lucky break, he'd be a corpse right now. Dako Hyun finally understands, realizing that brutal clash is what completely mangled Mujin's arm. With the story finished, Mujin lectures his juniors, telling them power means nothing if they're dead and to always be humble. While they agree, our boy has a grim thought, admitting he's learned that very lesson himself. He looks down at his own hands, realizing that in his current state, he's pathetically weak. His mind flashes back to his past self, a true monster on the battlefield, the standard he can no longer meet. He tries to make excuses a new sword, untested techniques, but knows deep down it doesn't change the outcome. He was just as arrogant as she was, and now his injury is holding him back from training. A truly frustrating reality. Suddenly, a hand reaches out towards him through the steam. Our boy is snapped out of his thoughts by the sudden voice. It's two strangers, a mountain of a man and his younger companion, who politely ask if they can join. The imposing figures stand over him, their sheer presence dominating the steamy air. The older man offers a friendly smile, completely unfazed despite the massive scar across his face. Dako Hyun agrees out loud, but his mind is racing. He recognizes this old monster and can't believe he's here. The elder steps into the water, his physique looking like it was carved from solid rock. He settles in with a sigh, his body a roadmap of old battles, completely at ease. The two newcomers find their spots, the initial tension giving way to the calm of the spring. Our boy watches them from across the water, this unexpected encounter breaking his gloomy mood. The hot spring is now shared between the Manhwa disciples and these two mysterious masters, an unspoken standoff hanging in the steam. The old man breaks the silence, correctly guessing they're from Manhwa just by looking at their well-trained muscles. Our boy introduces himself as Mu Shui, but he's internally dumbfounded, realizing this old monster is on a completely different level. The elder gives a nod of approval, impressed that they haven't neglected their physical conditioning like so many other young martial artists. Suddenly, the old man's eyes narrow. He recognizes the name Mu Hui and correctly identifies him as Hyunja's disciple. But he pauses, a strange look on his face as he stares intently at our boy. He then drops a bombshell, saying that for some reason, Mu Shui's eyes remind him of the infamous phantom swordsman. The other disciples are completely lost, wondering who this guy is to speak so casually about two legendary figures. Thinking fast, Dako Hyun claims he once received training advice from the phantom swordsman and simply took it to heart. The elder looks completely stunned by this explanation, his mind trying to process the unbelievable statement. And then he just explodes with laughter, the idea of the phantom swordsman giving out friendly advice being the funniest thing he's ever heard. The elder keeps laughing, musing how the phantom swordsman was a trash-tier student but is now egotistical enough to give others advice. He quickly apologizes for his sudden outburst, trying to play it cool, but then he drops the real bombshell. Turns out, he was the one who taught the phantom swordsman his training methods. Dako Hyun's mind short-circuits, flashing back to his past life as the red-eyed demon swordsman. He realizes that if this old man taught someone like him, he must be an absolute legend in the Murim. Suddenly, Mujin shoots up out of the water, his face dead serious. He immediately performs a deep martial arts salute, apologizing for not recognizing the man sooner. Then he reveals the elder's true title, formally greeting him as the Iron Mountain Fist King. Mu Cheol is left completely dumbfounded, his jaw practically on the floor. But our boy Dako Hyun is even more rattled, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realizes who he's been talking to this whole time. The name Iron Mountain Fist King echoes in Dako Hyun's mind, a title belonging to a true monster of the Murim. He remembers the legends, tales of a man who pursued pure physical power through brutal, inhuman training. This guy literally hung from trees, lifting boulders, all to build a body that was a weapon in itself. Back in the present, Mujin holds his respectful salute, completely humbled by the living legend before him. The Fist King seems amused, noting it's an honor for someone to still recognize his old title. He formally introduces himself as Ma Yonho and tells everyone to relax, trying to ease the sudden tension. He then points to the red-haired youth, introducing him as his disciple, Wu Taekang. Dako Hyun is stunned. He never imagined a lone wolf like the Fist King would take on a student. Just by looking at him, our boy can tell this disciple is already strong enough to wipe the floor with most martial artists. Ma Yonho explains they're traveling for the kids' training, prompting Mujin to politely ask about their journey. Wu Taekang proudly declares his perfect record, boasting he's fought 43 duels and won every single one. The Manhwa disciples are dumbfounded by his skill, though Mujin figures it's only natural for the Fist King's student. The kid admits his last fight was a close call, saying he only won because his opponent's sword broke. But Dako Hyun isn't having it. Our boy coldly explains that a broken sword is a reflection of the owner's trash-tier skill, not an excuse. Mujin, intrigued, asks who this formidable opponent was that pushed the Fist King's disciple to his limit. Wu Taekang hesitates, deciding it's easier to describe the person rather than remember their name. He reveals his opponent was the disciple of the Phantom Swordsman, a title that makes Dako Hyun's ears perk up. Trying to recall the name, he guesses it was something like Dako Yul, causing Ma Yonho to muse that the name sounds rustic, just like the sword demon. Ma Yonho tells his disciple to get over it. A loss is a loss, but he agrees with the juniors that mastering your weapon is part of a warrior's duty. He tells Wu Taekang not to consider it a tainted victory, as Mujin laughs, realizing the kid just wanted a perfectly clean win. Wu Taekang is more than happy to spill the details of the duel, seeing how curious everyone is. In a flashback, we see the showdown. Dako Yul, the sword demon's disciple, versus Wu Taekang, the Iron Mountain Fist, King's pride and joy. The fight was a brutal war of attrition, and after 100 clashes, Dako Yul's sword simply couldn't handle Wu Taekang's iron fists and shattered. Dako Hyun can't help but crack a smug grin, thinking to himself that the guy simply lost, plain and simple. He's internally celebrating that the damned bastard Dako Yul finally admitted defeat, and to the disciple of that old man of all people. Our boy vows to give him a proper thrashing the next time they meet, but his thoughts are interrupted by Ma Yonho. The Fist King recalls an old promise he made with two of his juniors to raise their disciples and see who was the strongest. remembering how cocky the sword demon was. He lets out a hearty laugh, wondering what kind of face the sword demon would make now that his prized student got his weapon broken. Mu Chiel, ever the sharp one, realizes he must be talking about the legendary sword demon and the sword saint, Master Hyunjo. He points out that, while the sword demon's disciple lost the duel, the sword saint's disciple is still an unknown variable in their old bet. The whole group is left dumbfounded, realizing our boy is now the representative for the legendary sword saint. Ma Yeonho's mood turns somber. He says it's a pity he can't even gloat, since his old rivals died so tragically. He cuts to the chase, his sharp gaze locking onto Dako Hyun, as he asks him what he thinks. The Fist King proposes a match between their disciples to finally settle the old bet, and our boy agrees on the spot. Dako Hyun thanks him for being so agreeable, but his face is a mask of tension, knowing this is no simple request. A sly grin spreads across Ma Yeonho's face as he reveals he has one more request to make. Turns out, he's personally curious about the Sword Saint's successor and wants to test Dako Hyun's skills himself. He gives our boy a chance to back out, but Dako Hyun, never one to run, accepts the challenge without a second thought. Dako Hyun asks what kind of test he has in mind, and the old monster just says the method is simple. Now, fully dressed and radiating power, the Fist King begins to explain the rules of this little test. The test is simple. Dako Hyun just has to strike Ma Yeonho's palm with everything he's got. Our boy asks when and where, but the Fist King just grins, saying he's ready right here and now. He glances at his disciple, Wu Taekang, who confirms he's been itching for some action himself. With both sides ready, Ma Yeonho tells Dako Hyun to prepare himself for what's coming. He decides this very clearing is a good enough spot for their little showdown. He gives a mock apology for the lack of a proper arena since this wasn't a planned duel. In fact, he thinks this is the perfect place to settle things. Watching from the sidelines, Mu Jin and Mu Chiel can't hide their concern. Mu Chiel quietly asks why his eldest brother is pushing himself when his arm still hasn't healed. But Dako Hyun's mind is set. He couldn't care less about the disciple. He just needs to shut this arrogant old man up. Dako Hyun scoffs internally. If this old man wants to test his skills, he's more than ready to throw down. He launches himself forward, absolutely certain that even with this trash-tier body, he can wipe that grin off Ma Yeonho's face. But the attack is instantly shut down, with the Iron Mountain Fist King blocking his kick like he's swatting a fly. In a blur of motion, Ma Yeonho grabs our boy and effortlessly hurls him across the entire clearing. Dako Hyun slams into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust from the sheer, overwhelming force. As the dust settles, he's on his feet, but the message is clear: the power gap between them is astronomical. Ma Yeonho simply hums, looking genuinely intrigued by how Dako Hyun handled that little test. He acknowledges that for the Sword Saint's disciple, that level of skill is expected, and declares the test is over. But then he turns to his own disciple, Wu Taekang, and tells him to get ready for the real duel. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, wondering if that little toss was all the action he was going to get from the big boss himself. But Ma Yeonho smirks, seeing the fire in our boy's eyes and calling it a perfect gaze to crush. Turns out, he wasn't sidelining him at all. He was just getting warmed up. The Iron Mountain Fist King tells Dako Hyun to come at him whenever he's ready. Without a word, our boy plants his feet, announcing he's here representing the Muhui Dojo. Watching from the side, Wu Taekang scoffs, thinking this whole display is just plain annoying. He expected some kind of surprise from the Sword Saint's disciple, but finds him disappointingly dull. That is, until Dako Hyun draws his blade, making Wu Taekang wonder what kind of monster Hyunjo was hiding. Our boy just grins with a cunning look, ready to prove he's not just some trash-tier fighter. Wu Taekang's attitude flips completely. Now he thinks this duel will actually be worth watching. Dako Hyun digs his feet into the dirt, bracing himself for the clash of a lifetime. The Iron Mountain Fist King warns the onlookers that his disciple is certainly no pushover. With a thunderous boom, Wu Taekang rockets forward, the ground itself cracking under his explosive power. Mu Jin and Mu Chael can only stare, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying aura the kid is unleashing. Wu Taekang throws his signature Iron Mountain Fist, flying at our boy like a human cannonball. Dako Hyun feels the overwhelming pressure, a giant boulder flying at him, and recognizes the old man's teachings. But he's completely unfazed, thinking that compared to the real deal, this kid is still far behind. Without missing a beat, Dako Hyun counters, unleashing a whirlwind of pink energy slashes to meet the charge. Wu Taekang's fist glows with concentrated power, ready to pulverize anything in its path. The two monstrous attacks collide in a chaotic blur of motion and raw energy. But our boy is just on another level, gracefully deflecting the brute force with a technique that leaves Wu Taekang in the dust. The dust settles from their insane clash, obscuring everything. Wu Taikang stands his ground, completely baffled, wondering where our boy vanished to. But it's too late. Dako Hyun is already right behind him, moving like a ghost. Without a shred of hesitation, he smacks Wu Taikang with the flat of his blade. The kid is completely caught off guard by the sheer speed of the counterattack. Watching from the sidelines, Mu Cheol can't believe his eyes, questioning if Wu Taikang actually deflected his brother's sword. But the brawler isn't down for the count. He grits his teeth and pivots for another round. He unleashes another devastating punch, a straight beam of pure force aimed right at Dako Hyun. Our boy calmly meets the attack, thinking it's an impressive move, but still not enough to take him down. He parries the blow with ease, but suddenly his expression changes to one of shock. Turns out, the force of that last blow sent a nasty jolt through our boy's injured hand. Dako Hyun is completely dumbfounded. The pain is far worse than he anticipated. He's forced to retreat, creating some much-needed distance from the brawler. With his stance reset, he prepares for the next onslaught, but he's already on the back foot. Wu Taikang closes the distance in a flash, throwing another punch that Dako Hyun barely dodges. Our boy realizes his plan to toy with them is shot. His left hand is so busted he can't afford to block anything head-on. But Wu Taikang is no fool. He noticed Dako Hyun deliberately hid his left hand and suspects an injury. The kid decides to test his theory, announcing he's aiming for that very hand and launching a vicious swing. Dako Hyun is forced into a desperate duck, using his sword to stabilize himself on the ground. Seeing his opponent cornered, Wu Taikang prepares to bring down a devastating two-handed strike to end it all. With a roar, Wu Taikang brings his fists down like a meteor, aiming to pulverize our boy into dust. But he feels something is wrong. The impact isn't what he expected, and he's suddenly dumbfounded. His attack misses completely, smashing into the empty ground where Dako Hyun was just a split second ago. The sheer force of the blow shatters the earth, creating a massive crater and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. For a moment, the entire battlefield is completely obscured, leaving the brawler blind. Wu Taikang stands up, scanning the dust cloud, wondering if he actually managed to obliterate his opponent. But as the dust settles, a silhouette appears right behind him, and it's not a friendly one. Turns out, Dako Hyun used the attack's momentum to slip past him, now looking colder than ever. The red-haired kid's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes he's been completely outplayed. Before he can even flinch, he feels the cold steel of a sword pressed against his throat. It's game over. But it's not a blade to the throat. Wu Taikang's sword arm is stopped dead in its tracks. Our boy Dako Hyun has caught his fist, completely neutralizing the attack with one hand. The brawler is utterly dumbfounded, finding himself completely at his opponent's mercy. Dako Hyun stares at the arm he's grabbed, a sudden realization dawning on him. He thinks to himself that the kid was specifically aiming for his left arm the whole time. It clicks. This brawler somehow saw through his ruse and realized he was hiding a weakness. Admitting the kid is skilled, Dako Hyun boots him away to create some distance. He decides he can't just play along anymore, not with his arm's condition and his opponent's level. Instead, he tells the kid he's going to show him something really special. Dako Hyun raises his sword, preparing to unleash a technique this kid has never seen before. With a simple grip change, our boy channels his energy into a single, decisive strike. A blinding line of light erupts from his sword, slicing through the very air towards Wu Taikang. The brawler is frozen solid, his instincts screaming that this attack is on a whole other level. He realizes this isn't just a sword slash. It feels like a colossal, unblockable wall is about to crush him. There's no way to dodge, no way to parry. His mind goes blank in the face of absolute power. Even his companions, Mu Jin and Mu Cheol, watch on, stunned by the sheer killing intent being unleashed. The attack connects in an instant, carving a deep scar into the earth where Wu Taikang once stood. The dust settles to reveal the brawler on his knees, admitting with a shaky voice that he is lost. Dako Hyun stands over him, sword raised high, ready to end this duel permanently. But just as he's about to strike, a powerful presence makes itself known. The legendary Iron Mountain Fist King has been watching the whole time. The Iron Mountain Fist King notes that our boy didn't even need to swing his sword. He won with sheer intimidation. He realizes his own disciple lost because his spirit was completely broken by Dako Hyun's overwhelming presence. With a smirk, he accepts this as a necessary first loss for his student. A lesson in humility you can't learn any other way. Looking to the heavens, he silently tells the late Master Hyunjo that his disciple has achieved a perfect victory. Meanwhile, the two fighters exchange pleasantries, with Wu Taikang admitting he learned a valuable lesson from the duel. The Fist King steps forward, interrupting their moment of sportsmanship with a determined look on his face. He walks right up to Dako Hyun and asks if he can take a look at his left arm, catching our boy off guard. The scene then cuts away as the sun sets, shifting to a different location entirely. We're now at a building under the shining Radiant Sect's banner, where someone is being interrogated. A familiar woman with a bruised eye crosses her arms, demanding to know why it took him 4 hours to return after his duel. Manhwa isn't pleased, demanding to know why she was abandoned, but Dako Hyun can only stammer that he forgot in the heat of the duel. She scolds him for being so thoughtless and making her worry sick, but he just apologizes, saying the fight was that fierce. Jin jumps in to defend him, explaining that his opponent was the disciple of the infamous Iron Mountain Fist King. Speaking of which, the scene cuts to someone pushing their body to the absolute limit. It's Wu Taekang, balancing precariously on a rooftop with a one-handed handstand as part of his grueling training. He holds the position with inhuman strength, overlooking the city as the sun begins to set. Back in the room, the Fist King realizes the situation with Dako Hyun's arm is far worse than he could have imagined. He's completely baffled, wondering how his prized disciple managed to lose to a man with an injury this critical. The Fist King gets to work treating Dako Hyun's arm, and the sheer agony is written all over our boy's face. He tells him to grit his teeth and bear it, warning that if Head seen this any later, the arm would have been paralyzed forever. With the initial treatment done, the Fist King finally asks what in the world happened, wondering who could possibly be strong enough to do this to him. Dako Hyun reveals he ran into the serial killer, which makes the Fist King's blood run cold, as he realizes he's talking about the legendary old monster of 100 faces. But our boy clarifies it wasn't the master himself, but one of his disciples, leaving the Fist King utterly dumbfounded, since he thought that monster was long dead. He can't believe the old monster not only hid from his pursuers but also secretly trained apprentices, and he immediately asks just how strong they were. Gritting his teeth in pain, Dako Hyun explains they were monsters, strong enough to take down first-generation disciples from the prestigious Jongnan sect. The Fist King's mind reels at the implication. If that's true, then Dako Hyun is on a whole other level, capable of defeating a top-tier assassin. Dako Hyun tries to downplay his victory, insisting he only won through sheer luck by striking when his opponent let her guard down for a split second. But the Fist King knows better, retorting that exploiting an opening like that requires immense skill, and he's amazed our boy got away with just one major injury. He's deeply impressed that even in this state, Dako Hyun agreed to a duel with his disciple, and he feels a sudden urge to help this warrior out. In a stunning turn of events, the Fist King offers to teach him a few things, leaving Dako Hyun completely shocked by the proposal. But Dako Hyun knows that in the world of martial arts, just having knowledge gets you nowhere. True power comes from training until it's ingrained in your very soul and amassing real experience. And he knows all too well that the most potent experience is the kind that brings you to the brink of death. Our boy's mind flashes back to the fight that nearly claimed his life, a trial by fire he barely survived. He remembers the overwhelming power of the assassin, a monster from the old monster's hidden school. He tells himself not to get arrogant. He's still not fully in sync with the Manhwa sword style. What he needs isn't some fancy new technique, but the brutal learning that only combat can provide. He realizes the Fist King standing before him is the perfect opportunity to gain that exact experience. The Fist King warns him to be sure, mentioning that even the famed Sword Phantom couldn't handle one round of his teaching. But seeing the look in our boy's eyes, he understands. This kid isn't here for a lesson, he's here for a real fight. The Fist King cracks his knuckles, deciding he won't question our boy's death wish any further. To make it a fair lesson, he even promises to only use martial arts at our boy's current level. With a challenging smirk, he simply tells him to bring it on. Not needing a second invitation, our boy explodes off the ground in a flash. He lunges forward, aiming a deadly fast sword thrust straight at the old man's heart. But his all-out attack is met with a casual, almost insulting defense. The Fist King stops the razor-sharp blade cold with just 2 fingers, completely dumbfounded. With a simple twist of his wrist, he effortlessly redirects the sword, throwing our boy off balance. Before he can even think to recover, a fist built like a boulder is already flying at his face. The old man's expression says it all. This isn't a spar, it's a genuine beatdown. The punch comes flying in with enough force to shatter bone, a blur of pure power. But our boy manages to slide back just in time, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. He stares with cold focus, realizing this old monster is the real deal. The Fist King gives him no time to recover, lunging forward with another haymaker. This time, instead of dodging, our boy raises a single hand to meet the attack. A strange, swirling red energy begins to gather in his palm, a technique the old man has never seen. In a shocking move, he catches the powerhouse's fist with his open hand. The raw force of the punch is immense, but our boy's technique seems to be absorbing it all. The Fist King is completely caught off guard, feeling his own power being neutralized. He's left dumbfounded, realizing the kid somehow twisted the very trajectory of his fist. Enraged, The Fist King decides fists aren't enough, and unleashes his true power with a massive sword. He swings with enough force to split the sky, clearly done playing around. Our boy has to use every ounce of his agility just to dodge the monstrous slash. The attack carves a massive trench in the ground, showing the insane power he's up against. Dako Hyun manages to parry the next strike, the impact rattling him to the bone. He holds his ground, his eyes locked on the old monster reflected in his blade. But defending won't win this. He explodes forward, creating afterimages with his footwork. It's a dance of death as he weaves between the Fist King's relentless, overpowering attacks. He can't help but curse the old man internally for lying about holding back. This is a full-blown slaughter attempt. Suddenly, he jolts awake in his bed, the terrifying thought echoing in his mind that he almost just died. He slowly comes to, the morning light feeling a little too real after that nightmare. His eyes snap open as he tries to shake off the lingering dread, wondering what just happened. Our boy bolts upright, his heart still pounding from the phantom duel. He sits there for a moment, collecting his thoughts and taking in his surroundings. His gaze lands on some papers left beside his bedding, piquing his curiosity. He reaches over, realizing it's a letter left specifically for him. The note is from the Fist King, starting with a simple, unexpected apology. Turns out the old monster got a bit too excited and accidentally went all out, so he treated our boy's wounds as a mea culpa. The letter explains he had to leave to find a new sparring partner for his disciple, Wu Taekang. The Fist King ends by praising his unique technique, comparing it to a formless flower, and demands to know its name next time they meet. The letter continues, with the Fist King offering to break down his technique's flaws and even providing a new training method he devised. Our boy is left dumbfounded, staring at the pages filled with notes and a rather crude diagram of a training device. He notes it's just 1 page on flaws but 9 on training, though he admits the old man's insights are incredibly sharp. A smirk crosses his face as he realizes the old monster must have genuinely taken a liking to him. He knows Ma Yonho doesn't hand out advice like this. This was for him, recognizing his talent, not just his master's name. It feels like their meeting was fated, and he's truly grateful for the unexpected guidance from the reclusive master. As for the training method itself, though, yeah, he's just gonna toss that right out, hell forge his own path. Suddenly, Manhwa appears at his door, surprised to find him already awake and asking when he got up. He asks if something is wrong, and she cuts to the chase. People from the Jongnan sect have arrived. Dako Hyun immediately understands it must be about the murderers, and tells her he'll be right there. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the serene mountains, another duo is on the move. The sun beats down as they walk through the lush forest. It's the Iron Mountain Fist King, Ma Yonho, and his disciple. Wu Taekang finally speaks up, noting his master has been strangely pensive since their time at the hot springs. Ma Yonho asks if it's that obvious, and his disciple confirms he's definitely not his usual self. But the old monster deflects, saying it's Wu Taekang who's been thinking about Mu Hui and his humiliating loss. He scoffs, telling the dumbfounded kid it's obvious to anyone who's known him this long. He advises his disciple not to get hung up on it. Defeat simply reveals what you need to train next. Wu Taekang accepts the lesson but presses again, asking what's really on his master's mind. Ma Yunho just looks away, claiming it's nothing, but his expression tells a completely different story. Ma Yunho finally admits he's been thinking about his old friends, leaving his disciple dumbfounded that the old monster even has any. The scene shifts, revealing the grim belongings of fallen warriors, their swords and blood, soaked uniforms laid out in a box. A hand lifts a collar, revealing a unique emblem embroidered inside the Big Dipper and 3 swords. Kang Boim confirms the worst, identifying the items as belonging to Il Mu, Il Sun, and Il Hun of the Jongnan sect. Their surviving comrade, the one-armed man Il Hyun, can only stare with a heavy heart, the loss etched on his face. Suddenly, Il Hyun drops into a deep, formal bow before the leader of the Shining Radiance sect. It's a gesture of profound respect and apology, his body nearly parallel to the floor. He clasps his hand, a silent signal of the weight of his words to come. Speaking on behalf of his absent sect leader, Il Hyun formally apologizes for the chaos their sect's affairs have caused. He then sincerely thanks Kang Boim and the Shining Radiance sect for their help, a gesture they respectfully return. Il Hyun makes a solemn vow, declaring that the Jongnan sect will be forever indebted to them for their aid. He punctuates his words with a deep, formal bow, a gesture of absolute respect and gratitude. The remaining Jongnan disciples follow their senior's lead, the entire sect now owing a massive favor. With the belongings of their fallen comrades finally collected, this grim chapter comes to a close. The Jongnan disciples announce their departure, and Kang Boyum gives them a respectful send-off. Our boy's crew figures their business is done and plans to hit the hot springs before heading back to Manhwa. But right as they're about to leave, Kang Boyum stops them, remembering something important. He mentions the upcoming six-fold combo sword competition, hoping our boy's crew will grace it with their skills. The name of the competition echoes in Dako Hyun's mind, a new challenge presenting itself. With the Zhongnan affair finally settled, a new path forward unexpectedly opens up. Manhwa is all smiles, excitedly telling the group it's time to hit the hot springs and get ready to leave. She's practically beaming, thinking they've earned a good long soak after everything they've been through. But when our boy suddenly cancels, she's dumbfounded, asking why he's changed his mind and worrying that he's unwell. Dako Hyun admits he agreed, but his priorities have shifted now that the six-fold combo sword competition is on the table. With a determined look, he declares that they need to start preparing for it right away. A quick history lesson. This competition is supposed to be a friendly event to reinforce the bond between the Zhongnan and Manhwa sects. It gets its name because, believe it or not, the foundational martial art for both sects is the six-fold combo sword technique. This is a huge deal, as a sect's basic techniques are considered the very essence of its philosophy and values. So the million-dollar question is how these two rival sects ended up sharing the exact same core sword style. Whispers from the past suggest a shocking possibility, that the two sects were originally one single entity. Another legend claims two disciples, taught by the same master, went on to found the two different sects. But since nothing was ever written down, the real truth is lost to history. Thankfully, instead of becoming bitter rivals, the two founders chose to cooperate. This spirit of mutual improvement gave birth to the competition, allowing both sects to flourish. Back in the present, Manhwa is completely lost, wondering why he's so fired up for a friendly match. She rushes over, reminding him the hot springs are waiting and asking why he's preparing so early. Dako Hyun just turns with a dead serious look and gives a simple answer, because he likes to win. Manhwa is left completely dumbfounded by his sheer intensity. Seeing there's no changing his mind, she just sighs and says she has nothing more to say. And with that, the group heads off, their fun trip officially cancelled for some hardcore training. As they travel, Mucheol casually mentions something he overheard from the other sects. Turns out, their little group has already earned a nickname in the Jianghu. They're being called the Manhwas, Four Flowers, a title Manhwa finds pretty cool, but Dako Hyun warns her it just means they're a bigger target. Suddenly, our boy Dako Hyun stops dead in his tracks. The others are completely clueless, wondering why their senior disciple has halted their journey. He stands there silently, his back to them, sensing something is deeply wrong with the atmosphere. Manhwa asks him what's going on, but he just stays quiet, laser-focused. His eyes narrow as he finally pieces together the unsettling truth. He reveals that there's a path up ahead, which shouldn't be there. Dako Hyun explains he deliberately chose a secluded route to avoid attention, but this path has been far too easy, a sure sign of a trap. He states his grim conclusion. This whole path feels like they're being deliberately lured into a trap. Our boy tries to figure out when this unsettling feeling started, but he can't pinpoint the exact moment. What's worse, he hasn't sensed a single hostile presence, which makes the situation even more suspicious. He explains that the best way to manipulate someone is to limit their options, forcing them down a predetermined route. He considers that he might just be paranoid, or perhaps the one setting this trap is a complete amateur. But after their last near-death encounter, he decides to trust his gut. There's no room for error. Without another word, he orders everyone to turn back, leaving Manhwa completely baffled by the sudden command. She immediately questions his logic, reminding him he was the one in a hurry, but he flatly denies feeling unwell. Dako Hyun cuts her off, stating that with sunset approaching, they need to move quickly if they're backtracking. Manhwa lets out a sigh of frustration, realizing she has no choice but to follow her senior's orders. Somewhere in the shadows, their enemy smirks, thinking it's much better this way if they just give in. Having retreated, our boys' group sets up camp for the night deep within the eerie forest. They light a fire, hoping to rest after the tense and confusing change of plans. While the others sleep, Dako Hyun remains wide awake, his instincts still screaming that something is wrong. He stares into the flames, his mind racing, unable to shake the feeling that they're being watched. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as a faint rustle from the darkness catches his attention. He turns his head, his senses on high alert, confirming that they are not alone. Without a sound, his hand immediately grips the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever comes next. From the pitch-black woods, a monstrous boar with glowing eyes emerges, staring them down. This is no ordinary beast. Its demonic gaze promises a bloody confrontation is about to begin. Our boy is still processing the demonic boar when he realizes it was just a distraction, because out of nowhere, a shadowy figure appears high in the trees, ready to strike. The hooded assassin leaps down, blade glinting, aiming to end this silently. But Dako Hyun's senses are already screaming, his eyes tracking the killer's descent. The assassin comes down hard, a blade aimed right for his head. With lightning speed, Dako Hyun kicks the campfire to create chaos and parries the blow. The sharp clang of steel jolts Manhwa awake from her sleep. She scrambles up, completely disoriented, and asking what that sudden noise was. Dako Hyun calmly tells everyone to get up, announcing they've got company. Manhwa is left dumbfounded, barely able to process that assassins are here for them. The whole group is now awake and on guard, with the first attacker's gear lying discarded nearby. Dako Hyun's mind is already working overtime, piecing together the clues. He realizes this wasn't a chance encounter. These killers were sent specifically for them. Using a secret technique, he mentally tells the others that they're completely surrounded. He gives them a grim crash course, explaining he can't protect them all and that assassins will even self-destruct to take them down. With no time to waste, our boy decides to go straight for the enemy's main force. Mew, San and the others draw their swords without a second thought, ready to follow his command. The silence of the night is broken by the rustling of leaves, as the enemy finally makes their move. A storm of blades suddenly erupts from the darkness, flying straight for our heroes. Mew San screams a warning to Mu Cheol as the first wave of assassins closes in for the kill. But Mu Cheol is no rookie. He slams his sword straight into the ground with all his might. The impact kicks up a massive cloud of dirt and debris, creating an instant smokescreen. A volley of what turns out to be poison needles harmlessly pings off the newly formed earth wall. The assassins are completely thrown off by this unconventional defensive maneuver. As the dust settles, they're left wondering what just happened. One of the hooded killers, watching from a distance, is dumbfounded that he blocked the attack by just striking the dirt. But his confusion turns to panic as he realizes one of the targets has vanished from the group. Before his brain can even process it, our boy Dako Hyun has already appeared behind another assassin and sliced him down. The first assassin hears the sickening crunch and whips his head around in shock. He's just in time to see Dako Hyun standing over the fresh corpse of his comrade, not even breaking a sweat. While the first assassin is still processing his loss, Mu Cheol leaps into action against another. With a clean, brutal slice, a second assassin is sent flying through the trees. His body hits the ground with a wet thud, painting the forest floor red. Mu Cheol lands gracefully, not a single wasted motion in his assault. He immediately pivots, his blade ready as another hooded killer comes at him. Their weapons clash as he effortlessly parries the desperate attack. But his senses suddenly scream danger, and he glances up at the night sky. A tiny, gleaming object is hurtling straight towards him at incredible speed. The assassin thinks he's got him, a perfect shot with a poisoned needle. But Mu Cheol just smirks, catching the deadly projectile between his fingers like it's nothing. The assassin is left dumbfounded, as Mu Cheol calmly holds the deadly needle. With a flick of his wrist, he sends it flying right back, a perfect return to sender. The needle finds its mark, and the hooded killer collapses without a sound. Elsewhere in the forest, another blade slices through the night air with brutal force. It's Dako Hyun, wielding his signature massive sword and carving his own path of destruction. He brings the cleaver down in a vicious arc, tearing straight through another attacker. Blood erupts into the air as the assassin's body is nearly split in two. Another trash-tier killer hits the dirt, throat slit wide open. Watching the bodies pile up, Manhwa realizes something disturbing. These attackers are all just kids. Mu Cheol coldly agrees, but tells her their age is irrelevant since they came here to kill. He lays down the cold, hard truth. An assassin is an assassin, and they would have died if they hadn't killed them first. Mu Cheol tells her to get used to it, because as a sword wielder, she's always at risk of being killed. Just as the grim lesson sinks in, he warns the group that the fight is far from over. The full moon hangs in the sky, casting a pale light over the bloody forest clearing. Turns out, the mastermind behind this whole ambush is the notorious Dark Flame Pavilion Master. One of his hooded subordinates reports that fewer than 20 assassins are left, asking if he should intervene. The master just scoffs, remarking that these so-called killers are even more pathetic than he imagined. He doesn't care if they all die, but he's annoyed they couldn't even take out a few Manhwa kids. Having seen enough of this failure, he gives a single, chilling command: kill them all. As his elite assassins move out, the master turns away, leaving the slaughter to his true warriors. Elsewhere, Gasei fumes, finding it unbelievable he has to use first-class assassins on some Manhwa brats. He grudgingly admits they're skilled, but their interference has ruined his plans and reputation. To him, this isn't just about revenge. It's about protecting his position and saving face. He justifies the slaughter, telling himself it's a good move to eliminate a future threat. But just as he smirks, a hand clamps down hard on his face from behind. Gasei is frozen in shock as our boy Dako Hyun mockingly asks if he's a pervert for liking this. Before he can even process what's happening, Dako Hyun leans in, a cold look in his eyes. He then unleashes the falling flower palm, a devastatingly swift attack. The strike smashes Gasein into the dirt, leaving him groaning in a newly formed crater. At the same time, the Dark Flame Pavilion's true elite assassins are finally on the move, swarming the forest. The sound of the impact echoes through the forest, stopping one of the assassins dead in his tracks. He turns to his comrade, silently asking if he heard that sudden, violent crash too. The whole squad heard it, and they quickly pinpoint that the noise came from their master's location. They decide to split up, sending a small team to check on him while the rest continue, underestimating their targets as just kids. 2 assassins peel off from the main group, confident that this little checkup won't take them long at all. Meanwhile, our boy is already demonstrating the brutal efficiency of the pressure point art. He starts by precisely striking Gasein's paralysis point, instantly freezing his entire body. With the arrogant fool completely immobilized, Dako Hyun holds him up effortlessly. He then presses the mute point on his throat, making sure no screams for help will ever escape. Finally, he drops the now paralyzed and silenced Gasein to the ground, like a discarded puppet. After neutralizing his target, our boy notices something on the body. He casually frisks the paralyzed Gasein and pulls out a mysterious black token. The token is engraved with the words Overlord Fortress, a name that carries some serious weight. Flipping it over, he sees it also identifies the owner as the Dark Flame Pavilion Master. The pieces of the puzzle start clicking into place in his mind. He scoffs, realizing this is the powerhouse that gave the Great Truth sect its unearned confidence. Without a care in the world, he picks up Gasein's body and starts counting the approaching assassins. He tells the paralyzed fool that sending just half their forces is pathetic. They should have brought the Dark Emperor. He promises to deal with the minions first, and will come back to finish him off, telling him to just wait patiently. An arriving assassin overhears this and is utterly dumbfounded, wondering if this kid is insane to so casually mention the Emperor, a title reserved for the absolute strongest. Lying on the ground, Gasein fumes, thinking our boy's arrogance is off the charts. He can't believe he got his pressure points hit, but he consoles himself with a plan. This humiliation is temporary. Once the assassins are done, he'll return to the fortress a hero. Suddenly, one of his elite assassins is sent flying back, impaled on a tree. Gasein just lies there, completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. He stares in disbelief at the body of his first-rate killer, now a tree ornament. He wonders how it's possible. The kid just left, yet an assassin is already dead. The sounds of screams fill the air, but he realizes it's his own men, not the target. A cold dread washes over him as he wonders if his entire squad is getting wiped out. Just then, a pair of blood-splattered boots stops right in front of his face. Looking down at the paralyzed man is none other than Dako Hyun, his face hidden in the shadows. Elsewhere, the Dark Flame Pavilion Master sits calmly, completely unaware his elite unit has just been wiped off the map. The forest floor is painted red, evidence of a swift and brutal slaughter. It was a one-sided massacre from the very beginning. Not a single one of the assassins even stood a chance. Our boy calmly wipes the blood from his blade, not even breaking a sweat. Just then, more assassins arrive on the scene, only to be completely dumbfounded by the sight of their dead comrades. The commotion also attracted some nearby Manhwa disciples, and a concerned Mu Jin rushes over to his juniors. He asks if they're hurt, but they can only stare at the carnage, wondering who these dead men are. Mu Jin notes that while the first wave were just young grunts, these new corpses belong to experienced assassins. He calmly reveals he saw the leader's plaque, brushing it off like it's nothing to worry about. The chilling truth drops. These assassins are from the Overlord Fortress. The disciples are completely dumbfounded, having no idea who that is. Turns out, the Overlord Fortress is a third faction, a bunch of ambitious psychos who want to unify the entire Murim under their thumb. They got so powerful that the prestigious sects had to form the Sichuan Alliance just to keep them in check. One of the disciples, still confused, thought the Sichuan Alliance was supposed to be handling these guys. Mu Jin explains that the balance of power must have shifted, forcing the fortress to expand its influence into their territory. He concludes that this wasn't some random attack. It was a deliberate, well-prepared assault aimed directly at them. Mu Jin lays it out cold. This fight was always coming for them, and it's a good thing they know who the enemy is now. A panicked Mu Hua asks what their next move is, but Mu Jin's answer is a gut punch. There's absolutely nothing they can do. He explains this is way above their pay grade. Their only option is to run back and tell the Manhwa sect what's happened. He decides they're leaving immediately, and when a complaint is raised about the dark, he basically tells them to stay behind if they're scared. The little one, Young, just scoffs and stomps away, clearly annoyed by the sudden urgency. And so, without wasting a single second, our boy makes his way back to the sect. He strides through the gates, having traveled through the night to return as quickly as possible. Two disciples, Musan and Muho, spot him, and their jaws hit the floor, screaming that the senior disciple is back. Mujin casually greets them by the wrong names before ordering them to get everyone ready for training while he reports to the elders. Mujin is immediately brought before one of the sect's highest elders, who calmly welcomes him back. The elder, Baek-san, expresses immense pride, having received all the reports of Mujin's successful missions. But as he looks at his disciple, he can't help but notice a distinct, almost unsettling change in his demeanor. Turns out, Mujin didn't come alone. He's brought our boy Dako Hyun and two other mysterious figures with him. Dako Hyun just stands there stoically, his massive blade a silent testament to the hell they've been through. Baek-san's expression shifts to worry, pointing out their tattered clothes and asking if they're really okay. Mujin tries to brush it off, assuring the elder that they're all perfectly fine. But Baek-san isn't buying it and presses for the truth, sensing that Mujin is holding something back. Mujin finally cracks, admitting they crossed paths with the Overlord Fortress, a revelation that leaves the elder utterly dumbfounded. The news hits Baek-san like a physical blow, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. His hand trembles so much he spills his drink, the reality of their clash with a major power finally sinking in. Wiping his mouth, he can only mutter the name of that monstrous faction, realizing the deep trouble they're in. He composes himself, knowing this will be a heavy topic, and demands they tell him everything from the very beginning. And so, Mujin recounts the entire bloody ordeal they just survived. The story of their desperate battle and narrow escape hangs heavy in the air. The whole crew sits in grim silence as the elder processes the sheer insanity of their journey. After hearing it all, Baek-san sighs, just relieved that they managed to return in one piece. He takes charge, telling them not to worry and that he will personally handle the fallout with the Overlord Fortress. But then he pivots, revealing a letter from the blacksmiths means the plum blossom swords are being made, and the ending flower ceremony is almost here. Baek-san begins, confirming they all know how the selection process for the ceremony works. He's talking about the legendary plum blossom sword, the ultimate symbol of a true Manhwa swordsman. The only way to earn it is brutally simple. Get acknowledged by the absolute best swordsman in the entire sect. This all goes down at the ending flower ceremony, an annual event where disciples prove their year's worth of training. Our boy, Dako Hyun, listens patiently, thinking back to how he knew all this even in his past life. Hyun-gak points out the only real difference now is that with the legendary Hyunjo gone, the top dog is some guy named Elder Baek-soon. Dako Hyun quickly realizes this whole lecture isn't for him. It's a roundabout way of showing concern for Mu-cheol. Baek-san admits that while he trusts their judgment, he can't help but worry and feels he has to intervene. He then gets to the heart of the matter, stating bluntly that the greatsword has no place in the Manhwa sect. The elder warns Mu-cheol that trying to forge his own path is a reckless gamble that will be far more than just difficult. Baek-san continues to press Mu-cheol, asking if he's sure this decision wasn't just a moment of youthful impulse. He stares him down, demanding to know if he truly thought this difficult path through. But Mu-cheol's gaze is like steel, not a single flicker of doubt in his eyes. He answers with absolute certainty, confirming his unwavering resolve to the sect leader. Seeing this unwavering determination, a faint smile forms on the elder's lips. Baek-san is impressed by his firm voice and agrees to get the blacksmith started on his new weapon. With that settled, he changes the topic, telling them the Manhwa sect and its 4 flowers are the talk of the town. Their recent fame has caused a massive influx of people hoping to join, some of whom our boys have already met. On top of that, other clans are sending gifts and even their own children to join the outer sects, desperate to forge new alliances. The elder looks at them with genuine pride, making it clear that this incredible shift in the sect's fortune is all thanks to them. With the meeting over, Manhwa is suddenly hyped, saying they need to hurry and see Young, leaving Mu-cheol completely clueless. She reminds him about the girl who wanted to be a swordsman, but he just brushes it off, telling her to go alone because he couldn't care less. Mu-cheol declares Hes going to think about training, while Mu-san announces Hes just going to rest for the day. Seeing Dako Hyun, Mu-cheol tells him to get some rest too, lamenting that they never made it to the hot springs. As Dako Hyun walks away, he gives a quick, subtle glance over his shoulder. The look is brief, but it's enough to make Mu-cheol pause, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. He watches our boy go, realizing he's not heading towards the dorms at all, and wonders just where he's off to. The scene shifts to a serene grove, where pink plum blossoms drift through the air. We're suddenly in a flashback, with a younger Dako Hyun in his original body, yelling at trainees to fix their breathing and posture. He's pushing a group of kids to their limits, and among them is a young Lim Sanha, fiercely practicing his stabbing technique. Dako Hyun shouts that Lim Sanha and Young have perfect posture, telling the other trash-tier trainees to learn from them. Watching from the sidelines is a much younger Manhwa, completely captivated by the intense training regimen. The scene snaps back to the present, where our boy sees Musan and the other second-generation disciples just standing around supervising. He scoffs internally, disgusted that while these kids are giving it their all, the so-called senior disciples aren't even breaking a sweat. He's absolutely certain that while his group was fighting for their lives, these guys were just half-assing their training back home. With a dark expression, he decides to whip them into shape, ordering Mu Cheol to inform everyone that morning training starts earlier tomorrow. Mu Cheol can only agree, but a cold sweat runs down his back as he hopes no one gets seriously injured from our boy's brutal methods. As the sun sets, the day of rest officially comes to an end. A new day dawns, signaling the beginning of what's sure to be a hellish training session. The next morning, Dako Hyun stands before the assembled disciples and offers a formal greeting before the beatdown begins. But he's not here to play nice, and he tells the senior disciples that he offers them his greetings. With a dead-eyed stare, he asks them how they've all been, though the question is dripping with sarcasm. Musan answers that they've been well, but our boy's curt reply makes it clear he's not buying their trash-tier excuses. He calls them out immediately, stating he saw them just standing around yesterday while the juniors were the only ones actually training. He then brings up the sect leader's plan to send them out into the real world, asking if they truly understand what that implies. Musan is left stammering, the cold realization dawning on him. There's absolutely no more time to be slacking off. The scene then cuts to a flashback, where Musan confesses to someone that he was lying when he said he was going to rest. He was speaking with Hyung Hong Kwan, revealing that he had been thinking about something far more important. Musan recalls the moment he heard the previous senior disciple was going to step down to take responsibility for the recent murders. He admits that when he first heard the news, a spark of greed ignited within him. He, too, had wanted the position of head disciple. In the flashback, Musan insists that no matter how he looks at it, Hyung Hong Kwan is the only one fit to guide them. He admits he even went to the sect leader, unable to convince himself that letting the senior disciple step down was the right call. For the sake of Manhwa's future, he pleads that Hyung Hong Kwan must remain in his position. With a final plea for him to lead the sect, the flashback ends, cutting to our boy in the present, staring at his own disciple token. Dako Hyun addresses the entire group, his voice cutting through the silence. From now on, they train with real swords, and complaints are not an option. The training will be in groups of 5, and he makes it crystal clear he'll be fighting with the intent to kill. He lays down the ultimate condition. Anyone who falls behind gets left behind, their journey into the real world cancelled. Musan approaches him with a smirk, revealing he also went to the sect leader, but proudly claims he got there first this time. Drawing his own sword, Musan says he doesn't care if our boy thinks his actions were unnecessary. He declares they can only grow with Dako Hyun leading them, then steps up to be the very first challenger in this new deathmatch training. Watching from the side, Mu Ryun can't help but be taken aback by Musan's attitude. He wonders what kind of hell Musan experienced out in the world to be able to smile before a fight with real swords. He's also surprised to see Mujin already moving to support our boy without even being asked. Meanwhile, Dako Hyun feels a strange sense of frustration, like a forgotten memory is nagging at him. He tries to grasp what it is, but the thought just keeps slipping away. Shaking his head, he figures it must not be that important if he can't even remember it. He decides to put it out of his mind and focus solely on the training ahead. The duel begins, and Musan grips his sword, ready to prove his resolve. With a determined cry, he lunges forward, putting all his strength into the first strike. But Dako Hyun parries the blow effortlessly, the clash of steel showing the massive gap between them. Musan is completely dumbfounded as he's instantly overwhelmed by Dako Hyun's speed and power. Before he can even process the parry, our boy gets a brutal kick to the face, sending him flying. Dako Hyun's lesson is simple. A real sword fight isn't just about the sword. As Musan hits the dirt, he realizes he has to fight with the intent to kill, just like his senior. He understands now that Dako Hyun will use any dirty trick, from spitting to throwing dirt, to win. Getting hurt is meaningless. His senior disciple doesn't care about their well-being, only their growth. There's no room for fear or complaints, because the moment he hesitates, a blade will be at his throat, ending the fight and his life instantly. An old saying mocks Murim warriors who'd rather die than roll on the ground like a panicked donkey. But as he dodges another vicious strike, Musan grits his teeth, deciding that kind of honor is total bullshit. With a new fire in his eyes, Musan decides that if it means living, he'll throw away all his pride. The days of brutal training bleed together, and soon the autumn leaves are replaced by winter snow. So much time has passed that an entire new generation of disciples has already had their entrance ceremony. Looking out at the mountain, Musan realizes he's no longer afraid of his senior's sword, but something else troubles him. He walks among the other disciples, but his mind is a world away, lost in his own struggles. Though the training has gotten easier, his confidence has taken a nosedive for some reason. After all this time, he's still just running and dodging, and he's terrified. He's hit a wall he can't break. The crippling thought worms its way into his head. What if this is his absolute limit? He swings his sword desperately, trying to push past the doubt, but the fear of stagnation is overwhelming. But his internal crisis is cut short, as something suddenly snaps him back to attention, leaving him dumbfounded. A wooden sword whips past Musan's face, snapping him out of his self-pity with a brutal wake-up call. He barely dodges the follow-up strike, realizing this isn't just training, this is a genuine attack. Pinned to the ground, he can only stare up in shock, his mind racing to understand what's happening. He looks up and sees the cold, determined eyes of his attacker, another disciple of Manhwa. The realization hits him. His opponent is none other than the monstrous senior, Dako Hyun. But before he can even process it, Dako Hyun's fist connects squarely with his face. The impact sends Musan flying backward, blood spitting from his mouth as he's utterly overpowered. He crashes to the ground, his body screaming in protest, completely outclassed by the sheer force. Lying there, staring at the empty sky, all he can feel is the sting of his own weakness. He's left gasping for air, the harsh reality of his limits now a painful, physical truth. After the beatdown, Dako Hyun quietly offers a hand to his junior. Musan stares up at his senior, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and pain. Still on the ground, he weakly asks if he's even making any progress at all. Dako Hyun listens, his expression unreadable as he processes the question. He reminds Musan that when they first trained with real swords, he couldn't even last 5 exchanges. But now, after just 2 months of this hellish training, he can fend off 20 attacks. As he helps him up, he explains that Musan has gotten undeniably stronger. He's just too impatient to see it. Musan is left completely dumbfounded, as his senior asks what more proof of doing well he could possibly need. Dako Hyun then gestures to the other disciples, pointing out that everyone is relearning the basics from scratch. He asks if they all developed calloused hands just because he ordered it, implying their own will to grow is the real reason. Our boy tells him that if he has been consistent in his training, he has no reason to doubt his efforts. The truth of his hard work, he explains, is literally inscribed within his calloused hands. As Dako Hyun walks away, Musan realizes those blunt words were exactly the reassurance his tired mind needed. He was right. A swordsman shouldn't be thinking about the end, but about the path itself. With this new resolve, he understands that for him, training is simply a given, the very definition of being a Manhwa disciple. But even with this epiphany, he still finds himself face down on the ground, admitting that the pain and doubt are still very real. Lying there, he finally understands that there is no finish line, only the process of moving forward and getting stronger. He struggles back to his feet, his body aching but his spirit renewed with this crucial realization. A sigh of relief escapes him, as if a massive weight has been lifted from his shoulders. With a new fire in his eyes, he vows that from this moment on, things are going to be different. With his mind finally clear, Musan is ready to begin his real training. An entire season of brutal, non-stop training flies by in the blink of an eye. And just like that, the day of the final test has arrived. The sect leader, Baek-san, addresses the disciples, noting how fast time has passed and acknowledging their hard work. He tells them it's time to show him the fruits of their labor and prove they can become true swordsmen of Manhwa. With a sharp look, he gets straight to the point. He announces the beginning of the ending flower ceremony, the final rite of passage for these aspiring disciples. Nearby, Hyungak remarks that the speech was short but surprisingly impactful. Baek-san just scoffs, admitting he spent ages thinking of what to say, only for it to come out plain and simple. The two elders agree this ceremony is a big deal. It's been ages since they've had third-generation disciples, and it might just lift the gloomy atmosphere hanging over the sect. A mysterious elder tells Baek-san he's looking forward to this, finding the disciples' energy refreshing. But more importantly, he's curious to see which one of these kids is worthy of taking the sword. Baek-san asks if has met him yet, but the elder says no, admitting he'd just be a nuisance, and is happy to watch his son from a distance. The sect leader understands his reasoning, remarking on his sheer determination to stay away. But the elder just laughs it off as a necessary trait for the plum blossom sword. The sky is clear, a perfect day for a test of a lifetime. A young disciple, Young, peeks over the crowd, eyes wide with anticipation. With a powerful shout, Young officially kicks off the final test. At his signal, the third-generation disciples begin their synchronized sword forms with a unified cry. Watching from the sidelines is Manhwa, her expression focused and serious. She silently recalls the schedule. The third-generation disciples perform their six-fold combo sword technique first, and then it's their turn. Manhwa clarifies they're skipping the group performance for duels, then smugly takes credit for young squad doing so well. She then turns to Doko Hyun, asking if he's not even going to watch his own disciple, Sanha. Our boy gives a brutally short no, leaving Manhwa completely speechless. She can't believe how cold he is, muttering that Sanha's going to be absolutely crushed. But Dako Hyun internally scoffs at her words. She has no idea what's really going on. Turns out, he didn't need an invitation to watch his own student. He's been observing the entire test from the shadows since the very beginning. Hess actually impressed, noticing how Sanha is keenly observing the other disciples' movements. Even under pressure, the kid is maintaining his form, performing even better than expected. Doko Hyun reflects on his own grim past. At that age, he was fighting for scraps, not practicing fancy sword techniques. He mentally lists off the legendary array techniques he knows, from the Shaolin Temple to the Wudang sect. But among all those S-tier formations, he admits he's never actually tried a single one. In his past life as the lone wolf Baek-jin, he had zero interest in fighting as part of a team. Back in the present, he figures he should probably reconsider, even if he still doesn't really care for it. After all, formations are a basic tool for dealing with multiple enemies, and he wonders if Manhwa even has a decent one. As he's lost in thought, the announcer calls for the second squad to clear out, and for the third squad to enter. Manhwa casually strolls over to Mu Cheol, asking him about a kid he was supposed to be looking after in that group. Mu Cheol turns, a little surprised by her sudden interest in his duties. But before he can even answer, she gives him a sly grin, saying she can probably guess who it is. Her eyes land on a kid with some seriously intense eyebrows, looking like he's ready to tear the place down. And there he is, the kid with the killer eyebrows, front and center with his squad, looking ready for war. The third-generation disciples face the elder, waiting for the signal. With a calm expression, the Plum Blossom Sword Elder gives the command to begin. But his mind isn't on the test. It drifts back to a heavy conversation from the past. He recalls asking a young boy if he knew the grim secret behind the sect's most honored weapon, the Plum Blossom Sword. Blacksmiths, he explained, have another name for it. The Dead Sword. A title reserved for a blade made for only one person. Its creation is a monumental task, resulting in a blade of legendary strength and sturdiness. But the real reason for its name is that when its master dies, the sword is buried right alongside them. He was telling this to a younger version of that same thick-eyebrowed kid, admitting he'd rather the boy create swords than die with one. The elder had left the choice to him, saying he had until the final ceremony to decide which path he would walk. Back in the present, the thick-eyebrowed kid looks a bit flustered during his test. The Plum Blossom Sword Elder's mind, however, is still lost in that past conversation. He remembers thinking about how many times he's seen steel, stained with blood, get buried with its owner. As a father figure who's witnessed the brutal end of many swordsmen, he desperately wanted the boy to avoid that fate. He knew the boy wished to walk that dangerous path, a choice no father would ever want for his son. The elder lamented that wielding the Plum Blossom Sword meant facing unavoidable danger, and his heart would sink every time he heard the boy practice. But looking at the sheer passion burning in the kid's eyes, he knew he couldn't possibly stop him. Just as his thoughts reach their peak, an announcer's voice cuts through, declaring the third squad's test is over. The elder's internal prayer continues. He hopes the boy will use his future sword to protect himself above all else. With a gentle clap and a smile, he accepts the boy's decision, praying for the best. The thick-browed kid finishes his demonstration, looking back at the elder who put so much faith in him. With a smug grin, he declares his performance is over, clearly satisfied with his work. The Plum Blossom Sword Elder and his companion applaud, genuinely impressed by the boy's skill. Meanwhile, Manhwa turns to our boy, telling him it's their turn and he should say a few words to the disciples. Manhwa looks completely unbothered as both Manhwa and Mu Cheol insist he give some kind of speech. He pauses for a moment, trying to dig up some inspiring words from his battle-hardened soul. After all that pressure, he just blurts out a simple, "Do well," leaving everyone dumbfounded. Just then, the imposing figure of Hyungak begins to walk toward the center of the training ground. He strides forward with purpose, his presence silencing the murmuring crowd of disciples. With a booming voice, he calls for anyone who wishes to qualify for the legendary Plum Blossom Sword to step up. Manhwa is completely floored, realizing Hyungak intends to test our boy from the absolute basics. Without a word, Manhwa steps into the arena, ready to face the elder head-on. Hyungak acknowledges his unique path, but warns him that he must prove he embodies the spirit of Manhwa to pass. Our boy just smirks, accepting the terms as he begins to unsheath his blade. With his sword drawn, Manhwa takes his stance, his eyes locked on his opponent. Hyungak draws his own blade and with a simple gesture, invites him to attack. Manhwa doesn't hesitate for a second, exploding forward and leaping into the air for an overhead strike. He instantly transitions into a low, sweeping attack, moving like a blur across the ground. The elder watches calmly as our boy closes the distance with blinding speed. Their swords finally meet in a sharp clang, the first exchange of the legendary test. Hyungak easily deflects the massive blade, using his experience to nullify the raw power. He pushes our boy back, the sheer force of the impact shaking the ground. Internally, Hyungak analyzes the situation, thinking that the heavier the sword, the bigger the opening. He smirks, ready to exploit the vulnerability he sees, and asks our boy what his next move could possibly be. But instead of recovering, Mu Shui drops into a low, impossibly swift stance, pivoting on his heel. Hyungak is momentarily impressed, admitting to himself that moving the body instead of the sword is an efficient trick. He quickly dismisses it as a one-time gimmick, convinced that this posture kills the greatsword's advantages. The elder believes our boy can't create a proper flow with his techniques now, seeing it as the weapon's ultimate limit. But this is exactly what Mu Chui discussed with Mu Chiol before, asking if he saw any such limits when he wielded the sword. Mu Chiol's answer was a flat no, because our boy's style isn't about swinging wildly, it's a completely different beast. Back in the past, Mu Chiol sighs, deciding to just spell out the greatsword's secret since our boy nearly got himself killed. He explains the problem is simple. There's way too much tension in Mu Hui's arm, killing his precision. Mu Chiol elaborates that tension is only needed at critical moments, like when changing the sword's direction or stopping its momentum. Our boy is dumbfounded, asking if He's supposed to just let go, thinking He'd lose his balance completely. With a deadpan expression, Mu Chiol clarifies he said to loosen the arm, not the entire body. He reminds him of a core lesson. Use the entire body as an axis to swing the sword, a power that arm strength can't even compare to. The arms are just for holding the weapon. Otherwise, they should be relaxed to prepare for the next move. By combining body power and the sword's weight, one can achieve strength, speed, and flexibility, the basics of any weapon. Mu Chiol looks at him, a horrifying realization dawning as he asks if Mu Shui has seriously been using only his arms this whole time. And now, in the present, Mu Hui plants his feet, ready to show Hyungak exactly what that full-body technique looks like. With a smooth pivot, our boy puts his entire body into the motion, just as he was taught. He unleashes a strike that sends Hyungak reeling, who is completely caught off guard by the sudden power spike. Hyungak is dumbfounded, wondering where this kid suddenly got this kind of strength when he thought they were evenly matched. But our boy is already flowing into his next move, his footwork, a perfect axis for his rotation. A flicker of genuine shock crosses Hyungak's face. This isn't the same clumsy swordsmanship from before. Mu Hui remembers his past conversation, finally understanding the lesson he'd been missing. He recalls apologizing to his senior, admitting he'd been relying on arm strength because of his greatsword's weight. He now realizes his senior wasn't hiding his power, but simply using proper technique all along. All that frustration from training the illusionary sword with brute force is now being channeled correctly. The result is a devastating overhead blow that has Hyungak struggling to even keep his sword up. The raw power behind Mu Hui's strike sends a massive shockwave across the training ground. Hyungak is forced back, the very earth cracking beneath his feet as his knee nearly gives way. The watching disciples are dumbfounded, whispering that they've never seen the elder so overwhelmed. But Hyungak is actually impressed, acknowledging that our boy is finally using his body to maximize the greatsword's potential. He smirks, telling him this display is good, but it's not nearly enough to pass his test. Done with defense, Hyungak launches a counterattack, showing he's far from finished. His blade suddenly ignites with a brilliant pink aura. Playtime is officially over. He unleashes a fluid, devastating slash, preparing to show Mu Shui a true master's technique. The entire arena is instantly flooded with a storm of energy petals, the legendary falling plum blossom sword art, and he's executing it with a two-finger grip, a casual display of absolute, terrifying control. Hyungak declares the name of his technique, falling petals, as his blade glows with overwhelming power. A storm of razor-sharp energy petals fills the air, rushing towards our boy from every direction. The beautiful but deadly petals dance across the training ground, leaving no room for escape. Mu Hui plants his feet, gripping his greatsword, knowing he's completely trapped by this legendary art. Watching from the side, Mu Chiol realizes this is a complex test, designed to see how Mu Chui handles an impossible situation. The narration explains that the plum blossom technique is a thing of beauty, but it's a beauty forged in the harshest of winters, representing unyielding strength. The true essence of the art isn't about creating a flurry of attacks. It's about cultivating one single, perfect blossom of steel that can endure anything. The petals then converge into a massive vortex, the falling plum blossom returning ring, swallowing Mu Hui whole. But inside the storm of blades, our boy isn't just defending, he's preparing a counter of his own. The Plum Blossom Sword Elder watches as Mu Shui unleashes his own massive flower of pure energy to meet the attack head-on. Instead of trying to be nimble, Mu Hui swings his greatsword with all its weight, drawing one giant, unstoppable petal. The Elder is shocked. He realizes this isn't some trash, tier imitation, but a true application of Manhwa's principles to a completely different weapon. The two techniques collide and cancel each other out, leaving a quiet stillness on the training ground. The Elder gives a nod of approval, thanking Mu Shui for the impressive, albeit incomplete, display before immediately calling for the next challenger. Meanwhile, two younger disciples are completely dumbfounded, with one asking the other if Manhwa even has a greatsword technique. The boy speculates that Mu Chiel must be learning it from a manual left by the legendary sword saint himself, thinking it's incredibly cool. His friend teases him, saying he'd probably be great with it since he's pretty big himself, leaving the poor kid blushing. The Elder's voice rings out, having already judged Mu Hua, Mu Jin, and the others, showing he's been putting all the top disciples through this grueling test. With all the preliminary tests done, our boy Mu Shui finally steps onto the training ground, his gaze locked and ready. It's the main event everyone's been waiting for, a duel between him and the imposing Elder Baek-san. This is the disciple hailed as the most skilled of his generation, a key figure in Manhwa's future. From the sidelines, Mu Chiel watches with intrigue. Everyone knows Mu Chui is strong, but no one's seen his true skills. Even Elder Baek-san admits he's in the dark, contemplating how seriously to take this fight and deciding to treat him like the prodigy Mu Jin. But Mu Shui plans to shake things up, announcing his intent to demonstrate a new martial art for the sect. He calls it the Plum Blossom Scattering Hands, a lost technique from a past master, which catches the Elder completely off guard. Baek-san tells him to cut the talk and prove his words with action, and Mu Hui simply says he's ready. In a flash, Mu Hui lunges forward, initiating the duel with a swift and decisive strike. But the Elder is on another level, effortlessly blocking the attack with one hand as their blades meet with a sharp clang. The Elder easily holds his ground, thinking this is just a contest of pure strength. He prepares to counter with his own signature move, the Falling Flower Palm. But our boy's Plum Blossom Scattering Hands isn't a sword technique at all. In a flash, he lets go of his sword with one hand and strikes directly at the Elder's wrist. Baek-san is completely stunned. He wasn't overpowered. He was just outplayed by a martial art he's never seen. He finally gets it. This technique isn't meant to support the sword. It's a whole different beast. The impact sends him reeling, his perfect stance completely shattered. The old master stumbles backward, utterly thrown off by the unorthodox move. He can't believe a disciple just broke his guard so easily. Before the Elder can even recover his footing, Mu Hui is already lunging in for the next attack. The Elder is impressed, realizing our boy is proficient with both hands and has trained his body to the absolute limit. But he's given no time to recover as Mu Hui follows up with a brutal kick right to his sword. Baek-san internally admits he knew from the very first exchange that this kid was on a completely different level. Still, his pride won't let him end the match here. He needs to see that Plum Blossom Scattering Hands technique properly. So, the old master decides to stop holding back, pouring his crimson energy into his blade. He takes a deep stance, preparing to unleash one of the Manhwa sect's signature moves. His sword begins to dance, creating an illusion of beautiful yet deadly flower petals. Suddenly, he unleashes the Falling Petals technique, a storm of razor-sharp strikes flying towards Mu Shui. The watching disciples are dumbfounded, realizing this is the same move he used before, but now it's terrifyingly fast. Yet our boy remains completely unfazed, meeting the first deadly petal with a perfect, resounding block. With a flick of his wrist, our boy begins to parry not just one, but every single strike coming his way. He stands calmly in the eye of the storm, effortlessly deflecting the flurry of attacks that were meant to overwhelm him. Baek-san can't believe it. His technique is supposed to be a violent, ever-changing river of steel that's impossible to block. The Elder is completely dumbfounded, realizing he used more power than he did against Mu Chiel. Yet this kid just shrugged it off. Seeing this, Mu Shui decides he'll have to get even more serious than he was against Mu Jin. He gathers his own crimson energy, and a familiar, terrifying aura begins to emanate from his blade. Then, with a single, devastating swing, he unleashes his own version of the Falling Petals technique. But this isn't some cheap copy. The scale and power of his attack are on a whole other dimension. Baek-san is forced onto the defensive, his eyes wide with the horrifying realization of what's happening. In a stunning display, Mu Hui's perfected technique completely shatters the original, proving he's just built different. The Elder tries to defend, but the crimson storm of petals is just too much for him to handle. His guard is instantly shattered, the force of the impact sending him reeling backwards. He's sent skidding across the ground, completely overpowered by a technique he thought was his own. In the blink of an eye, our boy closes the distance, ending the clash before it can even escalate. With a cold blade pressed to his throat, Baek-san is utterly speechless, his mind struggling to process the defeat. He finally admits that he has witnessed the true spirit of a Manhwa swordsman in this kid. The elder is completely baffled, stating that our boy Mu Huai feels like a completely different person now. Mu Shui simply thanks him, calmly asking the elder to just think of it as a bit of growth. Growth? Baek-san can't wrap his head around it, looking down in a daze. He then notices his own sword has been completely shattered, a testament to the absolute gap in their power. Baek-san is left dumbfounded, wondering what kind of hell our boy went through to become such a monster. The scene shifts to a memory of the ending flower ceremony, where 4 ceremonial plum blossom swords are presented. The Manhwa sect leader begins his speech, expressing his pride in the disciples' growth. He then drops a bombshell, saying that unfortunately, not all of them will receive a sword today. The disciples are visibly confused, especially since Baek-san had just called them all swords of the sect. But the sect leader clarifies, calling 4 names to step forward: Mu Huai, Mu Jin, Mu Cheol, and Mu Hua. He tells them they have all shown great accomplishments as they are presented with their blades. The leader hands over a sword, warning them to be careful on their path but expressing his full confidence. With a proud smile, he gives them their final instruction, to unsheathe their new swords. A hand tightens around the hilt, a silent promise of the power about to be unleashed. In perfect unison, the 4 chosen disciples unsheathe their blades, the steel singing in the silent air. Our boy Dako Hyun holds his sword, the weight of it feeling just right, a true extension of his will. The sect leader tells them that receiving these swords makes them official swordsmen, hoping their plum blossoms will one day fill the mountains. The other disciples clap, congratulating them, but their smiles are strained. They realize someone from their generation finally got the plum blossom sword. The forced smiles drop as cold dread sets in. They remember our boy's warning and come to the grim conclusion that they are absolutely screwed. Dako Hyun's mind flashes back to a promise he made. For those who didn't get a sword, he'd give them a choice between endless training or a permanent new job. Later, the disciples who failed are sitting at a meal, their food untouched as they stare nervously at the others. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. They're all watching Dako Hyun, who sits in absolute silence. They whisper amongst themselves, wondering if he's plotting their demise, knowing he's not the type to just let things slide. Suddenly, Dako Hyun breaks the silence, turning to a senior disciple with a simple, chilling question. Mu Hua asks why the elder called them all the swords of Manhwa when only 4 of them actually got the plum blossom sword. Mu-san immediately tells him to shut his mouth and not disrupt the peace, but our boy just calmly listens. Dako Hyun admits the elder's words did seem to imply everyone would get a sword, and he feigns confusion. But then he reveals he actually knows why, recalling a conversation he overheard between the elders who only had 4 swords prepared. Turns out, it wasn't because the disciples were unskilled. The sect simply didn't expect everyone to pass and ran out of swords. He then addresses the terrified disciples, telling them not to worry because in his eyes, they've all passed his test. The disciples are completely dumbfounded. This sudden act of mercy is so out of character, it's making them even more anxious. But our boy's inner monologue reveals his true motive. He needs to change the training and level up his own skills fast. He's still bothered by the weird conversation he witnessed between the sect leader and that Shaolin monk, sensing a bigger threat. Later, a nervous Mu Hua tries to suck up to him, but Dako Hyun just dryly asks why he's acting so formal all of a sudden. He cuts through the nonsense, telling Mu Hua he did great and should just rest until the banquet. But as he turns away, his mind drifts back to that unsettling memory he can't shake. It was the sight of the sect leader walking with a high-ranking monk from the Shaolin sect. Our boy had watched from a distance, completely baffled as to why a Shaolin would ever visit Manhwa. The memory takes him back to the day of that clandestine meeting. Inside, the sect leader sat silently, sipping his tea with a heavy look on his face. Across from him, the Shaolin monk maintained a serene, almost unreadable expression. The 2 masters sat in a tense silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, the sect leader broke the silence, asking the monk what business brought him all this way. The monk calmly revealed his purpose. He was there on behalf of the Orthodox Path Assembly. The sect leader's mind reels at the mention of the Orthodox Path Assembly. The monk explains it's a rotating meeting where the major sects discuss the state of the world. He then reveals that Manhwa is slated to be the very next host, but the sect leader notes it's still 2 years away. The monk's expression turns serious as he reveals the Bakley clan has officially raised an objection. He slides a letter across the table, explaining it's a direct message from the Bakley patriarch himself. The sect leader reads the letter, which claims they're worried Manhwa can't host due to the Shaanxi massacre. The letter even suggests the Bakley clan take their spot, but the sect leader sees right through the flimsy excuse. He realizes this is all a pretext. The Bakley clan's Sword King is clearly still bitter about the past. He recalls the legendary duel where they challenged Manhwa's supremacy and were utterly defeated by the Sword Saint. The sect leader connects the dots. They think Manhwa is weak now and are using the assembly to justify an attack. The sect leader's face hardens. He declares that switching the hosting order would be an insult to his ancestors, and Manhwa will not yield. He stares down the monk, making it crystal clear that they will not be backing off from this challenge. The monk explains that the Shaolin abbot initially disagreed with the Bakley clan's aggressive stance, but when the clan threatened to come to Manhwa regardless, the abbot sent him to mediate and prevent bloodshed. The sect leader appreciates the gesture but says he'll handle the message himself, though the monk insists it's his duty to see this through. The monk's goal is simple: to prevent a war within the Orthodox Murim while the rest of the world is already in chaos. He reminds the sect leader of the very purpose of their alliance, prompting a sigh of gratitude from the old master. With his duty done, the monk offers a respectful farewell and takes his leave. The sect leader is left alone in the vast room, the weight of the clan's challenge settling upon his shoulders. As he stands in silence, the ghostly image of a sword materializes on his back, a symbol of the storm that's about to break. A chilling premonition flashes through the sect, a vision of a lone figure standing against a blood-soaked path. Meanwhile, our boy Dako Hyun feels the pressure mounting from both the Overlord Fortress and now the Bakley clan. But he's not one to panic. He knows the only way forward is to get strong, and fast. He abruptly leaves his meal, telling his dumbfounded peers Mu-san and Mu-hwa that he's going to rest. But rest is the last thing on his mind as he walks with a determined stride. He heads straight for the library, grabbing a stack of advanced martial arts texts. His new title as the Plum Blossom Sword has granted him access to a whole new level of knowledge. He immediately begins meditating, recalling how he had to modify the heavenly casket technique to suit his body. By focusing on meditation, he successfully balanced his old and new cultivation methods, purifying his internal energy. Now, with his foundation set, he turns to his sword, realizing his new energy gives it a powerful, distinct aura. Our boy begins to break down the entire Manhwa sword style, seeing how the six-fold combo is the root for all the major techniques. And at the very top, like branches on a tree, are the legendary Plum Blossom sword secrets. He puts theory into practice, his form becoming one with the falling petals around him. It all clicks into place when he realizes the sword chi is meant to embody both red and white plum blossoms. He finally understands why the sect's ultimate sword art is named after a flower. It's about how the energy blossoms from the blade. He grasps the first principle: constant, unpredictable change, flowing freely like petals on the wind. The second is its terrifying sharpness, a beautiful technique that hides a blade capable of slicing through solid stone. And the third principle is its scent, an overwhelming aura that spreads out into the void. This aura is the very essence of Manhwa's energy, a beautiful yet deadly force that perseveres through any hardship. He reflects on his insane growth. His internal energy, his body, and even his senses have all been sharpened to a whole new level. Now that he's reached this new realm, our boy can finally pinpoint a feeling he's had before. It's the sensation of being watched, and from the bushes, a shadowy figure with a glowing blade confirms his suspicion. The moment he's spotted, the mysterious watcher makes a run for it, leaping away with incredible speed. But Dako Hyun is on him in a flash, launching himself into a high-speed pursuit without a second's hesitation. His eyes are locked on his target. There's no way he's letting this guy slip through his fingers. The fleeing assassin is no slouch, using some insane movement technique to zip through the forest. Our boy is genuinely surprised, realizing this guy is so fast he might actually lose him if he doesn't go all out. He tightens his grip on his sword, knowing that whoever this skilled warrior is, he absolutely needs to be caught. Pushing his own footwork to its limit, Dako Hyun surges forward to close the gap. The two of them become blurs of light, tearing through the dense woods in a dead sprint. The assassin's energy trail cuts through the trees, but Dako Hyun is right on its tail. He pushes his speed to the absolute limit, realizing this is no ordinary martial artist. The two become blurs of motion, with our boy finally closing the impossible gap. With a final, desperate lunge, he reaches out, determined to end this insane chase. His eyes are locked on his target, his hand just inches away from grabbing the culprit. He finally snags the fleeing figure, thinking he's got him cornered at last. But the creature he grabbed just stares back at him with a look of pure confusion. Dako Hyun is utterly dumbfounded. He realizes he's been chasing what looks like a monkey. Before he can react, the little creature lets out a shriek and lands a solid kick right to his face. Stunned and bleeding, Our boy is left speechless by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Sent flying by the kick, our boy watches the creature leap away under the pale moonlight. He barely recovers in time to parry a lightning-fast follow-up strike from the little beast, but his own counterattack whiffs as the creature flips through the air with impossible agility. Dako Hyun is just completely floored, unable to process what's happening. The monkey-like thing then casually stops and picks up a sword it dropped during the chase. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the blade. It's the legendary Plum Blossom sword. It was already insane that a monkey was using footwork techniques, but this is a whole other level. He can't even finish his thought, utterly baffled by the absurdity of this opponent. Suddenly, the creature lunges, its blade glowing as it clashes with his own. There's no mistaking it. Dako Hyun realizes this thing is using the secret arts of the Manhwa sect. The creature uses its tail to spring back, creating distance between them in an instant. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering if he's fighting some mythical beast that actually learned martial arts. He's heard legends, but a creature wielding a sword with perfect form is something else entirely. Then it hits him, this must be the presence that's been watching him all this time. He lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing that whether it's mad or not, a fight is unavoidable. Stealing his resolve, Dako Hyun challenges the creature to show him what it's got. The monkey-like warrior accepts, leaping through the air with its blade glowing a sinister purple. Their swords meet in a blinding flash, a chaotic storm of strikes as they trade blows at insane speeds. Blood splatters across the ground, marking the brutal end of their exchange. When the dust settles, Dako Hyun stands firm, his blade pointed downwards, victorious after the bizarre duel. Though he won the exchange, our boy is left completely drained from the sheer absurdity of it all. He can't help but curse the situation. Fighting a sword-wielding monkey was definitely not on his agenda. But the creature isn't gone, it just sits there on the path, watching him with an unreadable expression. It bares its fangs, and Dako Hyun is left wondering what kind of demonic beast he just fought. Then, in a bizarre show of disrespect, the monkey turns around and flashes its rear end at him. After its strange display, the creature simply drops its sword and walks away, leaving Dako Hyun utterly baffled. Later, he recounts the tale to an elder, who calmly informs him that he just met the legendary Amhu. Dako Hyun is stunned that the creature even has a name, and the elder begins to shed some light on the mystery. He reveals that he saw that same monkey alongside a former sword saint when he was just a young disciple, making Dako Hyun realize that his opponent was ancient. The elder drops a bombshell, estimating that the monkey is probably close to 300 years old. Dako Hyun learns that the former sword saints of Manhwa raised the creature, which explains its insane martial arts skills. He's told to be nice, but our boy is already plotting how to teach that disrespectful ape a lesson. The conversation then shifts as the elder brings up the recent trouble with the Bakley clan. He warns that while the Shaolin are mediating, a clash is inevitable, likely against the Sword King's successor. But looking at his own reflection, Dako Hyun feels absolutely no fear about this supposed successor. He confidently tells the elder not to worry, though his mind is still preoccupied with getting revenge on the monkey. Changing the subject, Dako Hyun then makes a wild suggestion. Why not just invite the Bakley clan directly to Manhwa? The elder explains their excuse is to test Manhwa, but Dako Hyun thinks they should just climb the mountain if they want to look. The sect leader just smirks, finding our boy's bold thinking rather interesting. He agrees it makes sense, but tells him to focus on what's important, the six-fold combo sword competition. Leaving the meeting, Dako Hyun walks alone across the vast courtyard, his mind already racing. He thinks the old man is missing the point. Their major enemies won't make a move just yet. They'll want to probe first, to see just how weak the Manhwa sect has really become. And the perfect arena for that is the upcoming martial arts competition. He realizes their performance will be the signal that either invites an attack or holds it at bay. With a new resolve, he faces his fellow disciples, thinking they're about to become his personal training dummies. He declares with a chilling smile that their lives are his until the competition. Hell starts tomorrow.